I woke up underwater in my own bathtub with my own hair in my mouth. Not a metaphor. Actual water, actual tub. My hands were flat against the porcelain like I'd been arranging myself for a nap, and my lungs were making the specific complaint lungs make when they've been ignored for a while. I got my head out. I coughed up most of a bathtub. And while I was doing that, the letters were still hanging in the air in front of my eyes, patient as a waiter. The eerie game Pure Land invites you to become a fifth batch beta player. Do you want to once again understand the meaning of life, to truly live? Yes or no? Here's the thing. It had asked me that yesterday, and yesterday I said no. I said no because I'd spent an afternoon looking it up. Pure Land takes people, it drops them into places full of ghosts and gives them tasks, and if you finish the tasks, you get powers, and if you don't finish the tasks, you get a closed casket. 4 batches had gone in before me. The ones who said yes died in ways I'd rather not describe over dinner, and I had no dead wife to resurrect, no blood feud, no family curse. My life was mediocre in a way that was frankly working for me. So I clicked no, the letters went away, and I thought that was that. Then I woke up in a bathtub I did not remember filling. If you're not going to let people refuse, why put the button there? Why give me a no? Is it for the aesthetic? Is it to be humane? Pure Land is watching you, awaiting your choice. I looked at that message for a long moment, dripping, 24 years old, employed as the failing owner of a funeral supply shop, and I decided that if this thing wanted a reaction, I'd give it one it could frame. I stood up in the tub and I dropped my pants, and I made a noise. There was a pause. The kind of pause you get when the other person is deciding whether to laugh or call someone. Pure Land marvels at your provocative behavior, believing you are naturally suited to be a player. You have voluntarily become a fifth batch beta player. Voluntarily. It used the word voluntarily. A gray panel unfolded in the air. Player, gender, game rounds, and a note that the rest would unlock once I cleared the trial ground. Then it asked me to name my character, which is a thing I have opinions about. Celestial Sovereign of Stars, I said. That nickname is already taken. Of course it was. Fine. Eternal Sage of Boundless Truth. Naming successful, and then immediately, like it had been waiting, in the middle of the night, a female ghost attacks. What do you do? I actually knew this question. It's a forum thing. There's a whole thread. Normal person says run. Taoist says exercise. Monk says perform the rites. The comment section says other things. I thought about it for exactly as long as it deserved, and I typed the truth. I'd slap her, make her kneel and call me dad, and then explain to her that ghosts aren't real. Abstract, the game said. Pure Land looks forward to your actions. A special trial ground has been selected for the player. Entering dungeon. Huangquan Village. Difficulty level S. Type, solo. The bathroom folded up like a photograph in water, and I was standing on a bluestone road in a cold gray nowhere, in front of a village that smelled like an old butcher's floor. The stones under my feet had dark stains that had dried a long time ago. The weeds along the road had gone rust-colored at the tips, and it wasn't autumn doing it. The gate hung open on one hinge, and the sign said, Huang Quan, and the sign was holding on by a single nail out of what I can only assume was spite. Survive 2 hours, explore the village, minimum exploration 20%, or it counts as a failure. 159.58 and counting down. Great. 2 hours in a village where everybody's dead and I'm the only thing in the postal code with a pulse. A lamb walking into a tiger's den, except the lamb has a countdown and the tigers are already home. Then something else arrived in my vision, and it was a different color, and it was not from the game. Cheat loaded successfully. Please select one of the following 3. 100% disarmed by hand. Any sword-type weapon you face will be caught by hand. You're so beautiful. Within the coverage area, all creatures are forced to sing, dance, and rap. I am your father. Designate a target, shout, I am your father, and the target automatically becomes your son. I read them twice. I've read a lot of novels. I know what a golden finger is. I know the shape of the thing when the universe decides to owe you a favor. But these weren't abilities. These were concepts. The first one doesn't say you're skilled, it says the sword loses. The second one doesn't say you're intimidating, it says biology is now optional. And the third one doesn't say people respect you, it says the target becomes your son, not thinks he's your son, becomes. I picked the third one, and I'd like to say it was tactical. I'd like to say I ran the numbers on a 2-hour exploration quest in a hostile settlement and concluded that instant unearned authority beats crowd control. I picked it because making things call me dad is every man's dream, and I am not a complicated person. Then the weeds moved. My head, something said wetly. Where are you? The voice came apart in the middle, the way a voice does when the throat it's using has other problems. It got closer. It was very close to being behind me. Anything that lives out here isn't living. And from the sound of it, whatever was about to come out of that grass had opinions about heads, and I had one, and it was on me. Any sane person walks into the village, takes his chances with the crowd. I walked toward the grass. He came up out of it slowly, on the parts of him that still worked. An old man, thin as a wire, in clothes that had given up. Everything below his right knee was gone, and the end of it had never healed properly, and he was holding his head in both hands, at chest height, like a man carrying a bowl of soup across a crowded room. His head was in his hands, and his head was asking where his head was. I want to be honest with you. I had prepared myself. I had told myself on the Bluestone Road that I was going to see something bad, and I was going to be calm about it. And then the actual thing happened, and my body politely informed me that the preparation had been theoretical. Then his eyes rolled up and found me, and he stopped. He was surprised. I could see it. A human had seen him and had not immediately started running, and in his experience that was not how the script went. "Human," he said, "aren't you afraid of me?" I shook my head. "I am your father. What's there to be afraid of?" The old man's face did nothing. Then it did something ugly. "You little brat," said everything about him. "If you were my father, I'd turn my own head into a chamber pot for you to sit on." "Human, you're courting death." And I stood there with my heart going like a washing machine full of bricks, thinking, oh no, it's a beta cheat, it doesn't work, there's a delay, there's a bug, I'm going to die in a haunted ditch because a video game shipped early. Then there was a slap. He'd hit himself, hard, with the hand that wasn't holding his head. "Father," he sobbed, "I was blind. I didn't recognize you." I stood very still. The cheat had not persuaded him. It had not tricked him. It had reached into the wiring of a dead man and changed one fact, and every other fact in his skull had quietly rearranged itself to agree. Conceptual, right, sure. I put my hands behind my back because that felt like the correct posture, and I looked him over with the disappointment of a man reviewing his son's report card. "All right, what's wrong with you? You're a ghost. How did you end up like this?" That was all it took. The snot and tears came out of him in a flood. The Huangquan village chief had decided he was easy to push around and threw him out of the village. His arms were thin, the chief's legs were thick, so he'd been living in a ditch outside the gate for years, calling for his own head. I listened, and while I listened I did arithmetic, because if one dead man had folded that fast, then the village chief would fold too. And if the village chief folded, then the exploration quest wasn't a stealth mission anymore. It was a house tour. Huangquan village? No, this was Jiang family village. They just hadn't been informed. "Come on, son," I said. "Daddy's going to go teach him a lesson." He cried harder, which I understand. A boy with a father is a boy who gets his revenge done for him. He wiped his face with his wrist, tucked his head under one arm, and pointed the way with the other, and I swear his back straightened 3 inches on the walk. Somewhere in that ruined old skull, a switch had flipped. He wasn't a lonely thing in a ditch. He was somebody's kid. He was, and I quote his own thinking here, a useless second-generation ghost. The bluestone became packed dirt inside the gate. Huangquan village was bigger than it looked from the road. Wooden houses mostly, a few in stone, which apparently made you rich around here. And ghosts everywhere, doing ghost things that looked upsettingly like people things, bent over the fields in straw hats, carrying water, old women under a tree, watching me go past and starting up immediately, because old women are the same in every world, and every one of them is a news agency. If I'd walked in here alone, none of this would have happened. I'd have made it about 9 meters. Instead, I had a guide, and nobody stopped us, and I kept my face arranged like a man who owned the place. "Father," said my son hesitantly, "that village chief is a fierce ghost. Your son is only a year younger than him, but I'm just an evil ghost, so I was wondering, Father, if you... ranks. Good, I filed that. Evil ghost below fierce ghost, and a gap between them wide enough that a dead man was nervous about it. I did not say I have no idea what any of those words mean. A fierce ghost, I said with enormous calm. What's there to fear? I'll beat him like I beat my own son. He shivered with pure joy. To hit a fierce ghost, like you'd hit your own kid. What kind of monster was his father? Everywhere in the universe, a strong dad is an asset. The chief's house was a 3-story compound with a courtyard, running water, greenery, the whole arrangement. A small villa, in a village where the roofs were held down with rocks. I felt a genuine pang. My apartment is fine, and my apartment is worse than this. The wealth gap follows you into the afterlife. There's no escaping it. It's in the walls. Father, this is it. Then a cough came out of the gate, and the temperature dropped like someone had opened a freezer the size of a house. He was a bent old man with ash-gray skin and a face like a dried riverbed in dusty gray clothes, and every hair on my arm stood up and voted to leave. My body was very clear with me. It said, that thing can take you apart, and it will not be a long process. And here's the part I'm not proud of. Standing there with something genuinely dangerous looking at me like a menu, what I felt was not fear, it was appetite. Elder Spirit Fang, said the chief, in a voice like a door in an empty house. Didn't I tell you not to set foot in Huangquan village again? And who's this human? Can you really hold back with food standing right in front of you? Behind me, my son shrank about a foot. Then he remembered he had backup, and he puffed all the way up. This is I am your father, he announced arrogantly. Elder Spirit Zhao, you're in big trouble. The village chief's face did something complicated. He looked at my son. He checked whether this was a joke. He established that it was not a joke, that a 70-year-old dead man was seriously introducing a human in his 20s as his father, and then he laughed until he had to hold the gatepost. Sorry, he wheezed. I don't usually laugh, unless I can't help it. He did not look at me once, not once, the whole time. Humans came through here now and then. Humans were weather. So when I walked right up to him, he didn't even brace. I slapped him across the face. You ask who I am, I said. I am your father, you little brat. You don't even recognize your own dad. And then I hit him again, because the first one felt good, and because the effect wasn't instant and I wanted to keep momentum. I got him a few more times. I finished with a good hard pat on the back of his skull, the way an angry father does when the words have run out. The fierce ghost of Huangquan village went from bewildered to confused to crouching on the ground with both arms over his head. Father, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. Behind me, I heard my first son's jaw come open. He was thinking, very loudly, the following. The village chief is father's son too, which makes me the village chief's little brother, which means the tyrant who threw me out of my own village and took my land is now family, and I outrank precisely nobody, but I have a dad. Also, one of them was surnamed Li and the other Wang, and they had just turned out to be brothers, which is the sort of thing that happens in this village apparently. He also thought, and I'm quoting, "Can't stop laughing, folks." The chief straightened up and dusted himself off and looked at me, and there was nothing left in his eyes but the plain and total love of a son for his father. Then he looked at the headless old man, and he got awkward, and he pushed through it. Younger brother, he said. It was I, your elder brother, who used my power to bully you. I apologize. Don't worry. You're my little brother. Every grievance you've suffered, your big brother will get it back for you. My other son thought, quite reasonably, most of my grievances were caused by you. And then he thought, but how can there be overnight grudges within a family? And that was that. Decades of stolen property, forgiven in 9 seconds, because family is family. Brother. Little brother. Father, they said together. I stood in the middle of that and let it wash over me and thought, this is the strangest afternoon of my life, and I have not been here 20 minutes. They wanted my backstory, obviously, and I gave them one. I lifted it wholesale from a novel I'd read. Powerful enemy. Faked my death. Fell into a long sleep. Woke decades later, weakened but recovering, and the first thing on my mind was finding my sons. Under the cheat, they didn't just believe it. They found it moving. Father, let me show you around. Your son is the village chief here. I have the final say. From now on, you can just enjoy yourself. Exploration progress, 5%. 128 remaining. Yes, let's absolutely show me around. The back mountain had an orchard, and the orchard had a tree, and I want to be careful how I describe the tree. It was enormous, and it had a face, not a knot that looked like a face in the middle of the trunk, at about the height where a person's would be. Branches came down all around it like hair that had been left too long. The ground underneath was pale with old bones, and most of them weren't human. Ghosts get eaten too, it turns out. The tree takes what it needs. Father, look, this is my ghost tree. I raised it myself. It's already reached dire ghost level, and when it feeds, it grows soul fruit. The stuff sells very well outside. Try one. He picked a white fruit and offered it up with both hands like a man presenting an award. Now, I understand that eating fruit off a carnivorous tree in a haunted village is not the behavior of a cautious man. But by then, I'd learned the ranks. Ghosts run, wrathful, evil, dire, fierce, ghost general, ghost commander, ghost king. Humans who come here get sorted too, first through 7th order ghost controller, and the thing they measure is yin power, and you can't cultivate yin power, you can only eat it. Which meant every edible thing in this world was a stat point wearing a disguise. I took a bite, thin skin, cool, sweet, then a little tart underneath. Honestly closer to a peach than anything I expected from a bone orchard. Consumed soul fruit. Strength +5, speed +5, spirit +10, yin power +300. Player absorbed yin power in advance. Attribute panel unlocked. Strength 12 against a normal adult male limit of 10. Speed 11, spirit 19. Current rank, 1st order ghost controller. One fruit, and I was above the human ceiling in 3 categories and holding a rank that other players apparently work for. This is good, I said, in the voice of a man being polite about a snack. Pick a few more. My son's whole ruined face lit up. Praise from Dad. He picked 5 in a row and handed them over like he was being knighted. I ate them walking. Progress 10%, 30, 50, 70, strength 37, speed 36, spirit 69, yin power 1800, 2nd order ghost controller. Somewhere in the middle of that, I stopped being a man in a costume and started being something that could actually punch through a wall, and it happened while I was eating fruit and looking at other people's houses. The old women under the tree finally cracked. Old Wang, one of them called, in a voice like a hinge. Who's this human? He's got a lot of influence. He's my father, said the village chief gravely. Mind your mouths. I don't want to hear anyone discussing him. He's my father too, said the headless one. We're brothers. You could hear the entire village trying to do the maths, because the chief was a grandfather here. 3 kids, 4 grandkids, all working in the city, back once a year for New Year, the usual. So if the chief had a father, that put me at great-grandfather. A generation nobody in this village had seen in living memory or the other kind. The old ancestor is alive, they thought. Except he's not. He's a ghost. Except he isn't. He's the human. Nobody said any of it out loud, because the chief was a fierce ghost and had asked nicely. And I'll admit the thought crossed my mind. Just do it. Do the whole village. Every ghost in Huangquan, one big happy family, and the exploration bar goes to 100 by itself. I gave it up on ethical grounds, and I want that on the record because it's the only time in this story I do anything on ethical grounds. Here's the problem. I was already the chief's father. That's the great-grandfather tier. If I then went and became the father of some guy in the father's tier, what exactly have I done to that man's wife? Does he have 2 biological fathers now? Am I his dad, or am I his problem? You put a hat like that on a man, filial or not, he becomes an enemy for life. If I was going to be a father, I was going to be the one with the highest seniority. Clean chain of command, no overlap. 21 minutes left, 80%. Is there anywhere in the village I can't go? Father, what are you saying? There's nowhere you can't go. He pointed northwest and hesitated. But there is one place we haven't been. There was a lake up there, Luofu River they called it, though it was a lake. A family of water ghosts lived in it, and the old water ghost had run against my son for village chief years ago, lost, moved to the water, and had been refusing to speak to anybody since. Most of Huangquan was surnamed Wang or Huang. The Wangs were his side. The Huangs came from the guy in the lake. I want you to understand how good this was. Take the Wangs. Take the Huangs. And the entire village is my blood. Not just a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, an institution. Let's go. Take me. I'll teach him a lesson. Father, that old water ghost has a terrible temper, and he's a fierce ghost the same as me. What if he hurts you? Your father is still your father, I said. I'll beat him like I'm beating my son. Behind us, my first son held his own head up and stared at it, and had the distinct feeling he'd heard this exact sentence before, in this exact tone, roughly 90 minutes ago. Then he worked it out. Father, he thought, with rising alarm. How many illegitimate children do you have out there? The lake was dark red and the things in it had teeth. They came up near the surface and turned and went down again, long pale shapes with a lot of jaw. Luofu ghost fish. My son, the chief, looked at them the way I look at a menu I can't afford. Father, this is good stuff. Tastes excellent, and it raises yin power. Not as strong as soul fruit, but there's a lot of it. Shame the swollen one guards it so tightly, or I'd honor you with some today. He actually licked his lips. A delicacy that a fierce ghost can't stop thinking about. Fine, sold. And look, I could have knocked politely. I picked up a stone, put my arm into it, and threw it into the middle of the lake. You little bastard, I shouted. Get out here for your father. The water gathered itself. Something came up through it and kept coming up, and then stood on the surface as if it were flooring. He was bloated and drenched, and his clothes were so red they'd gone black, and water ran off him constantly like he'd never once been dry. His old face got a lot older. Human, he said. Are you tired of living? And he started walking toward the shore, and the whole lake got choppy behind him, which I understood to mean he was upset. Look who I am, I said. I am your father. Stubborn, aren't you? You're just spoiled. A beating fixes that. If once isn't enough, we'll do it twice. And I hit him. Full swing, yin power behind it this time, because I'd learned by then that muscle alone does nothing here, and yin power is the only thing a dead man actually feels. His first thought, mid-slap, was, my father died a long time ago. His second thought was, holy crap, it really is my father. He had a hand out, ghost hand, claws, the works, already moving for me, and he pulled it back. He pulled it back so fast he nearly took his own shoulder off, and he took the hit square in the face and let it land. A red mark came up on him and stayed. A human had marked a fierce ghost's face in front of witnesses, and for a wandering soul that is the end of a reputation. But a father hitting his son isn't a humiliation. It's Tuesday. Father, he said wretchedly, holding his cheek. The village chief's eyes nearly left his skull, because that was his third brother. That was the man he'd fought for most of a century, over the one job in a village of 200, and they had argued in every venue this settlement had, and now it turned out they were brothers, and the village they'd been fighting over had been the family home the entire time. So what, he thought, was any of that for? He had, and I'm using his phrase, the strong feeling that this world is just one big makeshift troop. My first son patted him on the shoulder with an expression of enormous worldly understanding. Father, he'd concluded, is simply a romantic. Leaves love everywhere he goes. If he hadn't been driven into hiding by his enemies, there'd be a lot more of us. His actual assessment of my behavior was one word. Insane, said admiringly. The swollen one, to demonstrate filial piety, went and caught the biggest fish in the lake and sliced them into sashimi and set them in front of me, and I ate ghost fish sashimi on the shore of a red lake while 3 dead men watched me approvingly. Consumed luofu ghost fish, yin power +5, 5 a slice, 30 slices of fish, and it was, genuinely, the best thing I have ever eaten. Clean and hygienic, I said, giving it a thumbs up because there was nothing else to say. Then the chief started grumbling at his new brother about business. He'd been saying for years that if they could get the fish out to the cities, they'd all be rich. Oh, please, said the water ghost. Your soul fruit, you only dare sell to the next village over. Ship it to a real city and see how many people decide to come and take the tree. You think Huangquan is strong because you're a fierce ghost. There are more fierce ghosts in one city block out there than in this whole mountain. And I sat there with fish in my mouth and thought about that. Because I was, in a technical and unavoidable sense, now the senior member of this family, every roof in this valley was full of my descendants. And they were poor. Not picturesque poor. Poor like the young people leave and don't come back poor. Helping them was not charity. Helping them was building a supply chain. Leave it to me, I said. Your father has connections outside. I can set up a stable channel. I said it with a completely straight face. I had no connections. I had a bankrupt funeral supply shop and a bathtub I was afraid of. But the 3 of them looked at each other with shining eyes. Because of course he can. He's father. His strength has declined, but his network is intact, and a man like that always lands on his feet. Countdown. 0. Congratulations to the player for successfully clearing the S-rank trial mission. Returning soon. I came out of it sitting on my own floor, dry, in a room with sunlight in it. The plugin I Am Your Father has passed testing and is now live on the official server. I Am Your Father, Level 1. Designate a target and become their father. Activation condition, spirit reaches 80 and you shout it. And there it was. The catch. On the test server, it worked on anything with a face. On the live build, it wanted spirit 80, which is a way of saying it wanted me to genuinely overawe the target first. I had 69. Then the settlement scrolled, and I stopped worrying about it for a while. Clearance time, 2 hours exactly. Rating A. Exploration progress, 100%. Rating S. Achievements unlocked, 4. Rating S. Ghost Father, legendary. You became the father of fierce ghost-class ghosts through an incredible method, transcending the entire village. You elevated yourself from a junior to a great-grandfather, and as a virgin, you gained countless descendants. This is inconceivable, and the Netherworld gives an evaluation of abstract, loving family, epic. You successfully united the 160 households of Huangquan Village into one complete large family, renaming it Zhang Family Village and turning countless couples into siblings. You did well. Please don't do it again. I read that one twice. Loner, rare. You single-handedly explored the entire village, toured the local customs, felt the poverty of the place, and vowed to lead it to prosperity. Even a saint would not be so sympathetic. Hereby sending new player blessings and settlement rewards are doubled. Skipping student, advanced. As a new player, you advance to second order ghost controller inside the trial area. Not even a grasshopper jumps that high. Final clearance rating, SS, 10,000 Netherworld coins, 10 attribute points, 2 random item boxes, 2 perfect level ghost contracts, epic, which let you contract a ghost while ignoring rank difference and skip the risk of the thing turning on you, and 2 Wan Ning soul points, legendary, which unconditionally raise a mastered ability by 1 level. I opened the first item box the way you'd open a present. Red Dragon, common, a women's item partially imbued with exorcism effects. I looked at what was in my hand. It had wings. It was red. I did not open the second box. I decided the second box could wait until I'd bathed and lit some incense and reset my luck, because this was clearly not a me problem, this was residue from the dungeon. Then I used 1 soul point on the cheat and watched the requirement drop from Spirit 80 to Spirit 70 and did the arithmetic that would run my life for the next month. 8 more of these, and it goes back to the version that worked on anything that could hear me. 8 legendary items. Sure, easy. And then, while I was still sitting on the floor, the world found out. The Netherworld Forum runs a global announcement system, which it had added that same day in version 5.0, along with dungeon leaderboards and a new achievement ceiling called Mythical. The very first thing they ever pinned to it was me. Congratulations! Player Eternal Sage of Boundless Truth successfully cleared the new player trial dungeon Huangquan Village in an inconceivable manner, over-completed the mission, and received an SS level evaluation. I found out later what that did to people. The Huangquan Village leaderboard had 20 names on it. 20. That was every player who had ever gone into that village and come back out across 5 batches, and the list went down to 0.2% exploration because they'd take anything. Top of it, at 100%, was me. Second place was a man named Wu Lei at 10%, and Wu Lei was a 4th order ghost controller who commanded a dire ghost and worked for the government. The forum's conclusion was that I was a cheater from some agency because the alternative was worse. Wu Lei himself spent that afternoon on the phone denying he'd trained me, and the thing he actually said out loud in his own office was, I should be the one he trained. He was the captain of the Wan City Security Department. He posted a very professional breakdown explaining that Huangquan had 2 impassable zones, the orchard and the river, both guarded by fierce ghosts, and that no 4th order controller could clear both. Then his assistant put a stack of paper on his desk listing the 9 new players registered in Wan City, and I was on it. I'm told he made a sound that a man his size should not be able to make. Find him, he told her, citywide. Tell every district to watch for anomalies. New players always get inflated. Before he makes a mistake, I want him found first. They also had an actual promising recruit waiting downstairs, a B-grade kid who'd walked into the security department voluntarily to sign up. Tell him I'm busy, said Wu Lei. I was, at that moment, distributing attribute points on my living room floor and eating instant noodles. 10 points, spread across the board. Strength 40, speed 40, spirit 72, yin power 2000. Then I washed my hands, bowed to a god of wealth I do not believe in, and opened the second box. Resentful spirit small drum, rare. A human face drum made from the hide of an unknown creature. It is said that if you get close, you'll hear a dull, thunderous roar, but that's just to fool children. Its only purpose is to absorb the resentment of the dead and transform them into ghosts. It was small and purple, and it had a face on it, and it fit in one hand. I tapped it. Nothing happened, which the description had warned me about, in writing, in a slightly rude tone. But absorb the resentment of the dead and transform them into ghosts is not a small sentence. That's a soul-gathering artifact. That's the thing the villain has in Chapter 40. And I was about to be spending a lot of time in places absolutely stuffed with dead people who would shortly be more dead. Other people show up to a fight with a weapon. I was going to show up with a crowd. I went and read the forum for a while after that, because I wanted to know what I'd walked into. Netherworld arrived 5 years ago. First public batch, worldwide. The ones who lived came out able to command ghosts and use items, and the world quietly changed shape around that fact. I was in the 5th batch, and the gaps between batches were getting shorter. 4th batch was 6 months ago. Mine came right behind it. The consensus on the forum was that the invasion is accelerating, which is why nobody runs. You can't run from something that's coming to you. You can only get stronger before it arrives. Below level 30, you get matched to the primary zone. Below 60, intermediate. Below 90, advanced. Difficulties run D through S, and which one you get is luck. And there's a memory blur. Leave a dungeon, and you can't hold on to the other players' faces, which is not a courtesy, it's crowd control. It means grudges formed inside can't follow anyone home, and it means nobody kills a teammate for their loot and then goes hunting for them in the real world. Unless you already knew each other outside, in which case the game shrugs and lets you. I was reading that when someone knocked. Mei Lin lives across the hall. There are 2 apartments on my floor, and she has the other one. She's the kind of gentle that makes you feel loud, and she was standing there in a long floral dress with her hands folded, and she'd clearly been working up to this. Little Chen, your sister Hua is back today. Come over for dinner. Sure. Are you? She stopped. She looked past me into my apartment, quickly and not subtly, and I watched her do a sweep of the ceiling fixtures. She was checking whether I'd hung anything from them. I've seen you home for days, she said. You haven't gone to the shop. Did something happen? Something warm went through my chest and sat there, because here's the situation. My parents died. They left me 2 things. This apartment, which they bought as a wedding gift for a wedding that has not been scheduled, and Ping An Funeral Supplies, 5 doors down the street, which is going under because I don't know how to run it and never learned. I had been planning to sell the shop. I'd been planning it for a while, and the only person who noticed I'd stopped leaving the house was the woman across the hall. I'm fine, Sister Shi. You don't have to worry. That's good. Come and eat. Don't live on junk. Mei Hua was already at the table, and Mei Hua is the other kind of sister. Suit, heels, the whole professional armor, and a personality that comes through it like a brick through a window. Xiaoming, she said, waving a chopstick. It's not easy for your sister to get home. Why are you only turning up now? Sister Hua, Xiaoming makes me sound like a eunuch. You can use my name. No, it's my exclusive title. She looked me over critically. Your body's not great. I'll write you a fitness plan. Xiao Hua. Mei Lin went pink to the ears. He's still a child. Sister, he's not an outsider. Then Manhwa put her chopsticks down and her face changed, and she said the thing she'd actually come home to say. Wan City hasn't been peaceful. The security department is making a big move. They're looking for someone. Don't go out more than you have to for a while. Wait for it to blow over. Did a murderer escape? Said Mei Lin, worried. They're not saying. They're calling it a hidden individual. They want people to report anything unusual in their area. It's all very mysterious. I ate my rice and said nothing at all. Wan City isn't big, but it isn't small either, and it administers 7 or 8 county-level cities under it. For every district's security department to be mobilized at once, they weren't looking for an ordinary person. They were looking for a player, and I had, as of that afternoon, exactly 1 skill, 40 points of strength, and a drum. The trope where the protagonist hears about a manhunt and decides to go and investigate it personally was not going to happen to me. I had no interest in that whirlpool. I finished dinner, thanked them both, went home, and the countdown in the corner of my vision hit 0. Starting player recruitment, the apartment went to water and reformed as a street. Concrete, notice boards, traffic, pedestrians, tower blocks. For a second, I genuinely thought the recruitment had failed and I'd wandered out of my own building onto a main road because it was that ordinary. I didn't enter the dungeon? 5 people had appeared around me while I was staring. A middle-aged man in a suit, slightly heavy, with the look of a man who owns a business. A young guy in a striped suit wearing a mechanical watch worth more than my shop. A schoolgirl in uniform, small, nervous. A big, silent man with his arms folded, already scanning exits. And a programmer. Black-rimmed glasses, plaid shirt, and the darkest circles I have ever seen under a living person's eyes. The schoolgirl had spoken, and everybody looked at her, and she flinched. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm so scared. Is this really a dungeon? The rich kid rolled his eyes theatrically. Newbies are such a hassle. What do you think a dungeon looks like? I've read a lot of ghost stories, she said in a small voice. I thought it would be deserted, broken, eerie, like the trial ground. That's exactly why you newbies waste your energy. He spread his hands, delighted to be lecturing. The netherworld is a second real world. It connects to ours. Everything in it maps to something in ours. What you're describing only exists in the trial grounds. In the primary zone, the settings are modern. Don't look at the pedestrians and relax. Every single one of them is a ghost. They just can't attack players casually. Rules. I filed him under, not a newbie, and desperate for everyone to know it. The panel came up. Entering dungeon. Fusheng Hotel. Difficulty A. Type, multiplayer, survival. Main quest 1, survive 7 days. Main quest 2, get a job at Fusheng Hotel and earn 1,000 Netherworld coins. Main quest 3, the Netherworld has satisfied the desire of certain overachieving players by adding a quest. Players must achieve a promotion within 7 days. The final score is determined by the rank of the promotion. Note, remember, hunger and sleep quality. Don't waste time, said the suited man suddenly, cold. Haven't any of you noticed? Your stomachs aren't hungry at all? We all thought about it. We all got hungry. I ate before I came in, deliberately, he said, checking his watch. It's growling already. This dungeon makes you hungry on purpose, and when you get hungry enough, the netherworld can put you under. Which meant eating, which meant money, which meant netherworld coins, which are the hard currency of this world, and which every single one of them needed for items and materials and absolutely did not want to spend on lunch. They were quiet for a moment, and it was the specific quiet of people doing sums they don't like. The truth of it, which I got later, is that they were poor. A few hundred coins from a settlement was a good month. The schoolgirl had 100 to her name from a B-grade clear. The map came up. Fusheng Hotel, 10 kilometers, 1 hour. Go and get hired. There's a bus, said the rich kid, pointing at a stop. Route 303, mission site is the second to last stop. Shouldn't be expensive. It costs money, said the schoolgirl unhappily. Only professional athletes run 10 kilometers in an hour. Of course, if your 3 stats are all above 10, ignore me. They queued up at the stop. The big man decided to run it, for free, and then everybody looked at me, the quiet one, waiting to see which kind of broke I was. Kid, are you planning to run too? You don't look like you can do 10 kilometers. I wasn't listening because my cheat had just arrived. Please select one of the following 3. Crooked Mouth Dragon King. When you give a crooked, evil smile, you automatically gain the main means to slap the target's face. Mission complete. Your mission is directly completed and you clear the dungeon on the spot. I bet your gun has no bullets. When you say this phrase, the target's attack is nullified. I looked at the middle one for a long time. Instant clear, just walk out, a speedrun artifact, an exemption ticket from an entire genre of dying, and I turned it down, and here's why. I don't come here to leave. I come here for the settlement rating, because SS and above is where Wan Neng's soul points live, and soul points are the only road back to a cheat that works on everything. Speedrunning caps you. Clear a 7-day survival dungeon on day 1, and mission completion is a B forever. Pure Land isn't going to let people manufacture S grades by leaving early. That bug doesn't exist, so instant clear was worth an S at absolute best, and I needed more than that. I ruled out the gun one too, and it hurt because it was good. Crooked Mouth Dragon King, I said. Then I came back to the street where 4 people were waiting at a bus stop and 1 man was doing stretches and all of them were watching me. I looked at the 303. It was narrow and the inside was a mess. Seats and floor both, in a way that suggested the route had a history. I could also have run it. With all 3 stats over 40, 20 minutes, easy. I stepped to the curb and put my hand out for a taxi. One stopped. The driver rolled his window down, pale, hollow-eyed, and looked at me with the profound indifference of a man at the end of a long shift. My car never carries humans. I threw 500 coin notes into his face. Is that enough? He didn't react for a second. Then he sat there with money on his lap and went through, I later learned, an entire emotional arc. His first thought was that a human was insulting him with cash. That because he was a wrathful ghost, the bottom rung of ghost society, some living person thought he could be bought like furniture. He got out of the car, he stood up, he stared at me, and then his posture folded in half and a smile spread across his stiff gray face, and he walked around and opened the back door. Guest, please get in. Little Lee will serve you wholeheartedly. I didn't want to be like this either, he was thinking, but he gave too much. He had a wife. He had kids. He was weak. So stronger ghosts rode for free, and there was nothing he could do about it, and 500 coins was 2 days' income arriving through the windscreen. If I can be insulted with money, he decided, let the insults come harder. I love being insulted. I got in. The leather was clean. It was the single most comfortable thing that had happened to me in 2 days. Fusheng Hotel. 20 minutes, guest. Buckle up. Behind us, 5 players stood at a bus stop and watched a taxi drive off with the quiet kid in it. This is allowed? Was the general feeling. Between the bus and running, he picked a taxi. And threw 500 coins at it. That's 500 Netherworld coins, not 500 yen. If you'd told us you were that rich, went there thinking, we would have carried you. The schoolgirl said blankly, isn't he a newcomer too? Why does he have 500 coins? I got 100 for a B grade. Nobody had an answer. The 2 veterans had more than 500 coins and would have died before spending it on a 10-kilometer ride. They got on the 303 for 2 coins each, saw the seats, smelled the air, and thought about the taxi. We were about 20 minutes in when the driver hit the brakes. I put a hand on the seat in front and looked up. What's wrong? This damned old beggar. The driver's hands were shaking on the wheel. Valuing money over his life, he's staging an accident with me. There was an old man lying in the middle of the road in front of us. Rags, a swollen belly, half a leg tucked under my bumper, performing agony at a volume calibrated for an audience. I want you to appreciate that I had come to a world of the dead and found insurance fraud waiting for me. Why you? I said. Shouldn't he be doing this to rich people's cars? The driver was nearly in tears. Exactly because I'm a taxi driver. Anyone who can afford a nice car is a fierce ghost or worse. If he tried this on them, they'd break his legs and nobody would say a word. He's the same rank as me, no power gap, so he can do it in the open. I understood that immediately, and I hated how well I understood it. Weakness is the original sin here. There's order, but not much of it. Guest, I'll have to get out and deal with this. I'm sorry for the delay. He was a principled ghost, that one. He'd taken my money, so he was going to do the job right, and he was miserable about it. But I had an hour, and I was not going to lose it to a negotiation. I'll handle it. I got out. The old beggar watched me come with a flicker of surprise, because humans in this world are the poorest thing walking, and here was one getting out of a taxi. But he'd already committed. 1,000 coins, he was thinking, or nobody leaves. I crouched down next to him with the warmest face I own. Oh no, oh that's a bad one. You need a hospital. Come on, I'll help you into the car and we'll get you checked out. We absolutely cannot leave any underlying issues. I'd feel terrible. And I got him up and I walked him to the car and I put him in the back seat. In the driver's seat, a dead man watched this happen and had a small private crisis. No, he was thinking. Big brother. You were supposed to solve the problem, not bring it home. If you help him into the car and don't get extorted, it's an insult to the professionalism of everyone in his line of work. You're bringing me a living ancestor. The beggar himself was, briefly, moved. It occurred to him that there might be one genuinely naive human left in the world, one who couldn't spot the oldest scam on the road and wanted to pay for his medical care. The feeling passed. He was a professional. Consider it a lesson for the boy. We pulled away. The driver kept checking the mirror, wondering whether I was missing a piece of my brain. And then he saw, in that mirror, a hand come up behind the old beggar's head, holding a small purple drum. His face changed. The beggar caught it and started to turn. I hit him with the drum. He said, wait. I hit him with the drum again and again and again, and a wrathful ghost doesn't have the structural integrity for that, and he went out. I sat back and breathed. I'd put everything into those swings, and I'd used a rare grade item as a blunt instrument because I genuinely wasn't sure my fists counted yet, and the drum had come through it without a scratch. Good build quality. Do you have a knife? I said. If not, a sack will do. The driver had gone very still. He opened the glove box without looking at it, took out a small kitchen knife, and passed it back. Guest, he said faintly. What do you need the knife for? I looked at him in the mirror like he'd asked me why I wanted a spoon. To kill someone, obviously. And I did it fast, and I did it once, and I waited until the yin power went out of him. Then I picked up the drum. The resentment came off him and went into it, and the purple hide changed, and a blurred face came up through the surface, and it was his. His face. Because of how it had ended and how little warning he'd had, what came off him was thick, and it built a complete shape. Not enough, I said. It should be able to come out on its own. I fed yin power into it, and the face pushed forward and lifted off the drumhead and hung above it, upper body forming out of nothing, eyes empty as a switched-off screen, and its hands came up, and its hands ended in claws, and I recognized those. That was his. That was how he'd have killed me if it had gone the other way. The drum hadn't taken his soul, it had taken his method. I sat in the back of a taxi looking at that and understood something. Kill enough of them, and I don't get a weapon. I get a roster. Other people walk into a room and the light hits them. I was going to walk into rooms trailing a crowd of dead specialists. The driver's face, when I put the drum away, was the color of a wall. Don't be scared, I said kindly. I was just testing it on him. I don't have any interest in wrathful ghosts. I'm not going to make you drum material. He did not find that as comforting as I'd intended, because now his problem had moved on. Now his problem was that a human had killed a ghost in the back of his cab, with his knife, in his car, while he drove, and that made him the accessory. Should I report this? He was thinking. For 500 coins, I let a human kill one of my own. Is that cowardice? I pulled out 20 more 100-coin notes and dropped them on the passenger seat. That's 2,000 for the trouble. Wash the car, deal with the body. Oh, and I liked your knife, so I'm buying that too. He looked at the money. His conscience wavered for, by my estimate, 1/10 of 1 second. Guest, he said, glowing, you're too generous. Forget the body. If you wanted to stand on my head, I'd hold still. Hit me, he was thinking. Hit me harder with money. Trample my dignity. A ghost's conscience has a price, and I am delighted to have found mine. Let's go. Right away, sir. By the time we pulled up, his mental file on me had been revised 4 times. Human, saint, thug, devil, sugar daddy. Fuxing Hotel was a curved glass thing, modern, big, and considerably nicer than any building I have been inside while alive. 2 doormen at the entrance bowed guests in with real professional warmth. The warmth switched off when they saw me. Human, this isn't where you should be. You can't afford it. If you're here for the interview, wait outside. I nearly smiled. Not at them, at how efficient it was. 2 seconds. Total assessment. Correct filing. I walked past them. They reached out and then didn't, because they couldn't work out whether I was applying for a job or intending to sit down, and there are rules about how you handle each. So they let me through, and then they watched me, waiting for the moment they'd be allowed. I sat down at a table and opened the menu. What's he putting on airs for? One said. A human, consuming here. Isn't he afraid of going bankrupt? He'll order a plate of dried peanuts, said the other. You know how they eat, like wolves, like they haven't eaten in several lifetimes. Being in the same room lowers us. They'd seen this before, apparently. Humans and low-rank ghosts came in, bought the cheapest thing on the card, and sat there being wealthy for 40 minutes. I read the menu. Dry pot river snail from a wrathful ghost class beast, 388 a serving. Sizzling beef, dire ghost class, premium leg, 1,688. Lung slices, dire ghost class, crisp and refreshing, 688. Red bean and goji restorative soup, rare materials, 488. Seasonal vegetables, 288. The cheapest cooked thing in the building was 300 coins. For most players, that's a career. Everything I've marked, I said, handing it back. Bring it all. I was watching the beef. Dire ghost class. Premium cut. Whether I could get to 3rd order was going to be decided by whether the kitchen in this building was serious. The plates started coming out. Consumed dire ghost class beast leg, yin power plus 100. Consumed dire ghost class essence, yin power plus 50. Consumed wrathful ghost class river snail, yin power plus 10. None of them individually touched a soul fruit, but there were a lot of them, and they kept coming, and the number kept climbing. Yin power 4,500. I might have been the fastest moving 2nd order controller in the world at that point, and I was doing it sitting down. Behind me, the doorman watched a table fill up with about 1,000 coins of food and stopped breathing properly, and 3 tables over, somebody decided to make it my problem. Can Fuxing Hotel let just anyone in now? 3 of them. Dire ghost class, all sneering, all delighted with the opportunity. The doormen were there in a heartbeat. Guests, what's wrong? We come here because you don't entertain idlers or low-end crowds. One of them pointed at me openly. Now there's a human eating in the same room. I feel insulted. Also, how does a human afford that table? Do you not verify funds? What if he's here to dine and dash? That last part landed, and it landed because they all believed it, including the staff. The doorman came over, politely, which was worse. Guest, you've seen it. Your presence has caused dissatisfaction among other patrons. For the sake of your dining experience, please come and settle the bill first. And they meant it kindly, in the sense that if they confirmed I couldn't pay, the outcome was not being asked to leave. I looked up at them, and I smiled. Crooked meets the face-slapping condition. Congratulations, host. You have received a Fusheng Hotel Platinum Card. Platinum Card. Stores 1 million Netherworld coins. I felt my right pocket, and there was something in it that had not been there. 1 million, not a promise of 1 million. A card with 1 million on it, in my trousers, manufactured from nothing because 2 waiters were rude to me at the correct moment. Crooked Mouth Dragon King. I love you. That was when I heard heels on the floor, at a professional tempo, coming down. What's happening? She came down into the lobby in a green qipao, and every ghost in the room adjusted their posture. Ice blue eyes, hair down, an air of complete authority, and enough cold coming off her that I felt it from the table. The doorman shrank. Manager, this human wants to dine and dash. We're stopping him. She didn't answer them. She looked at me. Are you the manager here? I said without getting up. Then Fusheng Hotel owes me an explanation. I'm a guest, and I've been treated rudely. If I don't get a satisfactory answer today, you can take this back. And I put the card on the table. Her face went from stern to something else entirely. Who do you think you are? One of the doormen started. Do you need our manager to explain herself to you? Don't you have any awareness of your status as a Shut up. She picked up the card. She examined it carefully, the way you check a signature. And then she handed it back to me with both hands. You are our most distinguished platinum member, she said. Your demands are our principal. You could hear the room stop. Somebody at the next table asked quietly whether a platinum card was hard to get. You need 1 million on deposit, said his friend, in a voice like a man watching a building fall, which told everyone the second thing. Nobody deposits their whole fortune into a hotel loyalty card. 1 million wasn't my limit. 1 million was what I'd left at the front desk. The 3 dire ghosts had gone very quiet. Can you satisfy all my requests? I said. Yes. She didn't blink. Serving our platinum members is the principle of this house. Good. I pointed at the 3 of them without looking. Throw those out. I'm particular about my dining environment. Not every cat and dog should be eating in the same room as me. Those were their words. I gave them back with the ownership changed. They went green and then white, and then they roared about being paying customers, and she considered it for under 2 seconds. 3 guests. I see you've eaten enough. Settle up. Fusheng Hotel will not keep you. You dare! Yin power came off them. Fighting is not permitted inside Fusheng Hotel, she said, and did not move a finger, and the temperature dropped 10 degrees. Fierce ghost, they realized, all 3 at once, and their faces came apart. They left. On the way past, they got a good look at me sitting with my arms crossed, and I want to think I looked insufferable, because I was trying to. She turned back with a small professional smile. Anything else? Yes. I nodded at the doorman. I also consider feng shui when I dine. I've noticed those 2 have ominous signs about them. Once a business gets involved with men like that, the bad luck sticks. You could hear the room think, what is feng shui? That was, I'll admit, bullying. If Fusheng Hotel fired 2 doormen for supernatural bad vibes, their names were finished in the industry. Nobody hires the men the biggest hotel in the district let go for being unlucky. I had not just taken their jobs, I'd taken the next one too. She didn't hesitate at all. Having offended a distinguished platinum member, they would have been dismissed regardless. She turned to them, and her voice went flat and administrative. You 2 are dismissed, and because of your offense, this gentleman suffered an injustice. I'll be reporting it to the shareholders. They went gray. They knew there was no appeal. They walked out. Sir, are you satisfied? I put the card away. Money is not a resource in this world. Money is a weapon, and I was carrying an unregistered one. My name is Qin Yue, she said, tucking her hair back. What should I call you? The other 5 arrived with 8 minutes on the clock, out of breath. The bus had covered about 1/3 of the route before they'd had to get off and run the rest, which meant they'd paid 2 coins for the privilege of being late and exhausted. I knew it, the rich kid was saying. An A-rank dungeon's first stage isn't that easy. If we'd taken the bus the whole way, we'd never have made it. We should have run from the start and saved the fare. They were also, all of them, starving. The rich kid led them into a convenience store and bought a piece of moldy bread for 1 coin. Brother, said the schoolgirl, appalled, you don't have to be this hard on yourself. Can we not pool a little and get something better? Nobody took her up on it. The suited man bought the same bread. The big man bought two. Newcomers are always like you, said the suited man coldly. You know coins are precious. You don't yet know where the value actually is, so you waste money on things that don't matter. There's a hunger mechanic, the big man added, not unkindly. You'll be hungry again in a few hours, spend coins on food, and your wallet won't survive the week. And the quest wants 1,000 coins in 7 days, said the rich kid, chewing. You want luxuries, you work more. For newcomers, that's just an efficient way to die. So they all bought the bread, and the schoolgirl bit into it and, in her own words, felt her life ending. They ate it walking up to the hotel. Strange, said the rich kid, looking around. Where's the prodigal? He came by taxi. He should have been here ages ago. Which was a fair point, because main quests usually need everyone present. That, said the schoolgirl. Is that him? They looked through the glass. I was at a table with a waitress standing at my shoulder, working through the last of about 11 dishes. The schoolgirl looked down at the third of a piece of moldy bread in her hand and could not make it go into her mouth. They came in. They put the bread in their pockets first, all 5 of them, without discussing it. You've finally arrived, I said. None of them said anything. The schoolgirl picked up my menu and started adding and said out loud to nobody, 3,540 coins. This meal cost 3,500, which, with the taxi, put me over 4,000 on day 1, and their combined net worth did not reach it. You, the rich kid managed. The suited man was looking at me differently. Slowly, he said, May I ask what your game ID is? What? Said the rich kid. The big man understood first and dropped his indifference entirely. For dungeons with newcomers, the matching is usually 3 veterans and 3 new, said the suited man, to me, not to them. So you're a newcomer. And among newcomers, there is exactly one with the ability to spend 4,000 coins in an afternoon, and he's famous enough that the whole community is talking about him. The rich kid's face went through several stations and arrived somewhere awful. He's the one who got SS in the S-rank trial ground? I thought about denying it and decided there was no point, and nodded. The 5 of them went absolutely silent. And then, in unison and without saying it, every one of them began thinking about how to make friends with me. Qinyue came back over and looked at the group of humans crowding my table. Are you all here for a meal as well? We're here to start working, said the suited man. Ah, yes, a group was coming to apply for server positions today. Her voice went businesslike and about 4 degrees colder. In that case, follow me. I'm the lobby manager. Whether you're kept on depends on your performance. She counted us. Only 5? Weren't 6 hired? I'm one of them, I said. She stopped. A question mark formed above her head, visible from space. No, you, a platinum member with 1,000,000 coins on deposit. You're here for the casual labor. Is the young master experiencing commoner life? Do you want to feel the hardship of the lower classes? Mr. Chen, she said carefully, we might not be able to afford you. Pay me the normal rate. Because I didn't want the job. I wanted Quest 2, and Quest 2 was the prerequisite for Quest 3, and Quest 3 was where the rating lived. There is no route to an SS that skips the part where you carry plates. Very well, since Mr. Chen is willing to condescend, we'll treat you accordingly. She recovered her professionalism admirably. The position is server, it's casual work, so the rate is 100 coins per day, no meals, no accommodation, 30 coins deducted per guest complaint. Then she added without changing tone. Of course, that's the standard package. For you, Mr. Chen, we can offer 3 times the rate, 1,000 coins per day, hours flexible. Any guest complaints will be handled by us and you won't need to appear. 5 players, question marks. They looked at each other. The sentence going through all of their heads, I am told, was, your childhood and my childhood seem to have been different. Same species, same job title, same building. That'll do, I said, because 1,000 a day meant Quest 2 was finished tomorrow, and after that, every additional coin was pure rating. The 5 of them were not really recovering. That's 1,000 a day, they were thinking. Plenty of veterans don't have that net worth, and he isn't happy. He looks mildly disappointed. And who is the client here? And who is the contractor? The person paying the wage had to check whether the wage was acceptable, and offered triple market rate, and was worried it wasn't enough. They changed into the uniforms with extremely complicated feelings. The job itself is not skilled. Carry plates, wipe things. The reason it's dangerous is that the customers are ghosts, and you never know which small motion of yours will annoy one, and being complained about is the good outcome. The bad outcome is a broken arm. The worse outcome doesn't involve an arm. So the 5 of them moved around that dining room like people crossing a frozen lake, sweating through their collars over a distance of 9 meters. The first delivery went fine. Their hearts came down a little. Then the rich kid glanced over at me. I had just put a tray down at a table of ghosts, and the entire table had stood up. They were smiling. They were raising their glasses to me. They were saying, "No, no, we can carry them ourselves. We wouldn't dare trouble young Master Jiang." 5 players, question marks. It's one thing to have a different wage, they thought. Why are the customers scared of him? And they were scared. That was the part the rich kid caught. At a table of fierce ghosts, when I set the tray down, 2 of them nearly went out of their chairs getting it out of my hands, as though being served by me was a thing they could not survive socially. The schoolgirl, watching the room from the other side, said happily, "The forum says ghosts are brutal and see humans as food and should never be provoked. That was obviously exaggerated. Look how polite they are. If I didn't look at their faces, I'd think I was home." The rich kid choked on nothing. Is there a possibility, he thought, that ghosts are exactly as brutal as advertised, and the friendly atmosphere is because there is something deeply wrong with that specific human? Not even a 4th-order controller gets treated like that. Not even a 5th. Then somebody called him over. It was a ghost wrapped entirely in bandages. Head to fingers, with 2 red eyes showing through and the yin power leaking off him, said, "Fierce." The rich kid, to his credit, kept his voice steady. "Is there anything I can do for you?" The bandaged ghost produced a 10-coin note. And the rich kid who has money in the real world and knows what tipping is, took it and bowed and said, "Thank you for the tip, sir. I'll work even harder." There was a pause. "This isn't a tip," said the bandages. "It's a payment. I noticed you seem to know Mr. Chen. Bring him over and the money's yours." The rich kid stood there with 10 coins in his hand and a large hole where his dignity had been. "You're the customer," he thought. "He's the waiter. If you want him, you can just call him. What exactly is everyone so afraid of?" I came over. "You're looking for me?" "Young Master Jiang is also here for the auction, isn't he?" The bandaged ghost's tone with me was nothing like his tone with the waiter. "I hope that when the bidding starts, young Master Jiang can be a little lenient." I did not know there was an auction. "No problem at all," I said warmly. I'd never take face from Elder Bandage. He sagged with relief, which told me the auction mattered to him, which told me it mattered, and it did. Because at that point my entire offensive capability was a drum and a kitchen knife, and my entire defensive capability was optimism. If somebody clever came at me, I might not get to use the cheat at all. I had 1,000,000 coins and nothing to spend it on. Now I had somewhere. The rich kid stood there through all of it and stopped being able to process input, auction, competition. Those words don't go with players. Yes, fine, the newcomer had the most money of the 6 of us, but he'd spent it, 500 on a taxi, 3,500 on lunch. Even if he had change, it wasn't 1,000 coins, and a fierce ghost had just treated him as the main threat in the room. It's over, the rich kid thought. The world has gone mad again. He resolved to write all of this down when he got out, so that other people could feel what he was feeling. That evening, the day shift ended, and we were turned out of the building because casual staff don't sleep on site. The schoolgirl did the sums out loud, unhappily. 100 a day, no food, no bed, and the cheapest inn nearby is 20 a night, so 75 a day, clear, which does not reach 1,000 in 7 days. A rank dungeons are like that, said the suited man who had clearly expected it. You can't clear them by following the obvious route. The shortfall has to come from overtime or side work. There's an auction in a few days, said the rich kid. They'll need staff for crowd control. The pay won't be low. An auction, some risk, but held by Fusheng, so security will be comprehensive. The suited man nodded slowly, then looked around. Where's 10,000 laws? He hasn't come out. The rich kid's face did something complicated. I saw him book the presidential suite, 7 days, 40,000 coins, paid on the spot. He also got winked at by the front desk. 40,000. They stood on the pavement outside in the dark, all 5 of them, and something in them broke a little. Where, they were thinking, where does it come from? Even an SS settlement doesn't hand a rookie that much. This is not possible. How is he doing this? I didn't know any of that and wouldn't have cared. I'd had a bath in a room the size of my apartment, and I'd gone out for a walk to see what a ghost city looks like at night. I got about 100 meters before the street emptied, not gradually. Between one step and the next, every pedestrian was gone, the traffic noise stopped, and the lights stayed on over an empty road. Human, we finally waited for you. 3 of them came out. The dire ghost trio from lunch, who had not left, who had spent the entire day in the street outside waiting for me to come out of a building. Didn't expect this, did you? We've been staking this out for half a day. This time there's no second fierce ghost to back you up. I was briefly surprised, and then I was so happy, because I had wondered whether they'd swallow it. The smart ones swallow it. The proud ones sit in a street for 11 hours. I'd wanted this. I needed drum material, and I needed a ghost hunting achievement for the settlement, and I'd been wondering how to arrange a fight without starting one myself. They'd volunteered. I looked at them, and my mouth started to go crooked. Big brother, said one of them, nervously. Look. He's doing the mouth thing again. So what if he's doing the mouth thing? No, big brother, don't you remember? He did the mouth thing this morning, and then he pulled a platinum card out of nowhere. He's doing it again. What if he's got another one? The leader was burnt, badly, and a long time ago, over all of him. Do you think I'm stupid? He said. After learning his background isn't simple, do you think I didn't prepare? This isn't reality anymore. This is a ghost domain. Even if he has bodyguards, they can't get in. Which was smart. That was genuinely smart. He'd pulled the whole street into a pocket and sealed it, and if I'd had backup, he'd just made it irrelevant. I'm still nervous, big brother. Look at him. He isn't worried at all. That expression is very punchable. Go and tear his mouth off. The one-eyed one came at me, and his claws would have gone through a boulder. Detected face-slapping environment. Resentful spirit small drum. Rare. Upgraded to Thunder God drum. Epic. Thunder God drum. Epic. Recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, there is a thunder god in lees with a dragon's head and a man's body. When its belly is struck with purple hide and dragon patterns, 1 strike shakes the soul body and invigorates the blood. 2 strikes summon thunder. Pure Land is surprised by this suddenly upgraded item and curious how you did it. Also, almost forgot to remind you, anyone who dares to strike it twice is definitely a Spartan warrior. I'd expected the cheat to hand me something. I'd half expected men in suits to arrive and call me Dragon King. It just reached into my inventory and made my drum into a god. The thing in my hand had changed weight. The hide had gone translucent, green light moving under it, and there was thunder in there, very far away, like weather 2 valleys over. An epic item. Players use epic items up to 7th order. There are, in the entire world, a handful. Using it on 3 dire ghosts was using an ox cleaver on a chicken. I hit it once. The sound came out wrong. It was a drum, and it was also something enormous clearing its throat. The one-eyed one stopped mid-air, landed badly, and stood there with the lights off behind his eyes because his mind had taken a hit hard enough to disconnect it from the rest of him. Shakes the soul body. Confirmed. Invigorates the blood, meanwhile, happened to me. Strength 40 plus 10, speed 40 plus 10, spirit 72 plus 10. An entire human ceiling stacked on top of what I already had, for free because I hit a drum. I moved. The white kitchen knife was in my hand, and I crossed the gap like something falling, with light going off behind my eyes. And I opened his throat and kept going and took the head off. He went down. The green light came off him and the drum drank it, and his face surfaced on the hide and wailed. The burnt one had been standing there enjoying the show. He had not moved. He was still in the posture of a man about to watch somebody's mouth get torn off. Too fast. It had been too fast. By the time he understood, his brother's head was on the pavement. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, he thought, which is a phrase they have for exactly this. Second brother, together, this human deserves to die. I stood there feeling extraordinary. A second-order controller with nothing but raw stats had just killed a dire ghost head-on. Not survived. Crushed. No wonder the cheat hadn't bothered summoning me an army. It looked at the situation, looked at the drum, and concluded that with the drum, I was already the strongest thing on this street. The 2 of them came for me together, and I looked at the drum and remembered the description. 1 strike shakes the soul body, 2 strikes summon thunder. Today I thought, I want to be the thunder god. I hit it twice inside a 1/10 of a second. The green light came up out of the hide, and then the drum reached into me and took nearly 5,000 yin power in under a second, like something enormous swallowing. I felt myself empty out, and a ball of arcing white light turned over in my hand, and I understood without being told that I could throw it. You 2, I said, help me test this. If you can take it, I'll let you walk out of here in one piece. I threw it. It went across that street like it was alive, and it made a noise on the way, and the burnt one's face came apart. Holy crap, he thought. How are you even producing special effects? Second brother, don't be afraid. Charge. It's clearly just a light show. There's no damage. He was retreating the entire time he said this. And his second brother, who had correctly predicted where this was going, had already turned around. Nothing outruns lightning. 2 of them went down and stayed down smoking, and the last thing in their eyes was the firm opinion that humans are despicable. I stood in the middle of the empty street and shook. Not fear. Depletion. 5,000 yin power gone in a second, and it hadn't even been a full discharge, and I felt like a man who'd been wrung out and hung up. So powerful, I said, out loud, to nobody. But the consumption is insane. Because that was an incomplete arc. That was what the drum could manage on a second-order budget. If I got to 3rd, to 4th, if I could actually feed the thing what it wanted, I had no idea what came out the other end. I genuinely didn't want to guess. I let the drum take all 3 of them. And when a little yin power had come back, I pushed it into the drum, and the 2 burnt ones came off the hide and drifted out across the empty street and went looking. They came back with a bronze mirror, cracked across. Damaged bronze mirror, advanced. Once the personal item of a ghost king. Its yin power has leaked away and its power is entirely lost. It retains one use, to expand a ghost domain. However, if you use it as a mirror, it's a permanent item. Remember to also equip a comb. Use the mirror and comb together, and you'll be the most dazzling guy on this street. One use, one ghost domain, one street, sealed, at a time of my choosing. Pull someone in there and they never find out what happened to them. Not bad, I said, and put it away. The drum's buff wore off. My stats dropped back to 40, 40, 72, and the emptiness got worse. And I stood there thinking about the auction. I had a fence now. I had nothing else. If somebody put an ambush together properly, instead of standing in a street for 11 hours, I was going to find out what dying feels like. I walked out of the mirror's range, and the city came back on around me like a switch. I was, by then, extremely tired and extremely dangerous, and I wanted a bed. The two female doormen on the night shift bowed me in at 90 degrees, and one of them winked at me, which I am reporting factually and without comment. At the front desk, the clerk took my room card, said there was a problem with it, and handed it back with a note stuck to the back. Staff dormitory. Room 606. I put that in my pocket and reflected on the fact that money changes what people are willing to see in a person's face. Mr. Chen, you seem to have been in a fight. Heels, coming down the stairs. She'd seen the state of my clothes. You remember the three from this morning? I said. They ambushed me outside. Her expression changed. She had not expected them to be that stupid. She was, I could see, running through the consequences of three of her guests attacking her platinum member on the pavement outside her hotel. Mr. Chen, tell me the direction. I'll bring them in and let you deal with them. No need. They've been dealt with. She looked at me. Mr. Chen, you killed them? Or did I mishear and your bodyguard found them? They were three ghosts, I said, honestly puzzled. Why would I need help? Qinyue's mouth opened slightly and stayed that way. Yes, she was thinking. They were three ghosts. Small chili peppers. To me. To you they were fatal, and I have met a great many humans, and not one of them has ever been able to kill anything above a wrathful ghost. This one is full of mysteries. That was the first night. I have to keep the rest of that week fairly brief because most of it is business. By the second day, I'd found the VIP lounge on the top floor, where the cheapest dish is 1,000 coins and the most expensive bottle is 100,000, and where the food doesn't just carry yin power, it carries stats. Braised sea eel, dire ghost class, raises strength. Leaping ghost shrimp, raises speed. Blood ginseng mushroom soup, boiled from an entire dire ghost class beast, invigorates the spirit. Serve them all. 21,552 coins for a breakfast. Consumed dire ghost class sea eel. Strength +3, yin power +100. Consumed leaping ghost shrimp. Speed +2, yin power +50. Drank mushroom soup. Strength +1, speed +1, spirit +3, yin power +100, strength 52, speed 50, spirit 93, yin power 5,500, 12 points of strength, 10 of speed, 21 of spirit, and 1,000 yin power over one meal. It's expensive and it works, and it is, if I'm honest, the single most efficient thing I have ever done with money. Other players spend 6 months in mortal danger to move a stat by 4. I ordered breakfast. The only real event of that morning happened downstairs, and it's the reason 2 of the other players survived the week. The schoolgirl and the rich kid had been reassigned to the VIP lounge at 300 a day, which sounded generous until they got up there and understood that every diner was a member and the floor of the room was dire ghost class. An old ghost in a black suit came in, gaunt as a coat rack, with the manner of a man who has people. He looked at the schoolgirl, and his eyes came alight. You are human, aren't you? She remembered her training and bowed. Guest, how may I help you? I want her to serve me personally. No problem, is there? The deputy manager, a round little man very concerned with his own promotion, agreed instantly. So she carried his first dish over, and as she got close, she saw him stretch his neck out and open his mouth and lunge for her. She screamed and threw the tray, and then it was over, and he was sitting exactly where he had been, and the tray was on the floor, and everything she had seen had been in her head. Veterans had warned her about this. Some of them enjoy inducing the mistake. There's a solution, and the solution is, don't believe your eyes. Knowing that and doing it are different subjects. That plate, said the old ghost pleasantly, was dire ghost class liver. 2,888 coins. You knocked it over. Is it too much to ask for your 2 legs? The rich kid came running and found out the number and went white because he had 800 coins to his name and that was everything he had. The old ghost started counting down from 3. I got there on 1. 2,888 was it? I'll cover it. And I want to be clear about my motives because I've been accused of having good ones. The cheat needs a face-slapping scenario. It needs somebody to be causing trouble. I'd used it twice and got 1,000,000 coins and an epic item, and both times the trigger was somebody else starting something. If nobody was bothering me, then intervening in something counted. I was not there to save her. I was there because she was a scenario. The result was the same, and she can have it. Another human, said the old ghost, and the pleasantness went out of him. What are you that you dare interfere in my business? Qin Yue stepped in front of me before I could answer. This guest is also a member here. If you wish to attack him, I'll have to ask you to leave. He was surprised for exactly 1 second. Then he took out a square lotus badge and pinned it to his chest. Look closely. I'm a shareholder of Fuxing Hotel. What I do to a human server is not a member's business. And the room went interested because everybody in that lounge understood the difference. A member is a customer. A shareholder is an owner. Members do not instruct shareholders. The deputy manager, who had watched the whole thing happen and said nothing, now stepped up and started scolding Qin Yue in front of everyone about how the old gentleman held 3% and might soon reach 5 and become a decision maker, and how she was pushing him away. He'd been courting that old man for 2 weeks to get his membership upgraded. It was his performance metric. He was not going to lose it over a person. Qin Yue's jaw tightened, and she looked at me, and she shook her head very slightly. The message was clear. This one, I can't win. The schoolgirl slid down onto the floor with her face empty. Heaven to hell in 90 seconds. Human, said the old ghost impatiently. What are you standing there for? Even a member can't disturb my rights. I'll report you to the other shareholders and have your membership cancelled. He's a platinum member, said Qin Yue one last time. That got a longer pause. But he'd committed, and he wasn't afraid. Hey, platinum. A platinum member also has no right to stop a shareholder from conducting business. And he stood there absolutely luminous with the joy of it, because he was showing off in front of a platinum member, and there was nothing the platinum member could do. I let it build. I let him get all the way to the top of it. Then I smiled crooked. Face-slapping scene triggered. Congratulations to the player for owning 52% of Fuxing Hotel's shares and obtaining a golden badge. According to share analysis, you are currently the majority shareholder of Fuxing Hotel and hold veto rights. Current shareholder ranking: host, 52%. Floating Life Hotel boss, 30%. Second shareholder, 10%. Third shareholder, 8%. Remark: all individual shareholder shares have been confiscated by the host. I read that last line twice. All individual shareholder shares. Every scattered retail holding in this building, gathered up out of pockets across the city and posted into mine because an old man needed slapping, which meant his 3% was also gone. He was already moving. Just a shareholder, I said. You say that like somebody else isn't one. And I took out a hexagonal golden badge and pinned it on. The room stopped. Fuxing Hotel badges come in 3 shapes: square for retail holders, pentagonal for decision makers above 5%, and hexagonal gold, which exists in exactly 1 copy and belongs to the largest shareholder. Where did he get the capital? The room was thinking. Where did he get the channels? How do you make that many retail holders sell at once? Qin Yue was staring at the badge like it had insulted her personally. This is impossible, the old ghost was shouting. How could a human be the majority shareholder here? Nothing is impossible, I said, looking down at him. My power is beyond your imagination, and then because it was right there, now, try to make a move again. His face went through every color it had. Those were his words too. I was giving everything back today. He couldn't do it. Platinum member and majority shareholder in one person is a man who walks sideways through this building, and he was 3% of nothing. Today I picked the wrong person, he said thickly. This dish doesn't need compensating. I'll leave, all right? He turned to go. He had, I found out later, already decided to sell his 3% and never come back. Wait, he stopped, vibrating. Is there anything else? I've already made concessions. Don't bully ghosts too much. I acquired all the Fuxing shares that were on the market, I said, unhurried. That's 52%. The remaining 48 is held by the boss and the other 2 shareholders. I let that sit. Where did your 3% come from? You could hear the room turn over, because there wasn't any left. I'd taken all of it. Every legitimate retail share in the building was in my pocket, which meant whatever was in his was not. He stood there with his mouth open and his head buzzing. Fake? He said. That's a joke. I bought them with real money. He had. That was the tragedy of it. He'd paid, in full, to a person who'd sold him nothing, and he'd worn the badge for however long, and now he was going to be publicly exposed as a fraud on the strength of a technicality I had manufactured out of thin air 9 seconds earlier. The deputy manager, sweating hard, examined the badge and delivered his verdict with real venom because he'd been made a fool of too. Fake. This shareholder badge is fake. And the room erupted. He panicked and explained that he'd been deceived himself, that he'd paid, that he hadn't known. I didn't listen. He was Dire Ghost class, and Dire Ghost class belonged on my drum. Forging a shareholder, I said, damaging the image of my Fusheng hotel. You've found your way to die. I took the drum out and hit it once. His expression went blank. I hit it again, 10 times louder, and green light came up and I flicked the arc off my fingers into him. He went over backwards and did not get up, and the resentment came off him and settled into the hide with the others. The room was extremely quiet. This human, they were all thinking, kills over conversation. Are we ghosts? Or is he? I killed your client, I said to the deputy manager. You won't hold that against me, will you? He nearly folded in half. No, great shareholder. You're restoring the image of Fusheng Hotel. I'm grateful. It's far too late to blame you. And that is how I learned that in this world, ownership is a weapon too, and it's a better one than the drum. The rest of the week ran on rails after that. I made Qin Yue general manager because the post was vacant and because she'd stood in front of me when it cost her something. 200,000 a year plus 1% of net income, which roughly doubled her. I brought my sons in. They came into the lobby 3 abreast, and the temperature in the room dropped and everybody stopped eating. The headless one had come up from evil to dire in the time I'd been away, on the strength of suddenly having family with resources, which I'll take some credit for. They nearly shouted father across a full dining room, and I stopped them with a look, and they converted it mid-syllable into a unison, young master, which did not help. 2 fierce ghosts and a dire bowing to a human in public is its own kind of announcement. The whole room decided I was the spokesman for some ghost king, and I let them. I ordered them dinner, and this is my favorite thing that happened that week. I pointed at the menu. Stir-fried potato, 88. Minced meat with vermicelli, 188. Flatbread strips, 188. Vegetable soup, 88. Steamed greens. I picked 8 of them. The 3 of them went pale. Over 1,000 coins on home cooking. They had never eaten anything that expensive in their lives, and they could not enjoy it. Father, said the village chief in an agonized whisper, this is too wasteful. 8 dishes. We can't possibly finish them. I looked at him strangely. What are you talking about? Who said those are what I'm ordering? He started to relax. I put the menu down and said to the waiter, don't bother with the ones I pointed at. Bring all the others. Be quick. Tell the kitchen I'm entertaining guests. The 3 of them made noises. So the ones you picked, they were thinking, were the ones you didn't want. Father, was your standard of living this high? What did we look like just now? Country bumpkins. We've embarrassed you. Fortunately, they concluded, we never got the chance to host you back home because our cooking would have been an insult. 2 tables of it came out, the lobby filled with the smell, and 3 dead men who had spent a century eating what a poor village grows put their heads down and ate like they'd been waiting their whole afterlives for it, which they had. Then the chief remembered business and produced a sack, soul fruit, more than a dozen of them. Father, I heard you needed these for the auction, so I picked extra. I don't know if it's enough. And me, said the water ghost. I heard you needed the fish to open the market, so I went out and caught a few hundred. If it's not enough, I'll catch more. They said it like children bringing home a report card, so I told them the plan, a concrete road to the city, an ancestral hall, rebuild the village, every household in a good house with a car outside, annual dividends so the young people don't have to leave. In 5 years, a village where the average household is worth 1 million coins. 10 years, and Huangquan is a model economy. The 3 of them sat there with their mouths open, watching a future arrive that none of them had ever been able to picture. Father, said the headless one, and his voice wasn't steady. Will such a day really come? There'll be bread, I said. There'll be milk. There'll be everything. I signed the contract with the other 2 shareholders that afternoon. Fusheng buys the fish, and 3% of gross sales revenue on the fish goes back to the village every year in perpetuity. That contract is robbery. Anywhere else on earth, it would be laughed out of the room. But it was a seller's market with exactly 1 seller, and the majority shareholder was in favor, so it went through. 2 days later, Luofu Ghostfish was the signature dish, and the dining room was full again. And then came the auction, and I want to tell you about the auction properly, because the auction is where the week actually turned. The hall holds 1,000 ghosts, and it was full. A suited ghost with human-style glasses spotted me in the queue and decided to make his evening better. Human, this is not where you should be. You should be like the waiting staff, bowing your head, serving us, instead of thinking about things that don't belong to you. He turned around and shouted for staff to remove me, and my sons went off like 3 car alarms. Shut up! The village chief came forward with a stride no centenarian should have. What are you daring to tell our young master Jiang to leave? Heh heh heh, said the water ghost, standing over him. How about this old man tries you out, and we see if you have the right to stay? The headless one held his own head up so it could grin at the man personally. 2 fierce ghosts and a dire, all at once, over a human. The suited ghost's face went every color. He couldn't back down, and he couldn't go forward, and he had to walk into that auction house past everybody with his fists shut. Coward, said my sons at conversational volume. Someone like him wouldn't even get a meal in our village. You're underestimating beggars. Beggars have judgment. He kept walking and didn't look back, and I saw him pull out a communication device once he was inside, and he wasn't the only one who did that. I didn't think about it at the time. I should have. Qin Yue found me in the queue and was horrified. Mr. Chen, with your status you shouldn't be sitting in the main hall. We have private room number 1 prepared. And she took my hand and walked me straight up the line, past 900 ghosts, which produced exactly the reaction you'd expect until somebody mentioned the platinum card and the entire queue went quiet. The first lot was a bottle of 12 black pills. Return yin pill, perfect quality, 100% restoration, no impurities, suitable for anything below fierce ghost. Opening bid 10,000, restores consumed yin power, which with the drum meant sustained fire instead of one shot and a nap. 30,000. Everyone who'd been planning to creep up in 500s put their hands down. Damn it, they were thinking. We thought 10,000 for 12 pills was expensive. You tripled it. Who bids like that? The second lot was a bracelet of 3 skulls. Evil Spirit bracelet, defensive, mid-grade tier 3, withstands a full power strike from a fierce ghost and reduces spirit damage. Opening bid 100,000, defense, the thing I did not have. Each bid must not be lower than 1,000, said the host. 300,000. The host stopped talking. So did the room. Can you slow down when you bid, they were all thinking, so that we can feel like we're participating? Lots 3, 4, and 5 were materials and ore, and I took all of them at 50, 80, and 160,000, which used up the entire million. The room had noticed. I've counted, someone said. That's 600,000 from this human since the start. Don't panic, somebody worked it out. His spending since checking in is already near 1 million. The card's empty. The real competition starts now. Then the 6th lot came out, and the room woke up. A blue bead, breathing cold mist. Heavenly nether bead. First grade top tier auxiliary, raises the wearer's yin power automatically. Within the mist, yin power grows and spirit slowly improves. Worn long term, the user's yin power gains an ice property, causing slowing and freezing. Opening bid 300,000. Every ghost in the building sat up because passive yin power growth is the dream. Nobody trains, everybody eats. And here was a rock that just gave it to you. 350, 400, 450. 600,000, said Elder Bandage, and the room hesitated, because 150,000 jump means somebody has decided. 700,000. That was the suited ghost, the one from the queue, and he changed completely, chin up, looking down his nose at the entire room. 730, Elder Bandage tried. 800,000, said the suited ghost, and looked directly up at my private room while he said it. Elder Bandage went quiet. His ceiling was 750. He'd asked me for leniency, and I'd given it to him, and then somebody else had eaten him alive anyway, and he sat down looking wretched. The suited ghost was extremely pleased with himself. 1 million, I said. The hall came apart. It's the human again. Didn't they say he was out of money? How did he bid another million? They'd assumed I hadn't bid because I was broke. I hadn't bid because I was waiting. If your Fusheng Hotel has no intention of auctioning this, the suited ghost yelled at the host, then don't bring it out. What's the point of showing it and letting one person buy everything? Then to me, I don't believe you can produce a second million. Human, if you have the guts, come up with 1.6. And he demanded a funds check in front of 1,000 people. I sat in that room and felt the taste of it come exactly right. Ding, triggered face-slapping plot. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Netherworld Bank Underworld Black Card. Netherworld Bank Underworld Black Card. Savings of 10 million Netherworld coins. Last time a rude waiter got me 1 million. This time a public funds check over a lot worth more than 1 million got me 10. I stood up, walked out of the private room to the rail where everybody could see me, and threw a black card down onto the auction stage. I'll take all the auction items today. Deduct it from that. Nobody spoke. That card, said Elder Bandage uncertainly. Could that be a Netherworld Bank Underworld Black Card? An Underworld Black Card? The bank has one of those? What is it? If I remember correctly, the application requirement is 10 million on deposit. 10 million on deposit. Which meant 11 million liquid in a room where the entire assembled net worth did not obviously reach that. Saying he'd take the whole auction wasn't arrogance, it was arithmetic. And they all understood, at the same moment, that for the first time in the history of the Netherworld, a human was going to be the most powerful economic force in the room, and there was nothing any of them could do about it. I bought everything. Bloodstained rope, mid-grade tier 3, inescapable below fierce ghost, 200,000 opening, 500. Profound yin ghost gold, rare ore for supreme grade artifacts, 500,000, 1 million, 4 coffin nails, bundled, high-grade tier 2, seals a ghost's movements when charged, 1 million, 2 million. Downstairs, 5 players in staff uniforms watch their colleague empty an auction house. My goodness, went there thinking, You've activated a cheat that edits the coin counter. We're carrying trays to earn 1,000, and you're throwing out hundreds of thousands. The schoolgirl had her chin in both hands like a fan at a concert. Chen Gei is so amazing. He alone suppressed all the ghosts in the room, the rich kid said quietly. I suspect you're hinting at me. The last lot was a ring, white as jade with a faint blood-colored pattern running across a third of it, and it wasn't a weapon and had no function at all. This is not a yin artifact, said the host. It's an ordinary bone ring, but this ring was the Scarlet Queen's former token of love. It symbolizes her most beautiful past affection, and she will bless the woman who wears it with eternal happiness. Opening bid, 1 netherworld coin. The Scarlet Queen, Qin Yue murmured to me, is a ghost king, so the value was in the association, collectible, sentimental, practically nothing. 1 million, I said. The entire room's mouth twitched in unison. A female ghost in the stalls shouted up, Young master, that ring can only be worn by a woman. It's useless to you. Why not let me have it? Who said I have to wear it myself? I said. Don't I happen to have exactly the right person standing next to me? The hall turned as one and looked at Qin Yue. They knew her. Everybody knew her. Half the men in that room had eaten in her dining room specifically to look at her, and she had turned down every single one of them, without exception, for years. They settled in to watch a human get destroyed in public, and they were going to enjoy it. She put her hand over her mouth, and then she leaned across and kissed my cheek in front of 1,000 ghosts, and left a mark on it. The noise that came out of that hall was not a happy noise. I want to be measured about this. She is a fierce ghost. She runs a 5-star hotel, and she had spent a week watching me solve every problem in her building by making it more expensive. What happened between us that week happened, and it stays in that week, and I'm not going to narrate it to you. What I'll say is that it wasn't the ring. It was that I'd handed her the general manager's post in a sentence, and she'd noticed that I never once asked her for anything in return. The auction wasn't finished. Today's auction should have ended, said the host mysteriously, but the majority shareholder of our Fuxing hotel has submitted a truly good item. A high-grade material that raises all 3 attributes and yin power with effects exceeding the flesh of a dire ghost-class beast. The Huangquan Soul Fruit. 100,000 coins per piece. Every ghost who had stood up to leave sat back down. They looked up at my room and waited. I said nothing. A wandering soul in the stalls put in a nervous bid. I said nothing. That gave them hope, and hope in a room of 900 frustrated people is a chemical reaction. They'd spent 2 hours being outbid by a human, and they had a great deal of feeling to discharge. The fruit went from 100,000 to 300,000, and it is not worth 300,000. And the happiest man in the building was the suited ghost, who had been humiliated in the queue and slapped at the podium, and now, with me sitting silent, was finally the biggest spender in the room again. He bought 1 million coins, every coin his organization had given him. He was still glowing when he walked out, and he overheard 2 ghosts in front of him talking. He's too cunning. That human put his own goods up last. Everyone had lost the earlier lots and had nothing to spend on, so they all fought over the final item. Severe overpricing. He made a killing. What do you mean, that humans? The last lot came from the majority shareholder. You don't know? The majority shareholder is him. Of course it was his. Why do you think he didn't bid? I'm told he stood in the street for some time. The final accounts, delivered backstage with a bow. 15 items acquired, totaling 4,700,000. 18 soul fruits sold, totaling 5 million. After fees, 100,000 transferred to your account. I had bought out an auction house and come out 100,000 up. Money, it turns out, gets easier the more of it you have, which is a thing people say, and which I had never once experienced from this side. The black card was still untouched at 10 million. There was one more piece of business that week, and it's the one that mattered. The second and third shareholders came to me looking grim. The Floating Life hotel boss was back, and he wanted to buy them out and sell the hotel. Why? Business has improved. He thinks it's temporary. He wants to sell at the peak, take the money, and run. He couldn't get a response from us, so he's coming to you. If he recovers more than 20%, he can force a mortgage on the whole property. Little brother Jiang, said the third shareholder, who was a small girl carrying a hammer bigger than she was. The boss is serious this time. Try not to object outright. Stall. He's volatile, and he's capable of anything. I went in. He had a goatee and a single black horn coming out of his forehead, and he was flipping through business reports with a face like a slammed door. You must be Mr. Chen, who acquired 52%. I won't beat around the bush. Name your price. I'll buy all of it at market. What if I don't sell? Human. I don't care what your purpose here is. This is the business I founded. Even if you don't agree, I can mortgage it, and then the market value collapses and your 52% becomes worthless. It'll be too late to regret it. He meant it. He'd built a company worth tens of millions from nothing, and he had the nerve to match. Useless, I said. He looked up. What did you say? I said you're useless. Did you hear me clearly? He came out of the chair with fierce ghost pressure rolling off him and his goatee actually lifting, and I smiled crooked. Ding. Meeting the face-slapping environment. Skill I am your father has been upgraded to level 3. I am your father, level 3. When deterrence reaches 60, shouting the phrase actively makes you the father of the designated target. I had 72 spirit. I'd needed 70 for level 2. The cheat had reached back into a previous dungeon and upgraded the previous cheat and dropped the requirement below what I already had. You don't believe I'm useless? I said. Open your dog eyes and look. I am your father. You can't even recognize me, and you want to argue about who's useless. He stopped. He looked at me, and then he kept looking, and the more he looked, the more familiar I got. The rage came off his face like a mask being lifted, and underneath it was embarrassment. Father, he said sheepishly. So it was you. I'm useless. I'm useless. I actually didn't recognize you, father. I put my hands behind my back. I hear you want to sell Fusheng Hotel. And you want the shares in my hand. How could that be? The door opened. The little girl with the hammer had come to check on me. She saw me in the boss's chair with my legs crossed and the boss on his knees on the floor. She dropped the hammer. The second shareholder came charging in behind her, took in the same view, and stopped dead. Boss, he was thinking, why are you kneeling? Even if there really is a ghost king behind this human, you don't have to grovel to this extent. This is embarrassing. Anyone who didn't know would think you'd been frightened stiff. Brother Jiang, what's going on? And boss, the floor is cold. Get up. We can discuss anything. The Floating Life Hotel. Boss, who had built a company worth tens of millions from nothing, stayed exactly where he was and looked at me for permission. Get up. He scurried to his feet, brewed me a cup of strong tea with his own hands, put it in front of me, and said, please try this, while suppressing the urge to call me dad in front of colleagues. Drank soul tea. Spirit +5, yin power +200. Sit, I said to the shareholders. It's good you're here. Listen to his reason for wanting to sell. The second shareholder started to offer the boss his chair, and I said, he can stand. Standing is good, said the boss brightly. Standing is good for the body. Both shareholders' faces did something painful, and then he explained, and the explanation is the only part of that room I actually cared about. I received news that the Netherworld is about to undergo a massive transformation. Many Ghost King level forces have already begun to establish themselves in areas closer to the periphery. If I don't sell now, then when those forces arrive, I won't be able to sell at all. I might go bankrupt. The two shareholders went quiet, because that made sense of everything. The law of the jungle applies to commerce too. When Ghost Kings move into a district, businesses get acquired or they get flattened, and it happens fast. They both looked at me. They were sure by then that I was the advance man for one of those forces, and that buying into Fusheng was part of somebody's strategic layout. I let them think it. Maintain the status quo, I said. Leave the rest to me. Fusheng Hotel will never change hands. What I say, not even Jesus can change. They relaxed completely and went off to run the business. I sat there afterwards with a cup of soul tea and thought about the actual sentence. Ghost King forces are moving toward the periphery, toward here. I was 2 dungeons old, and I just spent a week accumulating property in a city that something very large had started walking towards. The boss still looked worried, so I called my sons in, and the 4 of them sat down together, and my sons explained to him, at length and with total conviction, that father's former identity was not simple, that he was slowly recovering his strength, that he had planned for all of this in advance, and that everything visible was the tip of the iceberg. Second brother, said the headless one gravely, the 3-year period is up. Dad has awakened and returned to the Netherworld. He'll reclaim everything he once lost. It's our fortune to be Dad's sons. 3 brothers became 4 brothers. The headless one dropped to 3rd. The boss sat in the middle of it, getting slowly drunk on a future I had invented on a bluestone road 9 days earlier to explain why I looked 24. On the last day, the 5 players found me to say thank you, which I hadn't expected. Immortal Lord, said the suited man, and he meant it. Thank you for stepping in for her. It deterred the staff. Nobody made things difficult for us after that. We got through the 7 days in peace. We're the veterans and the newcomer carried us, said the big man. It's embarrassing. I hope we team up again. The rich kid gave me a thumbs up and said, you're awesome, which from him was an act of contrition. And the schoolgirl looked at me with wet eyes and asked for my contact information so she could repay me in the real world. The other 4 pretended not to care, and every one of them leaned in. If fate allows, I said, we'll meet again. And I left. That mechanism exists for a reason. Grudges from inside a dungeon can't be allowed to walk out into the real world, or the player population drops fast, and Pure Land needs players. I understood it. So I didn't give it. She looked, I'm told, like an abandoned wife. And the rich kid said, I helped you a lot too. Why don't you want to repay me? And she looked at him with visible disgust and said she'd repay him in her next life as a cow or a horse. That night the countdown hit 0 and Fusheng Hotel folded up around me. Detected host leaving instance. The cheat Crooked Mouth Dragon King has passed testing and is now live. Crooked Mouth Dragon King, Level 1. When you give an evil grin, existing attributes, skills, items, and levels +1. When selecting, the system automatically chooses a compatible ability. Duration 10 minutes. Activation condition. Trigger a face-slapping plot. They'd nerfed it from creation to enhancement. It could no longer make 1,000,000 coins out of nothing. It could only take what I already had and make it better for 10 minutes. Which, if you think about it for 1 second, is not a nerf at all. Raise I Am Your Father by 1 and the requirement drops again. Raise the Thunder God drum by 1 and an epic item becomes legendary, and Crooked Mouth Dragon King can be leveled too. Take it high enough and it goes back to being the version that pulled black cards out of the air. Then the settlement ran. Clearance time 168 hours. Rating A. Strategy progress 100%. Waiter, platinum member, major shareholder, boss's biological dad. Rating SS. Achievements unlocked 8. Rating SS. Innately fatherly body. Legendary. You once again, through incredible means, became the Fusheng Hotel boss's biological dad. Are you the legendary innate hegemon body, the father of all heavens? Netherworld gives you a strict warning. Please, please don't come over here. I don't want another digital dad. Starting with billions, epic. Yes, you didn't misread. You're 1 word away from starting from scratch. You used Fusheng Hotel as a platform to earn your first major pot of gold. 500,000 from fish sales plus 5 million from 18 soul fruit, easily achieving a small goal every day. Difficulty? Is difficulty needed for this? Human Emperor Inheritor? Epic. Killing ghosts is one thing, but you also mess with their minds and you absorb their grievances to turn them into ghosts, preventing them from ever moving on. Honestly, your actions are more like a ghost than actual ghosts. Netherworld asks in confusion, are you a 100,000-year-old soul ghost who has recultivated? Millionaire? Rare. Don't misunderstand. This is worth an epic achievement, but I only gave you a rare one. You should reflect on why. Netherworld cannot trace the source of your 10 million coins, so it doesn't count. Final evaluation, SS, 650,000 coins. 5 attribute points, 2 silver item boxes, a twin contract, another perfect level ghost contract, and another Wan Nang soul point, level 1 to 5, strength 89, speed 85, spirit 132, yin power 6,500, and a bank balance of 10,650,000. I put the soul point into I Am Your Father, took it to level 4, and watched the requirement drop to 50 deterrents. Then I tried to put the next one in, and got told I didn't have enough, which made sense. 8 points to restore a conceptual ability was always going to get more expensive as it got closer, so I spent it on Crooked Mouth Dragon King instead. Level 2. 2 things get +1 instead of 1. The boxes gave me beginner horsemanship, which I declined to discuss, and a coin. Lucky coin, rare. The life-saving money of the legendary Emperor Double Eagle. Simple to use. When encountering danger, take out the coin and gamble with your enemy for your life. Whoever loses the gamble loses a silver dollar. If you win the gamble, you resolve an enemy's attack. If you lose the gamble, then it's just your bad luck. Note: if your fate is not strong, it's best not to try it casually. I put that in my pocket and forgot about it for 2 dungeons, and then it saved my life, so. The forum lost its mind again, obviously. Second global banner in 10 days, same name on it. The leaderboard for Fusheng Hotel had me at 100%, and second place was a man called Bai Yushan at 38, who came into the thread and explained his run in detail because he was proud of it and he had every right to be. He'd bribed a supervisor into promoting him early. He'd worked the VIP lounge for 7 days without a single incident. He'd solved problems for 3 difficult clients and earned 3,000 coins, 38%. That is an outstanding run. That is a man playing the game correctly at a high level, and the forum's reaction was, before the comparison, 38% was unreachable. After the comparison, 38% is trash data, which was unfair to him, and I'd like it noted that I thought so at the time. The rich kid also posted. He posted everything he'd seen. A 20,000 coin meal, 40,000 on a suite, hotel membership, majority shareholder, an epic item killing a dire ghost, 5 million spent at an auction. He was telling the exact truth, in order, with no exaggeration. The forum called him a liar, decided he was a rich kid fantasizing for attention, and told him to disperse. The other 4 players backed him up in the comments and got buried. And then his own brother called him and said, and I want to quote this accurately, "I've contacted the most professional brain specialist. Go and get checked later." I read the whole thread and felt genuinely bad for about 4 seconds. Then somebody posted a survival handbook published by an official account out of Wan City, and it had a section on stat benchmarks. 10 strength is a punch of 100 to 150 kilos, measurable on a machine. 20 makes a boulder shake, 30 leaves a mark on one, 40 breaks a corner off, 50 and up leaves a dent several centimeters deep, 80 breaks half a boulder, 100 shatters it. Players above 10 may test on boulders. Testing on other players is punishable by imprisonment. I had 90. I put one attribute point in to make it around 100, and there's a rock garden in Jinshan Park, 10 minutes from my building. I went at midday when nobody was around and picked one that would take 2 men to get their arms around and hit it. It came apart into 3 pieces and left the base standing. That rock weighed a ton. Several adults couldn't lift it. I removed it with one arm. Then I got greedy, hit the drum once for the buff, took strength to 100, and did a second one. 3 minutes later, I walked out of the park feeling excellent and went to Mei Lin's for dinner, which is how I nearly got caught. Because a new player called Wang Tao, who lives near that park and had read the same handbook, went to test his own stats an hour later and found a shattered boulder with a fist-shaped origin point. He called it in. A woman from the security department came out, a professional, and she looked at the wreckage and said, at least 90 strength, and the person isn't good at controlling it, or the base would have split too. Then she looked at the second rock, which was intact except for one fist mark. Wang Tao asked why she cared about that one, since a mark only takes 30, and he reached out and touched it, and the whole rock fell apart into gravel. 100, she said. This requires 100 strength or more. Even a 5th order controller can't reach this. They went and found witnesses. Old men playing chess at the far end of the park said they'd heard a bang half an hour earlier and then a sound like a drum and something like a dragon roaring, which was in the rich kid's post, which everybody had decided was a fantasy. She called her captain and said, I might have found eternal sage of boundless truth. 3 days later, they had a short list. 4 people surnamed Jiang within 10 miles of that park. Jiang Dali, 42, office worker, wife and children. Jiang Yu, 31, junior employee, has a boyfriend. Jiang Chenggong, 53, retired. Jiang Ming, 24, recent graduate, parents deceased, runs a funeral parlor, on the verge of bankruptcy. Wu Lei looked at that list for a while and circled 2 names, and one of them was mine. And then, before they could do anything about it, his investigator got a panel in front of her face. Limited time return instance, Red Lotus Ghost School has opened. You have been summoned. It was an S rank. The room went very quiet, and Wu Lei said something encouraging about how S rank doesn't mean no way out. Look at 10,000 laws. He cleared one with SS. After she left, the new kid asked whether that was true. Do you know, said Wu Lei, that nobody has ever received a B or higher in Red Lotus Ghost School? Not once. It's a primary zone dungeon, but its difficulty already meets intermediate zone standards. If you send controllers below 4th order into an environment where only 4th order and up can protect themselves, what do you think the survival rate is? So there's no hope? There's hope. It's very slim. He sat there afterwards with the specific expression of a man who has just watched a subordinate walk out of a door on her way to die and has no authority to stop it. At the same time, in a failing funeral supply shop 5 doors down from my apartment, a panel came up in front of me. Limited time return instance Red Lotus Ghost School has opened. Congratulations, you have been summoned. Pure Land sends its blessings. This is an affirmation of you for twice achieving SS level evaluations. I looked at that for a moment. A limited time return event. Rewards for prior performance. Forced participation. Your game mechanics, I thought, take inspiration from a very specific kind of company. Enter, I said. Red Lotus Ghost School had been operating for a very long time and looked at old buildings. A red lotus painted on the board above the gate. An electronic strip scrolling crimson text that said, walk in, and you will no longer be ordinary. The worldly distractions will no longer concern you. A rusty barrier arm across a wide entrance, leaving a gap 2 people wide. Difficulty, timed S rank. Type, multiplayer, survival. Survive 15 days. Enroll in Economics Class 1 as a transfer student and pass the final exam. And because Pure Land continues to accommodate its more competitive customers, investigate the truth behind a student's death 3 years ago, before the exam. Note, please abide by the school rules. 6 of us this time. A young man with hair swept sideways, who took one look and said, oh, I almost thought I was back at my old school. If this were really your old school, you'd be crying, said a doctor. White coat, glasses, calm. Red Lotus Ghost School, S rank, primary zone. Since Pure Land arrived, no player has ever received a rating above B here. That should tell you what the difficulty is. I need help, or nobody leaves alive. Who are you then? So impressive. My ID is Bai Yushan. My record is verifiable. I'm a 3rd order controller, which should be the highest here. Bai Yushan? Are you the one who had his A rank top spot taken by 10,000 laws a few days ago? That was a thin, timid-looking newcomer, and he said it brightly, with his eyes shining, and he had absolutely no idea what he'd done. The doctor stood there. Are you being polite? He was thinking. Do you understand the art of language? You could have said the former top spot. Newcomers are just newcomers. He decided to ignore that one, glanced at me, saw no ghost-controlling aura, and dismissed me as a newcomer too, and turned to the two women. You also control ghosts? Third order as well? We can cooperate. He was talking to the one in the office skirt. She wasn't listening. She was staring at me, and there was disbelief in her face, and under it something like hope. She walked straight past him and put her hand out. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chen. I want to cooperate with you to clear this dungeon. Everybody stopped, because a third-order controller had just walked away from another third-order controller to shake hands with somebody who looked like a student, and she'd used his surname, and he clearly didn't know her. You know me? I know your name, and you've seen my post. The one teaching newcomers how to test their stats. Ah, official. And they'd found me already. That was fast. I also want to know more about this place, I said, and shook her hand. Happy to cooperate. Her grip tightened hard enough that anyone watching would have drawn conclusions. Enter Red Lotus Ghost School and become a transfer student. 1 hour. Note, go to the teaching office for your student card. And at the gate, a security guard with the yin power of a dire ghost watched us come with his hands behind his back. The cheat arrived as I stepped forward. My horse is not as fast as yours. Randomly summon a horse. After riding it, your speed will always be twice that of the designated target. Stare and impregnate. Designate a target, and they become pregnant on the spot. Stubborn. When subjected to a fatal blow, you can stubbornly say you're fine, and your status will remain at the locked health stage. Hey, I just won't die. I ruled out the horse. Unless it's a chase dungeon, it's dead weight, and I'd rather walk into things than away from them. I ruled out the second one, and it's the strangest sentence in this account, but the reasoning is sound. It's the same class of thing as I am your father, conceptually, but it has a ceiling. 10 months of pregnancy doesn't stop a ghost from moving. It's a humiliation tool. I already had one of those. The third one was immortality. In an S-rank dungeon where no player has ever scored above B, in a school that kills people for breaking rules I hadn't read yet, stubborn. Meanwhile, the others had reached the gate. No student card, no entry, said the guard. Sir, we're new transfer students. We can't get cards until we've enrolled. Then go and get your student cards first. We need to enter the school to get them. Then where are your student cards? How can we have student cards if we haven't enrolled? Then why haven't you enrolled? Because you won't let us in. No student card, no entry. Bai Yushan stood there with a vein going in his forehead. They'd all expected obstruction. Humans are at the bottom here, and any dead thing with a uniform can enjoy itself, but if you can't get through the gate, the S rank is academic. I stepped past him. Excuse me. And I took out a wad of Netherworld coins, about 50 notes, 5,000 coins, and put it on the guard's table. Sir, we're new here and we don't have cards. Can you make an exception? The old guard looked at the money. He looked at me. His eyes came on like streetlights. He swept the notes off the table and into somewhere under it and coughed. Transfer students. Of course they don't have cards yet. Come in, come in. You, young man, are very polite. Not like that one just now. A reincarnated contrarian arguing with an old man. If it weren't for my duty, I'd have torn him apart. He glared at Bai Yushan on the way past. Bai Yushan's lungs nearly came out. I was smiling the whole time, he was thinking. I used respectful language. I just didn't hand you money, and now I'm the one with no respect for my elders. This money-worshipping world. Sir, I said, you're very kind. One more thing. We need the teaching office, and we don't know where it is. He nearly took my arm. What's troublesome about that? Our Red Lotus Ghost School is all about mutual help. Come with me. Behind me, 5 players watched a dire ghost personally escort a human across a campus, chatting. They also, all of them, quietly noted that they could not have done that. 5,000 coins on a gate guard is not a tactic available to people who count in single digits. The teaching office had one clerk in it, a female ghost with a face like a closed door. The guard swaggered in and said, "Daughter, help these transfer students get their cards." Well, she processed us without a single obstacle, and on the way through she looked up at me and said with mild interest, "My dad actually brought you humans over personally. How much did you give him?" 5,000. Her expression changed. Anyone who hands 5,000 to a gate guard as a convenience fee is either a lunatic or somebody it would be extremely stupid to inconvenience, and she made the correct call. The school is closed campus, 3 meals a day on site. Your classroom is the first one on the 2nd floor. We came out holding student cards. Was that it? The others were thinking. The first challenge from Pure Land, resolved. We did nothing. We followed. There was no difficulty at all. And all of it because he gave a doorman 5,000 coins. Then we got to the corridor and saw the rules board, and everybody stopped being pleased. Student Rule 1. Do not run around during class time unless permitted by the teacher. Student Rule 2. There are no children on campus. If you encounter one, please play a game with it. Student Rule 3. Good students should not be picky eaters. 3 meals a day, strictly to school standard. Student Rule 4. Dress appropriately. If you see a stain on your clothes, find cleaning staff in time for cleaning. Student Rule 5. There is no braised pork in the cafeteria. If you see any, throw it away. Bayushan's voice changed pitch. Is this a rule-based ghost story? The 2 newcomers looked blank. The one with the swept hair had stopped looking cheerful. The school is preparing to advance to the intermediate zone, said Shu Qianqian with difficulty. What it spawned is a rule set. Last time this place opened there were 3, now there are 5, and there's no way to know if that's all of them. This is the real difficulty here. What's wrong with rules? Said the thin newcomer. Isn't it enough to follow them? The 3 veterans gave him the look you give a puppy on a motorway. Rules only target players, Shu Qianqian explained. They're a second rule set derived from the dungeon that must be absolutely obeyed. They normally only appear in the intermediate zone because only 5th order and above can survive them at all. If you break one, then even a wrathful ghost, the weakest thing here, can instantly unleash fierce ghost strength and kill you where you stand, and you don't know how many rules there are. You have to find them yourself. I thought about that. A rule breach turns the janitor into a monster, in a zone where most players are below 5th order. 1 mistake, 1 death. More importantly, she said, some of them conflict. And she pointed at 3 and 5. Eat everything the cafeteria serves. Throw away the braised pork. There is no way to obey both, and the only way to learn which is real is to try one. Everybody's face was gray. Mine, I'm told, was amused, because I had just spent 30 seconds selecting immortality off a menu. Economics Class 1 looked like a classroom, full of students, and at the front, a teacher with a pale face and a mouth that had been opened past where a mouth stops and then stitched closed again, dragging her nails down the board. 20-plus ghosts turned and looked at us at once. The 2 newcomers took a step back. Even the veterans went stiff. Most of that room was below Fierce Ghost, and it did not matter, because there were 20 of them and 6 of us. I walked in. Teacher, we're the new transfer students. She looked at me a little longer than the others. Come in. Good timing. There are 15 days to the final exam, and we're having a surprise test to see where everyone is. Transfer students included. Those who fail will be punished. The papers came round. Please describe the current economic situation of Minghai City. I want to be clear that until Pure Land told me the name of this city an hour earlier, I did not know it existed. I picked up my pen, wrote for about 9 seconds, got up, and walked to the front. The room stopped. Brother, the ghosts were thinking. The paper is still warm. It's been 4 minutes. The teacher stared at me. Then she looked down at the paper I put on her desk. I don't understand economics, but I understand how to make the economy flow. And on top of the sentence, 10,000 netherworld coins. She looked at that money for a long moment. From the back of the room, it looked like a woman reading something profound. Is his answer that good? The entire class was thinking. Her monthly salary was a little over 3,000. That was a quarter of a year. You, she said at last with genuine feeling. You understand economics. If it weren't for school regulations, I think you could graduate. Ghosts do not bow for 5 pecks of rice. For 5 tons, they'll bow until something snaps. You may leave. You've passed. I walked out. Behind me, everyone else sat their test, and every one of them was hurt for failing it. Bai Yushin came out with a cut across his cheek. Only Shu Qianqian scraped a pass because she was official and had studied the city. I was in the corridor because I had a different plan. A dungeon that's about to be promoted to the intermediate zone is valuable property. I wanted to know if I could buy it. That was when I heard a ball bouncing. Down at the corner, a girl of 5 or 6 came round, filthy, leaving prints. And what she was bouncing was not a ball. She stopped when she saw me. Her eyes were entirely black. Big brother, want to play a game with me? Student Rule 2. All right, little one. What do you want to play? Rock, paper, scissors. But big brother, if you lose, your head comes off. Fine. We counted. I threw rock. She waited. She watched my hand open, and then, a full second later, she put out paper. I stood there, cheating, in front of me, in broad daylight. Her face split into a smile, and her yin power went from dire straight up to fierce, and she said, hey, 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 hey. Big brother, my reaction speed is 1 second slower than normal, so you lost. According to the rules, the loser's head comes off. She lifted her hand. And my first move was not to run. My first move was to take the evil spirit bracelet off my wrist and put it in my inventory because I'd paid 300,000 for that and it only survives 1 hit. Then I raised my middle finger. You cheat right in front of me? That round doesn't count. I'm fine. Just you wait. She pulled. My head came off. There is no describing that well. It was smooth. It was like a component coming out of a slot. And there was nothing at the join. No mess. Nothing at all. Because Stubborn was already running, and Stubborn does not permit a single drop. She smiled wider and threw away the old head to make room. And then she stopped smiling because I had picked mine up and pressed it back on, and the seam was gone in about a second. Surprised? Unexpected? I told you I was fine. Did you think I was faking? She went back 3 steps with her face coming apart. Aren't you human? Why aren't you dead? She tried again, unwilling to accept it. Big brother, want to play a game with me? Play your mother. I told you I'm fine. It doesn't matter how many times you try. Hey, if you don't play with me, you're breaking the rules. This time, I'll take your hand. And she pulled, and my left arm came off, which is when I discovered the actual application. I picked up my own arm and swung it into the side of her head. The sound in that empty corridor was very crisp. She stood there with the lights off. Who am I? Where am I? What was I doing? Oh, I saw a ghost. Compared to the thing whose head comes off and keeps talking and whose arm comes off and gets used as a club, she was, in her own assessment, more human than me. The clinching evidence was that I was so stingy I hadn't even bled. She ran. I put the arm back on, took out a coffin nail, fed it yin power and flicked it, and pinned her ankle to the floor. Then the other one. Run. Why aren't you running? Rule-based ghost story. Not so impressive. Without the rule blessing, she was just a dire ghost, and I had 4 high-grade coffin nails and an epic drum. It wasn't a fight. I took the drum out and did what needed doing and let it drink. And when her face came up on the purple hide, I found out something that changed the whole dungeon for me. She kept the ability, the removal thing. It was in there. An ordinary ghost, absorbed, loses its strength. A dire ghost becomes a shadow that struggles to hold dire. But a rule-blessed ghost keeps its method, not its power, its trick, which meant every one of these things was a tool I could pick up. I understood the drum properly for the first time. I went to the washroom to check my head and my arm, both of which were fine, and while I was in front of the mirror stopped being a mirror. A face came across the whole surface and pressed out of it, flattened wide, and looked at my collar. There was a stain on my collar, from the girl. Clothing must be presentable and free of stains. You have violated the student rules and must be punished. The face in the glass became my face, and then my reflection started dying. It wept red. It bled from the nose and the mouth and the ears. A line opened across its throat. It picked up a shard and put it through its own chest several times, unsatisfied, and the glass filled up. And I felt it start. An itch across my throat. A sting in my chest. Something wet at my eyes. 5 more seconds, and the reflection's death becomes mine. That's the punishment. The mirror ghost waited for the panic. It did not arrive. Why aren't you afraid? It asked, honestly baffled. You're about to die. Mere fatal injuries, I said. Nothing to worry about. And everything stopped. The itch. The sting. The wet. As long as my mouth is stubborn enough, you can't kill me. Mirror ghost. Is he that brave? You're a human. What right do you have to be this stubborn in front of me? It waited 5 seconds. 10. 30. I was still standing there. So it went for a full power burst and put its hand into its own chest and did something to itself I'm not going to detail, and the damage synchronized instantly instead of waiting. There was a hole in me where a chest should be. I looked down at it. It was, objectively, a lot of hole, and nothing came out. Not one drop, because stubborn was still up. So that's what mine looks like, I said. I'm learning something new today. The mirror ghost's mouth opened wide enough to post a letter into. How can this still not die? You should be the ghost. You're some kind of monster. I'm leaving. It turned to go back into the depth of the glass. I reached in after it and got a fistful and pulled it out into the room. It fought hard, hands and feet, all of it. I put the blood-stained rope on it, and the rope is mid-grade tier 3 and inescapable below fierce ghost, and it went round and pinned its arms and then took it off its feet entirely and hauled it up until it stopped moving. Then I finished it with the knife because I like to be efficient. 2 rules down, I checked my chest and it had closed, which is the exact moment the door opened and a delegation walked in. School leaders, 6 of them, in a tour formation, with a pot-bellied ghost in the middle wearing a great deal of gold, and leading them, in a crisp suit, a ghost wrapped head to foot in bandages with 2 red eyes showing. We looked at each other. Mr. Chen? Said Elder Bandage. It was the same one. The one who'd asked me for leniency at the auction, and got run over by somebody else anyway. And he was, apparently, the vice principal of this school. I looked down at the room, at the rope, and the knife, and the state of the floor, and the hole in my shirt. What a coincidence, I said. Would you believe me if I said I'm performing performance art? It's called The Lonely Perpetrator. Nobody believed me. The discipline director started to work himself up about how Red Lotus Ghost School doesn't accept students who behave like this, and got about 11 words in before Elder Bandage put a length of bandage across his mouth. Mr. Chen, he said respectfully, I didn't expect you at Red Lotus. Why didn't you say something? I'd have arranged for someone to collect you. The other school leaders stared at their vice principal with open horror. Is that awe? On Vice Principal Gao's face, for a human, do you have some kind of history he knows about? I wanted to be a good transfer student, I explained, but there was a stain on my clothes and this one tried to kill me over it. It was self-defense. Then why was there a stain on your clothes? Asked the director of appearance and demeanor, who should have kept quiet. I looked down at my collar. I thought about it. Because earlier, a little girl cheated at rock, paper, scissors in front of me. That was also self-defense. Elder Bandage's visible eyes closed briefly. That's enough, he was thinking. Stop explaining. Every additional sentence makes this worse. Are you worried people won't realize you're a murderer? He raised a hand and cut me off and became extremely official. Maintaining school rules requires warmth, not simply killing at every violation. Humans admitted as students of Red Lotus should be treated equally, not differently. The director of appearance and demeanor bears full responsibility, half a month's salary. Handle this properly. The director of appearance and demeanor would very much have liked to hit himself. And then the man in the middle of the delegation spoke up because he had been ignored for 4 minutes and could not bear it. Vice Principal Gao, your hospitality is truly terrible. I need to reconsider whether sponsoring this place is worth it. Also, if a human like that studies at your esteemed school, I doubt the character and quality of your students. This so-called old prestigious institution appears to be a facade. The school leaders' faces dropped in unison. They had spent a long time landing this man. Elder Bandage, I said, are you fundraising? He nodded. How much is he giving? The pot-bellied one sneered before anyone could answer. What? You, a human, want to sponsor too? Don't be funny. Everyone knows your kind are rats living in the cracks. You think sponsorship means a few hundred coins? Wang Boss's initial plan, said Elder Bandage carefully, was 500,000 to renovate the playground. The pot-bellied one straightened up and enjoyed himself. I've changed my mind. I'll increase it to 1 million. The extra 500,000 can go to the teaching building, but I have one condition. Expel this human. Show me your school's sincerity. The finance director's eyes were shining. You could watch him decide that 1 million coins was worth whatever this human was to the vice principal. I smiled. That's it? Elder Bandage, the sponsor your school found is a bit small. I've decided. I'll sponsor your esteemed school 5 million netherworld coins. But I also have one condition. I pointed at the pot-bellied ghost. Kick him out. The corridor went silent. 5 million. The number went round the group like a dropped plate. Elder Bandage came out of it first, and he did not doubt me for 1 second because he had personally watched me buy an entire auction house. He thought about it for under 3 seconds. Wang Boss, Red Lotus Ghost School has already secured a sponsorship. We don't need you to spend anything. See him out. The pot-bellied ghost's face came apart. Vice Principal Gao, are you joking with me? Do you really think a human can produce 5 million? That is not Wang Boss's concern? Very good, very good. You'll regret this. He went out under escort, glaring at me the entire way, and I gave him the exact expression he'd given me, which I recommend to anybody. Is Mr. Chen satisfied? Said Elder Bandage. Satisfied. Then about the sponsorship. It's only 5 million. If you can satisfy me, 10 million isn't a problem. Every school leader in that corridor gasped at once, and then, without any discussion, they reorganized themselves around me, and the deference that had been pointed at a sponsor 30 seconds earlier swung across and landed on a human. They gave me a tour. I stopped at the running track and said, replace it. Composite material, so the students aren't landing on concrete. The logistics director nearly wept with gratitude. I stopped at an empty lot and asked what was supposed to be there. A library, said Elder Bandage bitterly. The principal has never provided the funds. How much? 2 million. I'll give 3. The moral education director's face distorted with joy, and he began. If Mr. Chen had not been born, education would have been a long night for eternity, Mr. Chen. Rest assured, this library will be a cradle for students. Your teaching ethics are immeasurable. You... And the other directors elbowed him to stop because if you use all the lines, there's nothing left for the rest of us. Uniforms. Air conditioning, cafeteria refurbishment, sanitation, 7 million by their arithmetic, and they were doing it in real time. This is not a sponsor, they were thinking. This is our living father. At some point on that walk, I put my chest back together and let the hole close, and several of them saw it happen, and it did not improve anybody's composure. Only a ghost king heals like that, they were thinking. Only. We finished in the vice principal's office where he poured me 20-year-old spirit tea, and every school leader in the room stayed standing on a sofa with room for 6, drinking spirit tea, spirit +5, yin power +200. Mr. Chen, you've sponsored over 7 million. On behalf of all the teachers and students, thank you. So, name your request. I want to become a shareholder of Red Lotus Ghost School and join the board. He didn't blink. In his head, I was a Ghost King's man, and this was a strategic acquisition, same as Fuxing. The current board members are fixed and their shares are held tightly. It's very difficult. However, I can recommend you as an honorary shareholder. No decision-making power, but the status and position are identical, and you would sit on the board. Honorary shareholder is an award for extraordinary contribution and had never once been given in the school's history. I was the first. I put the black card on the table to close it, and every leader in the room looked at the Ghost Gate emblem and stopped doubting anything at all. Outside, in the meantime, my colleagues were having a bad day. They'd been hurt in the test. They were being watched by 20-odd classmates who had opinions about humans, and when they came down the stairs at the end of the period, Xu Qianqian stopped at the rules board and went still. There were 3 rules on it. 2 and 4 were gone, not crossed out, gone. As far as I know, she said slowly, there's only one reason a rule disappears. The ghost responsible for it dies. They all worked it out together. Rules only target players, so only a player would bother killing those 2. And there was exactly 1 player who'd been alone. That newcomer killed 2 rule-blessed ghosts, they thought. A 4th order can't do that. I found them in the cafeteria queue, where they were being handed trays of what the kitchen considered food. The red-haired one was staring at hers with her jaw set. You should be happy, Bai Yushan told her evenly. At least it isn't rotten. It just doesn't conform to human aesthetics. Do you veterans live like this? They say there's material in dungeons that raises yin power. Why don't you eat that? How many coins do you have? Said the one with the swept hair. Prepared food costs 1 or 2 times more than raw ingredients for the same effect. It's just tastier. Who can afford that? I was on the 2nd floor, which is for teachers and school leaders and which costs money, eating something the kitchen had been told to take seriously. I waved them up. They stood at the bottom of the stairs and had an argument about whether they were allowed. Xu Qianqian went first, and when the school leaders on the 2nd floor visibly declined to notice, the rest came up too and sat down very carefully and put their trays on the table. What did you bring those up for? I said. You're ruining my appetite. Is this all right? Said Xu Qianqian. It's fine. See him? That's the logistics director. He runs the cafeteria. He'll be looking the other way. Eat whatever you want. Don't be restrained. They could not believe I meant it. Because that table was 200 points of yin power sitting in porcelain, and if it had been theirs, they would have hidden it and eaten it over 3 days. Then they started eating, and the noises they made were undignified. This fried fish ball, yin power +3. This beer duck is evil ghost class beast. I can feel my strength moving. The plum juice raised my spirit. Xu Qianqian, who had abandoned her posture entirely, noticed that my plate was basically untouched. Mr. Chen, is the food not to your liking? Average, I said. 4 players stopped chewing. Average. Your palate is a problem. You're making us look like we've never eaten. But that table was the best thing in the building. What have you been eating? Regarding main quest 3, I said. The student who died 3 years ago. Anything? Xu Qianqian straightened up immediately because she was, underneath everything, a professional. The source is in our class. During the break, I heard that my seat is the seat of the girl who died. The students are extremely reluctant to discuss it, said Bai Yushan, but when I raised it, several of them looked at the class monitor. The one with the swept hair blinked at them. You're both actually doing main quest 3? That's too competitive. We don't even know if we'll survive. Investigating is something we do along the way, said Bai Yushan. Investigating the truth and clearing as much of the dungeon as possible is the official position, said Xu Qianqian primly. Your directions and your conjectures are both correct, I said. Everyone looked up. Have you already uncovered part of the truth? Said Bai Yushan, disbelieving. No, it's that when you were investigating, you clearly attracted attention, which means you're on the right track. And I pointed down at the ground floor, where 3 ghost students were sitting in a corner watching our table with unambiguous intent. They caught us on the stairs afterwards, one with a mouthful of teeth filed to points, one with skin like a drowned thing and green in the sockets, one with rows of teeth going up both cheeks. All 3 wicked class. Human. A word of advice. Stop investigating what happened 3 years ago. Otherwise, even if you've cozied up to the school leaders and the vice principal, inside this school, they won't be able to save you. Even the vice principal can't save me. Your backer must be the headmaster, I said. How did you know? His friend got a hand over his mouth about a syllable and a half too late. Well, so the headmaster was in it, but not at the top of it, because if he were the one it protected, he would not have sent 3 teenagers to deliver a warning. You just need to know this isn't something you can interfere in, said the sharp-toothed one, recovering. You all transferred in today. You haven't done your dormitory check-in yet. Let me tell you clearly. Most of the people in that building are ours. Unless you sleep with one eye open, don't cry when you wake up missing pieces. Behind me, my colleagues' faces went. 15 days in a building full of them. And then a delighted voice came down the corridor. Young Master Jiang, I was just looking for you. Has something happened here? Do you need help? The gate guard, who had come at speed and who returned my 5,000 coins and who had, when I felt the stack, made it thicker. 5 given, 10 returned. I had made a profit on a bribe. Young Master Jiang, I was blind before. Please don't take it to heart, and I really can't take this money. His daughter had told him everything. 7 million donated, a black card, an honorary shareholder with a seat on the board who could end his career with one sentence. So he had come running, and he had added 5,000 of his own savings to make sure. The 3 students stood there with their threats in their mouths and swallowed them because the guard was a dire ghost and could handle 10 of them, and they were students. Uncle, I said, we need to do the dormitory check-in, but I'm not used to shared rooms. Is there any alternative? He slapped his own forehead. Simple. Stay in the teacher's dormitory. Those are all single occupancy. With young Master Jiang's status, a few rooms is nothing. The 3 students watched us walk away. It's your fault for saying the dormitory building is ours. Now they're going to the teacher's block. Who knew a human could apply for the teacher's block? Could you have guessed why a human is this well connected? Stop arguing. Let's go and report to the class monitor. That human, we can't afford him. We got a 2-person room, a 3-person room, and a single. When the others pushed the door open on a suite laid out like a hotel, they stopped in the doorway. I've been through 6 dungeons, said Bai Shan quietly. I've slept on park benches, on the street, in 10 square meters with 7 other players. I never once imagined I'd get a room like this. I'd sleep on the floor here and call it a win. Later that evening, I went out onto the balcony at the end of the corridor, and the teacher from Economics Class 1 was already there. She had her back to me, arguing into a communication device, and from what I could hear it was about money. Her family ran a supply business, ingredients, materials, that end of the trade. A shipment had spoiled and hadn't been delivered on time, and the penalty for missing the contract had eaten them. They were short 200,000 Netherworld coins, and they had gone to their daughter, who is a school teacher, because there was nobody else left to ask. A teacher here makes 3,000 to 4,000 a month. She hung up and turned around and saw me standing there, which was mortifying for her, and she covered it by getting sharp. You! Why are you here? This is the teacher's dormitory. Students aren't allowed. If you're found with your human identity, the charge only gets worse. Teacher. I applied to move here because I'm not used to shared rooms. From today we're on the same floor. She stared. Students do not get rooms in the teacher's block. That is not a thing money does. How much more do you need? No need. I'll figure it out myself. 200,000, I said, is not a small sum on your salary. Even if you borrow, you won't raise it. If you borrow from me, you have it now and you pay it back slowly. And I took out 200,000 Netherworld coins and put it in her hands. I had 600,000 of my own money at that point, on top of the black card, and it cost me nothing that mattered. But I want to be honest about my reasoning because it wasn't kindness. Her family were suppliers. Somebody had bribed one of their staff to spoil a shipment at exactly the wrong moment, and it was not an accident, and the buyer they'd been supplying was Fusheng Hotel, which I own 52% of. Somebody was running a business war in my city against my supplier to take my supply channel, and I wanted to know who. 200,000 for the answer to that is a bargain, and I'd have paid 5 times it. Of course, I said, if you default, I'll simply tell every teacher and student in this school that you're a debtor who ran out on a creditor and let the staff room handle it. She looked at the money. 200,000 had been the sky falling, and it had arrived from a transfer student. She gritted her teeth and took it. Sort your family out, I said. You'll teach better. And I turned to go, and she called after me. Wait, don't you have any conditions? What about interest? I might not be able to repay this quickly. Teacher, I said, how do you propose to pay interest on 200,000 from a salary of 3,000 a month? Don't insult my arithmetic. Repay the principal when your family is standing. In the meantime, you can pay me in information. She blinked. Information? The staff member who spoiled your shipment, who paid him. She went very still, and then something changed in her face, because for the first time in a week, somebody had treated her problem as a case instead of a misfortune. An out-of-town supplier, she said. He arrived in Minghai City a few months ago and moved straight into the mid-grade materials market. His name is Zhao Dazhuang. The pot-bellied ghost, the one I'd had thrown out of the building 4 hours earlier. I laughed out loud in an empty corridor. Teacher Fang, I said, because she'd told me her name by then, Fang Meiling. Congratulations. Your family is going to be fine, and it's going to cost me nothing, and I'm going to enjoy it enormously. Then I sent for a private chef. Fusheng Hotel's kitchen sent a team the next morning, 5 of them in whites, and they set up a counter in the school cafeteria and started searing dire ghost class beast leg in front of 200 students who could not afford to look at it. Is an education bureau official coming? The school hired chefs and brought out dire ghost class ingredients. Those uniforms are Fusheng Hotel. They are Fusheng chefs. Hiring them once costs 100,000 at least. More than that, without connections you can't hire them at all. I came in late, went up to the second floor, and the food came up with me, and behind it came heels on the floor and Qin Yue in a purple qipao saying, "Mr. Chen, please enjoy your meal." The cafeteria went completely silent. Bai Yushan got there first because he'd been top of the Fusheng leaderboard and he knew exactly who she was, and there is no amount of money that hires the general manager of Fusheng Hotel to carry a plate. Unless. He turned and stared at Shu Changqian. Your organization has already found Eternal Sage Wuji. Her expression flickered, which was answer enough. He is Eternal Sage Wuji, Bai Yushan told the others, and that, more or less, was when the 6 of us stopped being a team and became 1 player and 5 witnesses. I want to be efficient about the next part, because the next part is a week of administration and 1 night of violence. The administration first. Qin Yue was there because I'd asked her to be, and what she brought with her mattered more than the chefs. She brought the confirmation that the Jinlan flour had reached Fusheng, and that the Yama Merchant Guild had taken a sample, and that the first test batch was in progress. She also brought a message from my sons that the fish contract was running and the village had money coming in for the first time in living memory. And then she went back to run a hotel because she has a job. I spent those days on the school because I'd realized something, sitting in the vice principal's office with a cup of tea. Red Lotus Ghost School was dying. An old institution with a good name, running on tuition, uniforms, textbooks, and the cafeteria, which does not cover a school. The board hadn't taken a dividend in years. Without the 7 million I'd put in, it had maybe a decade, and it was about to be promoted to the intermediate zone. I did not want to clear this dungeon. I wanted to own it, which meant the board, which meant a seat, which meant the 15% that had come free when a board member died in a war between ghost kings and left no heir. 20 million netherworld coins. I had 2.5 million of my own and a black card with 10 on it, and that is not 20. So I went to the bank. Netherworld Bank, Minghai City branch, is 5 stories with 3 arched doorways and 2 stone gargoyles over the entrance whose eyes turned to follow you. Both of them were fierce ghosts. On a branch office. Fang Meiling came with me because she knew the way and because she had decided, in the manner of teachers everywhere, that I was going to do something stupid without supervision. Inside, there were 3 counters. 2 ordinary, both with long queues, and 1 marked VIP. I walked to the VIP counter and a hand like old Bart came across in front of me. Human, do you not understand the rules? You queue. This isn't your world where you cut in as you please. The whole hall turned around, and being cut in front of by a human is the kind of thing your friends bring up for a year. Fang Meiling pulled my sleeve. Not here, she meant. There are no school leaders here. I walked to the VIP counter anyway. The ghost at the front of it decided to educate me. He was in a good suit and he was enjoying himself. Human, this isn't for you. This is the VIP counter. Only distinguished guests queue here. Do you know what a distinguished guest is? And he put a card on the counter with a silver flower on it. This is the silver flower card. You need 500,000 on deposit. Only this counts. The teller's manner improved instantly, which was his point. I want to deposit 100,000. He put the money down. She processed it. She handed the card back, beaming. Sir, your balance has reached 800,000. Deposit another 200,000 and you can upgrade to a gold and silver flower card and enjoy higher privileges. The queue made an envious noise. 1 million on deposit is a status object. He turned to me, glowing. Human, do what you can. Work hard. Aim to get a silver flower card one day. I looked at him. I put my hand on his shoulder and moved him aside. His face went dark, and he did not do anything about it, because being aggressive inside Netherworld Bank is not survivable regardless of your card. But he didn't leave. He stood to one side with an expression that said, keep going, let's see how you manage this. I took out the black card. Somebody at the back of the hall who couldn't see properly started laughing. Human, if you want to pretend, at least check what cards the bank issues. That dull black thing, is that pirated? He kept laughing for a second and a half after everybody else had stopped. Then he heard the ghost next to him say, quietly, the Ghost Gate emblem, is that the Underworld black card, the one that requires 10 million on deposit? The teller stopped looking at the card and shouted into the back of the building without any dignity at all. Manager! Manager! A black card guest! I don't have the authority to process this. The hall erupted. The suited ghost with the silver flower card made a sound like a punctured tire. The manager came out at speed, dressed like a butler, hair perfect. He was a fierce ghost. He looked at me, and the shock went across his face and off the other side, and he bent at the waist. Esteemed black card guest, the Minghai City branch welcomes you. Please follow me to the VIP lounge. I'll serve you personally. In the lounge, he brought tea and refreshments, and the refreshments were yin peaches, plus 50 yin power each, which I thought was a nice touch. Mr. Chen, how may I be of service? I need a loan. How much can I borrow? And I put the hexagonal gold badge on the table. He picked it up and his composure went again. Because that was Fusheng Hotel, 52%, and the whole city had been talking about the mystery buyer for a fortnight. Mr. Chen, Fusheng Hotel's market value is around 60 million. With your black card status and 52%, I can approve up to 30 million immediately. Beyond that requires head office. With my authority, I could apply for 35. 60 million. My second son was doing better than I'd realized. 30 is enough. I need it now. Signed with yin power. 52% of Fusheng mortgage for 30 million, 3 months, interest-free, because black card holders don't pay interest under 6 months. Balance, 30,315,000. I had leveraged my son's company to buy a school, and I did not feel one thing about it. On the way back, Fang Meiling was quiet, and then she said, "You're the majority shareholder of Fusheng Hotel." "Yes." "Then do you know where my family's goods go?" I looked at her. "It wouldn't be Fusheng, would it?" "It is Fusheng. But it probably won't be for long. A new supplier has approached you. He's stronger than us and better capitalized, and my family had an accident. At the next selection, Fusheng will take the more capable competitor." She said it flatly, and then carefully, "I'm not complaining about you. I just think it's a coincidence, and this time my family really did misjudge someone." "Teacher," I said, "I'll look into what actually happened. I won't participate in the supplier decision." Which was true, and which was also the single most useful sentence I have ever said to anybody, because I did not need to participate. I owned the majority. I needed only to not object when somebody else raised it. I got back to the school and walked into an argument. Several school leaders were standing around Elder Bandage shouting at him, and among them was a ghost in a long robe with half his face hidden, whose yin power was fierce and whose position in the room said board member. "Vice Principal Gao, you're confused. Where did you get the money to acquire 15%? You mustn't embezzle at a time like this, or your position is finished. Don't make a mistake in front of Director Hu. Old Gao, why won't you let anyone else acquire? What are you thinking? Do you intend to swallow it yourself?" Elder Bandage was saying nothing and looking increasingly like a man drowning politely. I came in. "I'm late. That 15% is being held for me." The leaders who knew me relaxed all at once. Director Hu lifted his head, and half his face was covered in raised veins, and his voice came out like something dragged over gravel. "Who are you? Those shares are worth 20 million. Can you afford that?" I took out the black card. "It's only 20 million. It's not much." Every school leader in the room made a noise. 7 million as a gift and 20 million for equity. 30 million out of one person in a week. Director Hu looked at the card, and he had to work at his face because he did not personally have an underworld black card. His entire holding was worth 10 million, and it was equity, not cash. "So it's Mr. Chen," he said. "The board will not prevent you from acquiring shares in Red Lotus Ghost School as long as it's fair competition. However, Vice Principal Gao's actions constitute an internal placement, which is unfair to others. As a board member, I have this principle. I cannot give you special treatment because you sponsored us." And he meant it. That is the maddening thing. He was not shaking me down. He was an honest man. Elder Bandage looked at me sideways. Internal placement means the floor price. Open competition with an interested buyer means 30 million might not close it. "Director Hu," I said, "let's talk outside for a moment." He put on an expression of enormous rectitude. "Mr. Chen, don't even think about bribing me. Even if you are the representative of a ghost king, I have done nothing wrong here. I am a man of principle and I will not bend for money. I have no intention of bribing you. I just want to tell you something." He followed me out, entirely confident, because he knew I had money, and he knew money wasn't everything, and he was, on both counts, correct. We got to the end of the corridor. "Even if you invoke the name of a ghost king," he said, "the acquisition still needs to be fair. Is that so?" And I smiled crooked. Fits the face-slapping scenario. "Skill. I am your father has been upgraded to level 5. I am your father. Level 5. When deterrence reaches 40, shout the phrase to actively become the designated target's father, and I slapped him across the face with a full measure of paternal love. "You little brat, trying to act tough in front of your father. When we go back in there, you'll explain yourself properly, and you don't tell anyone I'm your father." Director Hu stood in the corridor with a handprint on the visible half of his face. His brain came back online in stages. Father, he said, aggrieved. How was I supposed to recognize you like this? This isn't my fault. Then whose fault is it? Mine? No, it's my fault. I deserve to die. Even if you changed your appearance, Father, I should have known you instantly. I hear you're very principled. No back doors. His mouth twitched. How was I supposed to know it was you, Father? If I'd known, I'd have agreed first. What about your principles? Principles? He bared every tooth he had in an ingratiating grin. Even a dog would turn its nose up at that stuff. We went back in. I went first. Went. Elder Bandage saw me come in alone and sighed and started to say something conciliatory about how 30 million would still get me 10% and a seat. 10%? Are you looking down on me, Fa? Director Hu came through the door about a syllable too early and nearly said the word out loud, coughed twice, and became extremely dignified. I believe that principles must sometimes account for human kindness. Mr. Chen has selflessly sponsored this school with 7 million. His merits are immeasurable. He is virtuous and learned, and countless students will benefit. Giving him 15%, I feel, is too little. Then warmly, if Mr. Chen doesn't mind, I can also transfer my own 10% to him. The room stopped functioning. Elder Bandage's visible eyes were enormous. What did you two talk about? Every face in that office said. He wouldn't allow an internal placement 4 minutes ago. Now he's giving away 10% of his own money. Not even a biological son gets that. I appreciate the offer, I said, but I only need the other 15. Keep yours. Because taking it would have put our relationship in the open, and I wanted a board member nobody knew was mine. The school leaders, of course, saw a human decline equity worth tens of millions without hesitating and drew their own conclusions, and their conclusions were worse than the truth. 20 million, 15%, and a badge with a red blood lotus carved into it. I was a director of an S-rank dungeon. The congratulations went on for some time, and they were extremely literary. These people quoted classical poetry at me. They did it without repeating themselves. There is real culture in that staff room. When the room emptied, 3 of us were left, and Elder Bandage glanced at Director Hu. He's one of us, I said. Elder Bandage's mouth opened and shut. He couldn't find a sentence. You're awesome, he said eventually, with total sincerity. Then I'll be direct. The headmaster was supposed to return in 7 days. It's been moved up. He'll be back tomorrow. Which was not a surprise because I'd put his son through a wall that morning. I should describe that, actually. The teacher had announced a practical component for the exam. Anyone confident in their theory could instead run a business and generate 10,000 coins of turnover in 8 days. The whole class looked at me because I had not attended a single lesson and the timing was not subtle. And then a voice came from the back door. Human, come out here. He was enormous, dyed yellow hair, arms thicker than most people's legs, and yin power at peak fierce ghost, which converts to peak third order. It's Chen Long, the bully from class 3. Why is he even at school today? His girlfriend's gone. It'd be strange if he didn't come. My colleagues went pale because peak fierce ghost is a thing you need a 5th order controller to handle, and I was a newcomer. I got up and walked out. Human, he said, sneering. You're bold, but here, I'm the strongest. Your girlfriend is finished, I said. He blinked. What? Your girlfriend is finished. Damn it, Human, are you provoking me? I'm a peak fierce ghost. Killing you is a flick of my wrist. Your girlfriend is finished. Do you know who my father is? My father is the headmaster here. Your girlfriend is finished. Shut up. Is that the only thing you can say? Your girlfriend, I said, is extremely finished. He came at me with everything. Detected face-slapping environment. Skill Crooked Mouth Dragon King has taken effect. Level +2 has been stacked. Host's attributes are doubled. Strength 216, Speed 196, Spirit 384. For 10 minutes, I was something the primary zone has no category for. I threw the same punch he did. He went backwards through the corridor like something fired, tumbled about 40 meters, and came up against the far wall. The classroom did not make a sound. He got up. He looked at his right arm, which had stopped working, and his face went past anger into something worse. You just wait, he said, and he limped away, which I am told is not a thing school bullies recover from socially. Shu Changqian, who had personally measured my strength off a broken rock, was doing arithmetic and not liking the answer. 90 strength, she was thinking. 100 with an epic item. That's outstanding for a 4th order. But a dire ghost is stronger than a 4th order controller. His strength would be at least 150. He shouldn't have been able to do that. I walked past Chen Long on the way to the gate and didn't look at him, and he flinched and put his arms up and then realized I wasn't stopping, and being ignored did more damage than the punch. Human, he shouted after me, be arrogant a few more days. When my father comes back, you'll learn what real privilege is. So the headmaster came back a day later, and the first thing he did was convene an emergency board meeting to expel me. I got the news from Elder Bandage, who arrived at my door out of breath. Principal Chen is back. He's convened the board. He intends to expel you and label you a murderer. Let's go, I said. A board meeting? How can it proceed without me? I'm a director. The meeting room had 6 of them in it. At the head of the table sat a tall shape with 2 rows of bone blades along the wrists and a black horn-like bone growing out of the brow, radiating peak vicious ghost. Beside him, an assistant with a stack of papers, also a fierce ghost, who held the nominal second vice principal post. To his left, a ghost turning gold coins over his fingers. Headmaster Joe, inner circle. To his right, a relative, arms folded, feet up, both fierce. And 2 independent shareholders who only ever invested, and Director Hu, in his corner, in his robe, saying nothing. Everyone is here. Today's meeting has one item, whether to expel the human transfer student. The papers went round. My rule violations. My murder of a fellow student. This human has contributed to Red Lotus Ghost School, said Principal Chen. But no contribution offsets killing. For the sake of the school's reputation, I've decided to expel him. Whether he lives or dies afterwards has nothing to do with us. Which is a very elegant way of saying, I want him outside the walls where the rules don't protect him. No objections, said Headmaster Joe. No objections, said the relative. Director Hu said nothing. The 2 independents shrugged because more than half the room had already voted and nobody wants trouble. And then I opened the door. You want to expel me? How can I, the person involved, not be present? 7 fierce ghosts looked at me at once, and the pressure in that room came down like weather. I walked in and took a seat like a man arriving at his own dinner table. Human, how dare you? Is this a place you can walk into? Why can't I come? This is... He stopped. He remembered he was a peak vicious ghost being asked to justify himself to a human, and that if he wanted to expel someone, he did not require their consent. Fine, he decided. Let him watch. Let him experience it properly. Since you want to watch, watch to your heart's content. It's good for you to learn that Red Lotus Ghost School is not something a human can meddle with. Continue the vote. The 2 independents raised their hands. 5 votes. See, human? No matter how you jump around or curry favor with the staff, this is the room that decides your fate. 5 votes. You are expelled from Red Lotus Ghost School. He waited for my face to do something. I smiled. How is it that I don't know the board can vote to expel other directors? He stopped. According to the rules, unless a director voluntarily withdraws their investment, even the chairman has no authority to expel them. That rule applies to directors, sneered the assistant. You're not one. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the new director. And I took out the Blood Lotus badge and pinned it to my collar. Principal Chen came out of his chair. You acquired the shares of the 7th director? That's right, 15%. By the rules, I'm a member of this board, and you have no authority to expel me. Then I leaned forward. I'd like Principal Chen to give me a reasonable explanation for why he wants to expel a board member without cause. Is there some secret of his that's been exposed? His face went every color available to it. Because if the truth about that girl came out, he died, his son died, and everything with his name on it died, and there is no city in Pure Land far enough away from a Ghost King's displeasure. Principal Chen, don't play dead. Expelling me without cause will make the other directors think you can remove any of them whenever you like. I need a reasonable explanation. He got up and walked out without a word. Hey, I called after him. Why are you leaving? Is your mother's chicken soup boiling over? Did you forget to turn off the tap? He stumbled slightly and walked faster. His people followed him out one at a time, and every one of them looked at me on the way past. They caught up with him in the corridor. Principal, what do we do? He's using this to threaten us openly. He thinks the director's badge can save him, said Principal Chen. But what power does a dead director have? Get ready. Tonight we raid the teacher's dormitory and kill him. Afterwards, Director Hu found me looking worried. Today's meeting failed. Principal Chen won't let this go, and after being provoked like that, they'll move tonight at the latest. 3 fierce ghosts and 1 peak vicious ghost. Even if Vice Principal Gao and I hold 2, the rest is very difficult. Don't worry, I said. They're just fierce ghosts. It's as if nobody else has any. Tonight we cut them down and take Red Lotus Ghost School. Then I went and made some calls. Before I get to the Grove, I have to tell you about the night I found out what actually happened 3 years ago, because it happened first, and because it's the part of this story I think about. The class monitor came for me 2 nights before with 3 of her friends. She was a bright, sturdy girl with her sleeves rolled up who sat like she owned the room, and she was dire ghost class, and she had gone to Chen Long for help after the staff refused to expel me. Her homeroom teacher rejected the complaint. The discipline director shredded it in front of her. The vice principal's office wouldn't open the door. Chen Long gave her an oil lamp. Mid-grade yin weapon. Conceals aura. Undetectable below fierce ghost. He said to go to the dormitory tonight and kill that human. Kill him and he'll take care of everything. They came up the stairs after midnight with the lamp. On the second floor landing, they found a word written on the wall in something red. Die. Dad? Said the one with green in his sockets. Idiot, said the sharp-toothed one, hitting him. That means death. This is the teacher's block. Who would write that? Oh, there's more here. It says a life for a life. You few. Give me back my life. A cold wind went past them, and a thin voice came up the stairwell. I'm so miserable. Give me back my life. The three boys went rigid, because even the dead are afraid of the returning dead. Could it be her spirit coming for us? Shut up, all of you. The class monitor glared at them. Can't you tell somebody's playing tricks? Human. Come out. I know it's you. Oh, I said, coming out of the stairwell. So you're not stupid after all. Do you think I'm an idiot? How did you find us? With your strength, you shouldn't be able to detect us through a concealment weapon. Guess. I hadn't detected them. Qin Yue had. She'd been in the building on hotel business, and she'd felt 4 auras coming up under a concealment item and told me, and then she went and stood at the bottom of the stairs and closed the floor. We don't need to guess, said the class monitor. Killing you ends this. And her yin power came up, and she took hold of her own head and turned it. All the way round and past and kept going until her face was wound round her own neck. Then she looked at me from the wrong side of herself, and my head started to turn. That's the trick. Ghosts rotate freely, people do not, and past 180 degrees a person is finished. I let it go round. Why do you people always go for the head? I said as it went. Humans and humans can't be generalized. This doesn't work on me. My head came all the way round twice and a half, and I blinked at her, and then I reached up and took it off and held it in my hands, and let out a long sigh. Much more comfortable. The 4 of them stood there. They had seen a ghost. Then I called the blood-stained rope, and I wound it round my head and held the other end. And I swung. I hit the sharp-toothed one in the chest with my own head hard enough to put him into the wall. The screaming went right through the building. Human head hammer, thought the other 3. Is your mental state all right? Who uses their own head as a weapon? Compared to him, we don't seem like ghosts at all. The sharp-toothed one was still going, calling me every name he had, promising to break all my limbs. The class monitor watched him do it and thought, buddy, the blood writing was a small trick, but this human has taken off his head and is using it as a mace, so I'd stop describing his methods as tricks. That's a bit vicious, little brother, I said, and my head, hanging from a rope, looked at him while I said it. You've only broken a dozen ribs. I've had a much worse week. Relax. Today it feels like the end of the world, but tomorrow? I smiled at him with the head. Tomorrow you'll break more. Oh no, sorry. You won't have a tomorrow. You won't need to ask your mother to cook. Coffin nail through the brow, into the wall. The other 3 ran. On the way, the green-socketed one used his ability, and something came out of his eyes, and the world tipped over, and my hearing went sideways. 5 minutes of scrambled senses. In that state you can't walk, let alone chase. So I put my head back on, and I called the rope again, and this time I put it round my own neck and let it lift me off the floor. Chase, I said, hanging there. Because in the stubborn state, the concept of dying doesn't apply, and being hanged is a mode of transport if you're not fussy. They reached the ground floor and heard something above them and looked up. A rope came down from the ceiling in the doorway, and on the end of it, a body hung, and its eyes were open and following them. Ghost! It's a ghost! They went back up the stairs, away from the exit, to find a teacher. I put 4 coffin nails through the air at once, which is the maximum I can hold, and which I could only do because my spirit had passed 180. Against a dire ghost, 4 nails lands 1 or 2. Against 2 wicked class followers running in a straight line, it is not a contest. Then I untied myself, dropped, and went after the last one at 100 speed. I found her on the 5th floor landing with her face bleached, running like something being hunted, and every trace of the dire ghost gone out of her. You're not human. You're a devil. To clarify, I said, that's not a rumor. She got a dormitory door open and got inside and shut it. I stopped. Then I picked up the fire axe out of the extinguisher cabinet. Class monitor, I said, at the door. Class monitor, let me in. I've come to bring you warmth. Inside, something scrabbled. Class monitor, I'm coming in. The first swing opened a line down the middle. Every swing after that produced a scream, and the screams made me swing harder, which produced more screaming, and I want to be honest that I was enjoying myself, and that this is the part of the night I'm least proud of. No, please, I won't dare again. The door came apart in the middle. I put my face through the gap. She was behind it with a small knife, shaking so hard she couldn't hold it level. Little pig, I said. I'm coming in. I came in with the axe up. Bear with it, my chopping addiction is acting up. No, no, I have money. I'll give you money. Foolish, I said. If I kill you, isn't your money mine anyway? And that broke her completely, and she said the thing I'd been waiting 3 days to hear. What do you want? What do you actually want? Do you want me to pay with my life for her? It wasn't me who killed her. I lowered the axe about 4 inches. That's a good story, I said. Tell me, let's see if I can control the addiction. And she told me everything, at speed, in the wrong order, the way people do. 3 years ago, a girl transferred into Red Lotus Ghost School. Specially recruited, no background, no family with weight. Liu Ying. She grew flowers. That sounds small. It is not small. The unreturning Ghost King's true form is an overlord flower, and he takes on cultivators, and the selection process runs for years and ends with each candidate presenting a final bloom. A place at his estate is the kind of future that changes a family for 6 generations. And this girl, who had nothing, had bred something new, a golden flower nobody had seen before. Her final entry for the last round of the test. The class monitor's boyfriend was Chen Long, and Chen Long wanted that placement, not for the flowers, for the patronage. The headmaster's son, expecting to be handed a Ghost King's favor, and being beaten to it by a scholarship student with dirt under her nails. So the class monitor and her 3 friends made that girl's life a project, every day, for months. Small things, mostly, which is how it always is. And the night before she was due to present, they got into the greenhouse and destroyed every plant she had. All of it. A year and a half of work in about 4 minutes. She went up to the dormitory roof the next morning, and then the school found out who had been waiting to see her flower. The unreturning Ghost King had personally praised her work. She was, as far as anybody knew, going to pass, which made her death not a tragedy, but an incident, and an incident with a Ghost King's name attached to it. So the headmaster of Red Lotus Ghost School cleared his son's name personally, and buried the rest, and 4 students and 1 father have been sitting on it for 3 years. I stood there in a broken doorway with an axe and thought about a girl who grew a flower nobody had ever seen and then had it taken apart by people who were bored. Human, said the class monitor. I've told you everything. You can let me go. I hit her with the axe. Then I put 5 coffin nails in, 1 at a time, until the dire ghost stopped. At the end, she was looking at me with an expression of total betrayal. You have no integrity, said her face. My moral standards are so low, I agreed, that even I find it terrifying. I let the drum take her. I carried her up to the roof, and then I threw her off it. The next morning, 4 bodies were found behind the teacher's dormitory, and the whole school knew who did it before breakfast. The classroom went silent when I walked in. Students moved out of my path. Somebody who had left their feet in the aisle pulled them in fast. Somebody whose desk was crooked next to mine straightened it and pulled my chair out, in case I thought it had been deliberate. Brother Immortal Lord, said Bai Yushan, very carefully, was the commotion last night you? Because this morning they found 4 bodies, and everyone is saying it was you. Let me clarify, I said. That's not a rumor. 5 players' mouths twitched in unison. You're too arrogant. This is the netherworld. You're a human who entered the ghost world, not a ghost who invaded ours. At least try to act like a player. Then the vice principal's voice came over the school broadcast. Hello. Hello. A notice. The school has investigated the student's fall from the building. It was an accident. Please do not spread rumors and affect unity. The class did not accept this. Many of them had seen the bodies. 1 had a caved chest and a nail through the brow. 2 had nails through the head. The 4th showed axework, and it had been declared an accident by the vice principal, in public, on the tannoy. Who is this human? The whole school was thinking that Vice Principal Gao will turn black into white for him. I got called to his office, and Fang Meiling walked me there, and on the way, she lowered her voice. You're too reckless. This has a big impact. Think carefully before you speak in there. Teacher, has your family sorted itself out? She glanced sideways at me, exasperated. What time is it and you're thinking about other things? But yes, it has. Thanks to you. I'll repay the 200,000. Teacher, I may be leaving here soon. How will you repay me? She stopped walking. She genuinely hadn't thought about it. I was a human, and I would leave, and her salary would take 4 years. No hurry, I said. Think about it slowly. In the meantime, do something useful with the information you gave me. Your family's problem has a name now, and I intend to hand it to them. Then I went in and preempted the vice principal before he could open his mouth. Elder Bandage, are you interested in becoming the principal? He stood up so fast his chair went back, checked the door was shut, and put his back against it. Mr. Chen, you're courting death. I don't have such ambitions. At most, I've thought about being an acting principal. Old Gao, I said, pouring myself his tea. A vice principal who doesn't want to be principal isn't a good principal. Think about it. You run the entire operation of this school, and what you lack is funding. I'm an honorary shareholder and a board member, and what I don't lack is money. Join forces and we take the whole thing. And how old is the principal? His judgment on new things fell behind years ago. This school declines in his hands. To put it bluntly, how much longer does he have? The principal, said Elder Bandage, is 2 years older than me. I slammed the table. That's even worse for you. How can there be a crown prince for 40 years? If you want to ascend, you have to be ruthless. And I drew a finger across my throat. His scalp visibly moved under the bandages. I don't know if I have ambition, he was thinking, but yours is overflowing. If those words got out, I don't know how long the principal would live, but you definitely wouldn't live to graduate. Does the principal have a grudge against you? Not yet. He will, because I've dug up a secret big enough to leave this school without a burial plot. And I told him about the unreturning Ghost King, and the flower, and the girl on the roof, and who cleared whose name. He went completely still. Are you serious? Found out last night, so if you don't want this bomb going off under Red Lotus, cut out the tumor. The safest method is to kill everyone involved. He panicked properly then because he understood the position instantly. Once the principal learned I knew, the principal had to kill me. Our positions were structurally incompatible, and he had to pick a side today. The principal is a peak vicious ghost. Nobody in this school matches him. Even if your 3 bodyguards worked together, they couldn't take him, and he has board members behind him. I can kill him. He looked at me for a long moment. What will it be? I said, and put my hand out. Second in command for life, or the boss for once? He looked at the hand. He looked at the door, and he took it. Principal, don't blame me, he was thinking. The job is simply too tempting. Don't wait for me. I'm already Jiang Ming's. Which brings us to the Grove. They came in the open, 5 of them, not bothering to hide. 2 fierce ghost directors, the fierce ghost assistant, Chen Long at Peak Vicious, and Principal Chen. They came through the trees and stopped because I was standing at the far end of the path by myself. You're finally here, I said. I've been waiting so long the flowers have wilted. You damned human! Chen Long came first, because of course he did. Last time I only used raw strength. This time I'll use everything. Old Gao, I said, and a voice came out of the dark to my left. Heh, I've wanted to hit this idiot for a long time. He brought disaster on this school. Elder Bandage caught his wrist and hit him with his own punch and put him into a tree. Principal Chen's face changed. Vice Principal Gao, are you sure you want to be my enemy for a human? If you hadn't hidden something as big as the unreturning Ghost King, said Elder Bandage, Mr. Chen might not have wanted to kill you. If you want to blame someone, blame your son. Good. Let's see how you protect him under our combined assault. And then a shadow came up out of my shadow and became Director Hu. Director Hu? When were you bribed by this human? Bribed? Said Director Hu mildly. This is my father. We're family. There's no such thing as bribery. Everyone stopped. Your father, said every face in the grove. You call this human father. You're a ghost. How do you have a human father? Director Hu, you're insane. But even with you, it isn't enough. I can weigh the 2 of you in one hand. What about us then? 3 came out of the trees on the left. An old man with gray-white skin and liver spots in dusty gray. A bloated one in clothes so red they were black. And one walking like a headless horseman, carrying his own head. 2 fierce ghosts and a dyer. And 2 more came from the right. A goatee and a single horn. And a woman in a purple kipao with an aura that made the trees go quiet. 12 ghosts in that grove. 7 of them mine. They formed a circle with me in the middle. And then the village chief, and the water ghost, and the headless one, and the floating life hotel boss all said, at the same time, in the same tone, Father, we're here. Principal Chen's face. I want that preserved. A perfectly good assassination had turned into a family reunion, and there is no procedure for that. Principal Chen, I said, you were going to weigh us. Say it again now? His side had 3 fierce ghosts. Mine had 6. Humph. What kind of skill is it to win by numbers? Once I break the formation, you'll still die. And he was right, technically. He was a peak vicious ghost. Numbers don't solve that. You need something that can actually hurt him. Attack, I said. 6 of mine went in pairs at his 3, which left him standing there with nobody assigned. He couldn't believe it. What about me, he was thinking. I'm the strongest here. Why isn't anyone ganging up on me? Are you looking down on a peak vicious ghost that much? Then you're finished. Catch the king and everything else settles. He came for me. My sons looked genuinely worried, because none of them could take him alone, and they were watching their father get charged by the thing they were all afraid of. The headless one, who is my most devoted fan, called out encouragement about how father was once a great figure and even diminished he was no fierce ghost. I don't know how you tricked these into obeying you, said Principal Chen, closing, but you're human. That can't be changed. I don't believe you have anything to deal with me. I smiled crooked. Then you're celebrating too early. Detected face-slapping environment. Skill Crooked Mouth Dragon King has taken effect. Thunder God Drum Level +1. Return yin pill level +1. Return yin pill, low grade, becomes revitalization pill, middle grade. Restores yin power fully and increases potency twofold for a short period. Thunder God Drum, Supreme Grade Tier 3, becomes 6-Face Thunder God Drum, Excellent Grade Tier 1. 6-Face Thunder God Drum, Legendary. There is a Thunder God in the Thunder Marsh. Patting the belly summons thunder. Roaring summons thunder. The crown of the head welcomes thunder. The palm condenses thunder. Shaking the ground binds thunder. The twin pupils are electrifying. Striking any face of the thunder drum summons a different form of lightning. Note: the netherworld is watching you, and a warm reminder. Striking any side of this drum will kill you. Note: the power of a legendary item is beyond your control. I read the warnings and disregarded them, and I want to explain the logic because there is some. It said striking it would kill me. Probably true, but my mouth is stubborn enough, and the constitutions of people differ. And if a stubborn duck says he won't die, that's very reasonable, isn't it? 6 drums came out into the air around me in a ring, each with a purple dragon pattern on the hide, and lightning walking between them. Everybody stopped fighting. A supreme grade artifact, said Principal Chen, and his charge died under him. No, impossible. Why would a human have a supreme grade artifact? That's something a ghost king would fight for and fail to get. That sentence went through the grove like a stone into a pond. My sons, meanwhile, were having the best night of their afterlives. I told you, the headless one was saying. What a great figure father is. Even with his strength gone, how could he not have kept a trump card? Which meant, to all of them, that their father's past strength had been Ghost King level, at minimum, possibly beyond, and that they were the illegitimate children of something enormous. Chen Long broke first. He came up off the ground with his eyes running red and roared that it was an illusion, that no human could have that nobody should be falling for it. And he charged me. No, son, come back. I struck the first drum on the left. The lightning came up into me and gathered, and it did not go into my hand. It went up my spine and into my throat and stopped there, turning over. Thunder roar. Condense it in the mouth and let it out. The panel had time for one more remark. Pure Land is watching you. Pure Land marvels at your audacity and laments that a talent like you is about to die. This is the greatest loss to Pure Land. Die, your grandfather, I said. I'm immortal. And I opened my mouth. What came out went in a straight line for 50 meters and left a black trench behind it, and everything in that line stopped being anything. Chen Long took the whole of it. There was very little left of him, and what there was smoking. And I cracked. Not a figure of speech. I heard it. Fine lines went across every part of me at once, the way a dropped bowl goes. And for one instant, I was a thing about to come apart into pieces on the ground. Then it stopped, and I was whole, and the only thing wrong with me was that my yin power was gone. Awesome, I said, because that would have killed a peak vicious ghost outright. That would have removed a fierce ghost from the world, and it would have removed me, exactly as advertised, if I had not been holding a cheat that lets me tell the universe I'm fine and be believed. Principal Chen looked at what was left of his son, and then at me. You killed my son. I want your life. If you're not afraid to die, I said, come. Huh. Stop pretending. He was breathing hard. Do you think a supreme grade artifact is cabbage, that a human can use it casually? You're finished. The cracks proved it. I don't know how you hid them, but the damage from forcing an artifact like that cannot be repaired quickly. And your yin power is gone. It has to be. Even if you fire again, you can't kill a peak vicious ghost. He was right on both counts. That drum wanted more yin power than I have ever had. 10,000 points barely bought the opening note. But yin power is a resource, and resources can be purchased. I took out the revitalization pills and put 2 in my mouth at once, 4 times my capacity, arriving simultaneously. Every vessel I have went at the same moment. Human, said Principal Chen, and started to laugh. You've lost your mind. 2 middle-grade pills will burst that little body. I don't even need to act. It's just a body explosion, I said. No big deal. And I struck the second drum. The lightning came into my eyes. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears like a war drum, and everything I looked at flinched. Oh my God, said somebody in the trees. Why can you still use it? With that you could fight a ghost king, and you're using it on fierce ghosts. That's a waste of heaven's resources. Brother, please retract your divine ability. Don't be afraid, I told them kindly. It only looks frightening. It doesn't hurt at all, I swear. I looked at Principal Chen, and 2 arcs went out of my eyes. He threw himself sideways in a way that cost him all his dignity and most of his right arm, which came up smoking. Don't hide. It's normal to get a little hurt in a fight. Don't be afraid of pain like a woman. If you're a man, come at me head on. I turned my head and looked at the assistant. He came apart. See? I said. I told you it doesn't hurt. He didn't even scream. The 3 surviving ghosts on that side looked at each other and ran. Haven't you heard the saying? I called after them. Within 7 steps, lightning is fast. Beyond 7 steps, lightning is fast and fierce. The relative went down mid-stride, close enough that it went over Principal Chen, and then, with the next arc already gathering, my eyes quit. They came out, both of them. They landed on the ground and rolled a little way and stopped. Principal Chen's whole body changed. He'd been running, now he wasn't. The backlash, he thought. He's been forcing an artifact he can't handle, and it's finally taken his eyes. Gold Sprite, cover me. We take the artifact together. And he came back for me at full peak vicious ghost speed. His joy lasted about 3 seconds, which is how long it took me to crouch down, pick up my own eyes, put them back in, and look at him. My apologies, I said. My eyes fell out. It's fine. I just put them back. It won't affect our duel. I swallowed 2 more pills. Principal Chen stopped running. Are your eyes decorative? He was thinking. How does a human take his eyes out and put them back? Are you treating them like a plug-in component? It's like he's fake. Nothing bleeds. Nothing stays broken. We'll give you the title of Ghost. You're more of one than we are. A green pillar filled his vision, and then everything in it went white, and after that, he didn't have any more thoughts. My eyes went again. That's fine. You just put them back. It's no trouble. By the time I could see, Headmaster Zhou was wrapped in bandages on the ground, and the grove was quiet. Skill Crooked Mouth Dragon King has been deactivated. 6-Faced Thunder. God Drum level -1. Revitalization. Pill level -1. I walked over to the one still breathing. It seems keeping him is useless, I said. Kill him. He can join Principal Chen. No, big brother. Sir, I'm useful. I have money. I have shares in this school. I'll give you all of it. Father, said Director Hu helpfully. He is the wealthiest of the directors. Real estate. Very lucrative. Yes. Yes, they call me Gold Sprite. I have nothing but money. I took out a perfect level ghost contract. Sign this and you live. He signed. Zhao Jinbao and the words willingly be dispatched, and that was a fierce ghost bound to me at the level of the soul, unable to betray me by any act of will. Mr. Chen, said Elder Bandage, please take me in as well. Old Gao, you're about to be principal of this school. Becoming my contracted ghost is a demotion. Not at all. Not at all. It would be my honor. Cold sweat was going down his back, and I knew exactly why. He had learned 3 secrets tonight that could end him. Signing was the only way to be certain he'd see the morning, and a principal who belongs to the chairman is a principal who cannot be replaced. Wei Feng, willingly be dispatched. I let the drum take Principal Chen, and something interesting happened. He came off the hide still at fierce, which no other absorbed ghost had managed. A peak vicious ghost keeps more of himself than the rest. Dad, said the headless one, staring at the drum. What rank is that weapon? Is it a supreme grade artifact? Everybody's ears went up. Guess boldly, I said. Top grade tier 2? I shook my head. Top grade tier 3? I shook my head again. They all gasped, because above top grade tier 3 is a peerless artifact, a category that only appeared with version 5.0 and which no living thing has ever held. I smiled mysteriously and said nothing. I don't have one, but I'm going to. And since I'm going to have one anyway, giving them a preview now seemed reasonable. We found the share transfer agreement in the principal's office. He'd written it years ago, sensibly, so that his holdings wouldn't revert to the school if he died unexpectedly. All I had to do was sign my name. With his shares, and Headmaster Zhou's 15, and the relatives' 10, and the assistant's fraction, I held 70% of Red Lotus Ghost School. Chairman of the board, sole authority to appoint the principal and the leadership, an S-rank dungeon in my name. And then, on the desk, I noticed the drum ghost of Principal Chen staring at a flower pot. It was a golden flower. The stamens were arranged like a lotus, and the petals sat in neat ranks either side. New yin material detected. The netherworld has named it Jinlin flower. Jinlin flower. Mid-grade yin material. A primary ingredient for healing pills. It can perfectly substitute the high-grade material Xuanyin golden orchid with identical effect. It was cultivated by Liu Ying, a transfer student at Red Lotus Ghost School, as the final entry for the ultimate test of the unreturning Ghost King. Cultivation method. Take a golden leaf, plant it in soil, and infuse yin power at dawn, at noon, and in the afternoon. It matures in 10 days. Note, this is her thank you gift. I stood in a dead man's office and read that last line several times. They had smashed a greenhouse and missed one pot. And what was in that pot was worth more than this school, this hotel, and every coin I owned, because Xuanyin Golden Orchid takes years to grow, which is why healing pills are rare, which is why people die in dungeons who did not have to. Hers takes 10 days, 12 golden leaves on the plant. Each leaf is a new plant. This is her thank you gift, I said out loud, to nobody. I took the pot with me. The next morning, the school broadcast made 2 announcements. The first was that Principal Chen had unfortunately met with an accident, along with his son, his assistant, and his relative, and that we would observe 3 seconds of silence. The second, 3 seconds later without a pause, was the new appointments. Vice Principal Gao would serve as principal, commencing a new chapter, and congratulations to Red Lotus Ghost School on the birth of its new chairman of the board. The student body went looking for the board roster. 4 names, Director Jiang at 70% and 3 others at 10 each, with a photograph next to the first one, of the human transfer student who had enrolled 9 days earlier. Bai Yushan, I'm told, actually knelt down. I'm completely convinced, he said. Immortal Lord of 10,000 Laws is not human. While I was going through my books and studying for the exam, he was thinking, that man was rewriting the school's ownership structure. What is there to compare? Who's more miserable? Meanwhile, every student in Economics Class 1 queued up to give my classmates presents to pass on to me, heat-clearing materials, or for weapon forging, and from the newly elected class monitor, a bag of black gold sand, mid-grade, which blinds a ghost if you throw a handful in its eyes. I don't know if Jiang's student will come back, she said, but our sincerity is unchanged. Then I held a board meeting because the school was still broke. Currently our funding comes from 4 sources, I said. Tuition, uniforms, textbooks, the cafeteria. That doesn't cover a school. Thoughts? Nobody had any, which is why the school was in this state. Your biggest misconception, I said, is not knowing how to use the school's reputation to make money. Real estate, and on this, Headmaster Zhou is key. Headmaster Zhou looked up in horror because he assumed I meant his money. Director Wan, who is built like a bricklayer and thinks like an accountant, objected immediately. Does the chairman mean building housing near the school and marketing it on the school's name? It's useless. Principal Chen tried it. A house costs millions and nobody wants a second one. The Minghai city market is saturated. Build more and they won't sell. Your failure is a failure of concept, I said. To move a saturated market, you bundle the house with a demand that can't be bought any other way. Gentlemen, have you heard of school district housing? They looked at me. Bind an admission place to the property. Own the flat. Your child attends Red Lotus Ghost School. No flat, no admission. Are you still worried the houses won't sell? The room went absolutely silent. And then it detonated. Genius, said Headmaster Zhou, going red. Binding admission to property. No property, no admission. Our housing becomes the best-selling product in the city. We have entrance exams and strict requirements, said Director Wan, staring at me. Wealthy families have been coming to me for years trying to buy places. If they learn a place comes with a flat, they will trample each other. Minghai City is about to have a storm, murmured Director Hu. Then they started competing to give me money. Chairman, I can borrow 50 million from Netherworld Bank and put it into the project. I only want 20%. I'll also invest 50 million for 20%. Shut up, both of you. Headmaster Zhou glared at them. This project was given to me by the master. I'll put my entire fortune in and borrow 200 million. I can also invest 30, said Director Hu. 330 million raised in one meeting on a concept I stole from my own species. Distribute it among yourselves and start as soon as possible, I said, and the build quality is not negotiable. If somebody's roof leaks, I'll find out. Then we went to look at land, and on the way out the gate guard opened it for me personally, and I said good morning to him. An elder bandage watched that happen and dropped back a few steps. How long have you worked here? Almost 10 years. 10 years. You're an old employee. It's time for a promotion. From today you're head of security, responsible for all guards on campus. And he walked on, leaving one old ghost standing at a gate having a small crisis. Promoted. For nothing. Because the chairman said good morning to him. He had flattered me originally so I wouldn't have him fired. Even a chicken, he thought. Even a dog. We bought an abandoned mall site 2 kilometers from the school, from a fierce ghost called Boss Lee, who wore good glasses and understood the situation faster than anybody I met in that city. 40 million, I said. He did the sum in his head. Sell it, and let's be friends. 35 million. The only condition is that we get to know each other. 5 million to be introduced to me. I liked him immediately, and I made a note that if fate allowed, I would like to be his father. Jiangming. Lili, if you need anything, come to me. I named the development Royal River First Grade because if you're going to sell an education, you should sound like one. And then I went back to Huangquan village and told my sons to pull up every crop in the valley. I want to be careful about this part because it's the part where I was most likely to ruin people. Folks, I said, standing on the big stone at the village entrance, pull the vegetables out of your fields. Uncle Jiang is going to have you plant something good. And I held up the flower. New material, certified by the Netherworld, sole supplier, matures in 10 days. The cities will fight over it. Half the village started rolling up their sleeves. The other half laughed at them. Mid-grade material is troublesome to grow. Sometimes it won't mature once in a year. Fail, and you've lost the whole year. There's no market reference. I'd rather grow vegetables. They're only low-grade, but the harvest is reliable. The chief muttered in my ear that the ones objecting were incomers, families who'd moved in over the last few decades, and that there was history there. I looked at the fields and did the arithmetic that mattered. How's the harvest this year? He tallied it and gave me a number, 300,000 to 400,000 coins for the whole village, divided across the households, about 40,000 a year each. Hard-earned, 40,000 a year. That's what a family in that valley lived on. So I stood on the stone again. I'm glad you trust Uncle Zhang. But Uncle Zhang isn't going to make you gamble a year of food on his word. Here's what we'll do. I'll buy every crop you pull up at market price today, and I'm putting 2 million Netherworld coins into a Zhang clan foundation. Any household whose annual income is under 100,000 can apply, and the foundation makes up the difference to 100,000. The field went quiet. 100,000 against 40. Uncle Zhang, said a young one, raising his hand like a schoolboy. Is that true? It's true. I'm giving it to your village chief now. Verify it with him and claim it. And I put 2.5 million Netherworld coins on the ground in front of them, in cash, because nothing I say is worth as much as something they can pick up. Nobody doubted anything after that. The incomers stood at the edge of their own fields and watched. And I want to record that I did not offer them the foundation, and that this was deliberate, and that the chief wrote down the names of the ones who had been loudest. I'm not going to pretend that was charity. Without a comparison, nobody learns which decisions pay. Then my sons emptied the ghost tree for me. 7 soul fruit, one after another, spirit 275, yin power 13,000, which put fourth order in sight and no further. Remember, I told the 3 of them on the way out, we are family, you and all of you will always be my sons. They agreed enthusiastically, and then, walking away, all 3 of them had the same faint feeling that they had just been taken advantage of somehow, and could not identify how. It must be an illusion, they decided. The settlement came while I was standing in that field. Players' overall evaluation detected to have exceeded the Pure Land 5.0 version limit. Pure Land is racking its brains, processing urgently. Player is about to return. Pure Land complains to you. You are the first player whose overall evaluation is 1 version ahead, requiring single-line processing. Then I was sitting in my own shop in the sunlight, and the cheat resolved. Stubborn, level 1. When you are in a dying state, as long as you believe you are not dead, your life will be constant, and no attack can knock you down. After the battle, you return to a dying state. Activation. Passive. Passive is better. Passive means I don't have to see the ambush coming, but level 1 had lost the immortality. I could hold, and then afterwards I would still be a man who ought to be dead, which is where the healing pills come in, and why I bought all of them. Red Lotus Ghost School strategy completed. Clearance time 240 hours. Rating S. Plot completion 200%. Uncover the truth. Find all true culprits. Kill the mastermind. Kill those who aided and abetted. Gain the gratitude of the victim. Rating SS. Achievements unlocked. 15. Rating SS. New Education Tycoon. Mythical. You have become chairman of the board of Red Lotus Ghost School with a 70% controlling stake. The principal has become your contracted ghost, and the board members have become your sons and followers. Pure Land regrets this and truly worries for the students attending here. My first mythical. I'm super fierce, legendary. You, a third-order controller, killed 3 fierce ghosts. Ruthless can no longer describe you. Rising Eastern Sun, semi-legendary. What exactly did you do? You know best. Abstract Master, special achievement. In this dungeon you engaged in, but were not limited to, head removal to frighten ghosts, hanging yourself, head hammering, and picking up your own eyes. Pure Land wishes to call you Abomination and grants you a special reward. Dragon King himself, epic. You spent no less than 10 million coins in the dungeon, engraving the words shamelessly rich on your forehead. Based on the above, your final evaluation is X level, and then the text stopped scrolling and sat there. Pure Land 5.0 cannot display the current evaluation cap. Your evaluation has exceeded the standard, leading by 1 version. Pure Land is undergoing emergency public relations. Correction complete. X level evaluation recalled. Your final evaluation is SSS rank. To compensate the player, a sincere gift package no less than X level will be provided. I looked at that for a while. They had given me a grade, taken it back on the grounds that it didn't exist yet, given me the highest grade that did exist, and then paid me the difference in cash. 200,000 coins, doubled. 10 attribute points, doubled. 2 epic random boxes, doubled. 2 perfect level ghost contracts, an enhancement coupon. An epic upgrade coupon, a death scratch-off, which randomly awards a dungeon between D and S rank, and 3 Wan Neng soul points. 3. I upgraded the coffin nail with the epic coupon, and it stopped being a coffin nail. Drought Demon Nail, epic. Collected from the bones of a mythical monster that caused droughts, imbued with burning and magma properties. Nailed into the ground, it causes large-scale drought. Nailed into flesh, it burns a person and their bones clean. Remark. Do you want to achieve the mighty power of 1,000 miles of drought? I have scattered 5 drought demon nails across the world. Go and search for them and usher in the era of great drought. It came out of my inventory as a crimson stone pendant that felt like holding a coal. 5 of them make a legend. I had one. The other 4 would each cost an X-level settlement, which did not exist in a version that had not shipped. Something to work towards. Level 5 to 15. Strength 126, Speed 110, Spirit 275, Yin Power 13,000. 2 contracted fierce ghosts. And on the forum, the 3rd banner. Congratulations. Player Master of Infinite Principles has achieved the first SSS rank evaluation in the Primary Zone S rank dungeon, Red Lotus Ghost School, clearing with 200% plot completion and refreshing Pure Land's evaluation cap. To ensure player experience, Pure Land version 6.0 has been preemptively announced. Stay tuned. Somewhere in the world, a man in a massage parlor sat bolt upright and said something I won't repeat. The leaderboard for Red Lotus Ghost School had never been displayed because leaderboards only appear once someone scores B or above, and nobody ever had. The Netherworld had classified the entire dungeon as uncompleted for years. It opened that day with one name on it. Wu Lei came into the thread and explained professionally what 200% would require, not just finding the truth, not just seeing the culprits punished. You'd have to kill every single ghost involved in that incident, he wrote, without being executed for it. The thread filled up with full stops. And in Wan City, Wu Lei spent 4 days looking for other survivors of that dungeon and couldn't find any, and drew the obvious conclusion and started preparing a funeral for his investigator, which was awkward because she walked into the office 4 days later while they were carrying her wreath out. What are you doing? Said Shu Qianqian. Why am I dead? She'd cleared it. B rank. Uninjured, because she had never once had to fight. In 15 days, my 3 attributes rose by an average of over 12 points, she told Wu Lei. That's what a normal 3rd order gains across 4 or 5 dungeons. How? I ate on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, every meal. He arranged it. And then she told him the rest of it. And the captain of the Wan City Security Department sat down and stopped talking for a while. His network spreads through the whole school, she said. Guards, teachers, leaders, the vice principal, the board. He didn't want the student dormitory, so the leadership moved him, and we came with him. He didn't like the cafeteria, so he hired Fusheng Hotel's chefs to come to the school and cook for him, dire ghost class leg meat. One meal could make several first-order controllers. He didn't want to attend class, so the teachers looked the other way, and the discipline director shredded the complaints. And when he killed a ghost, the vice principal went on the school broadcast and called it an accident. Wu Lei said, I need a moment. Then she told him about the principal and the 70%, and he wrote the report and read it back and put it straight into the shredder. Do you know what happens if I send that up? The leaders will call me an idiot, and then they'll send people to test him. A figure like that cannot be alienated by idiots running tests. I'll go and visit him personally, said Shu Qianqian, as a courtesy. What are we waiting for? Said Wu Lei, and started packing. They came to my shop, and my shop had a problem. The problem was that I no longer wanted customers. I'd been handed $1.5 million in real-world cash by a grateful businessman 2 days earlier for a job I'll come to, and that meant Ping An Funeral Supplies was solvent for years, which meant the shop had become a place where people interrupted me. So I raised every price in the building by a factor of 10 and labeled everything clearly because I am not a swindler. I am simply unavailable. A middle-aged couple came in, read the price of the paper ingots, read it again, and began shouting that this was a crooked shop. They took photographs. They announced they were reporting me. Which was strange, because if you don't want to buy something, you can leave. That was when Wu Lei and Shu Qianqian walked in, and the couple immediately recruited them. Don't buy anything here. Look at the prices, 10 times what they are outside. Wu Lei looked at the prices. Then he looked at me, sitting behind the counter with the expression of a man who did not care whether anyone bought anything, and he understood the whole thing in about 2 seconds, which is why he runs a department. Mr. Chen, he said. The security department needs about 500,000 of stock. Price isn't an issue. As long as you're willing to sell, we'll take it all. Consider it congratulations. The couple stopped talking. He had no intention of taking the stock. He wanted a reason to hand me 500,000 and a favor on account, and I let him have it because I take all comers. Then the door went again, and in came Wu Yang and Boss Shu, carrying a box. Wu Yang walked directly to a cabinet, picked up a plain wooden urn, and said, Mr. Chen, I really like this. I'll buy it for 1 million. The couple made a noise. 1 million. For a wooden urn. Is it set with diamonds? If you put ashes in it, do they come back? They knew it. Shills. A whole shop full of shills. Boss Shu, not to be outdone, bought 2 memorial tablets at $1 million each for the 2 women who had died in his house. Stop it, the wife burst out. It's too fake. If you're going to hire shills, hire better ones. 1 million, 2 million, have you never seen rich people? Shut up, said her husband, in a whisper that carried. I thought I was seeing things, but that really is Boss Shu. I've seen him speak at charity events. He won't know me. Boss Shu, who had been quietly enjoying being the poorest person in the room, straightened up considerably. What are you two doing here? They stammered. Do you know who is standing in this room? Said Boss Shu with feeling. I am the lowest status person here, and you two are offending them? Believe me, if you end up scattered across the street and down a drain, nobody will speak up for you. Wu Lei turned his head and studied a shelf. The husband broke immediately. We didn't know. A few days ago, somebody approached us. They said they'd clear our debts. The condition was that we come to this shop and cause trouble, learn the layout, and photograph the owner and anything strange inside. The room stopped being amusing. Somebody was scouting me, and I had exactly one enemy, and it wasn't mine. 2 weeks earlier, a butler had walked into this shop looking for a hearse. 2 women had died in the Liu family's house within a day of each other in ways that were not accidents, and a Taoist had been hired who turned out to be a man in a costume with no yin power at all. I went out there for 100,000 and found 2 half-formed wrathful ghosts, cleared them, took the third one alive, and followed it back to a player who was cultivating ghosts out of murdered people because a ghost made from a person has no sentience and is safer to contract. Wu Lei had gone gray when I told him about that, because it turns out the security department has been fighting that practice for years. The player who did it wasn't the client. He had a client, and the client had now sent a couple to photograph my shop. It's your family's enemy, I told Boss Shu. His face fell off. Boss Jiang, how much would it cost to ask for your help? My family has everything. I'll give you all of it. I just beg you to save their lives. I looked at the 3 million Netherworld coins that had arrived on my counter that morning. Enough, I said. Anyone who has to scout like this isn't formidable. You came and bought something. Contact me if anything happens. Which was generous of me, and also I had a drought demon nail, a legendary drum, 3 million coins, and a body count, and I wanted a target. Wu Lei took the couple away to interview them and showed them his identification on the way out, and the 2 of them discovered that the captain of the Wan City Security Department also needed to be friendly with a funeral shop owner. What have we offended, they were thinking. That night, I was walking home through an alley when somebody put a gun against my back. Don't move. A man in a black coat. Professional. He'd come past me, turned, and closed. Don't move around. I know you people have all sorts of strange abilities, but I guarantee that if you move an inch, I'll take your head off. No matter how special you are, you can't withstand a close-range bullet. I stopped walking. They'd talked about it that afternoon and sent a killer that night. Or more likely, somebody had been watching the shop the whole time, saw the couple arrested, understood the plan was blown, and moved early. Who sent you? I said. Tell me and I'll spare your life. Shut up. Stubborn even with death at your back. Walk. He pressed the barrel in. I didn't move. Damn it, do you want to die? I heard him pull the slide. Don't make me say it again or this one goes through your leg. Want to make a bet? I said. I bet your gun has no bullets. There was a pause behind me, and I could feel the exact shape of his contempt. Do you think you're in a film? He was thinking. Do you think I don't know my own weapon? He fired at my knee. The gun clicked. He fired again and again. Clicked, clicked. I turned around. As a killer, I said, you don't even know whether there's a magazine in your gun. Did you get this job through the back door? And I held up his magazine, also his identification card, also an organization badge, also a small screw which had until recently been inside his pistol, King of 1,000 Hands skin suit, high grade, a human skin glove from a master of theft. Wearing it allows exquisite technique. The closer the distance, the higher the success rate. It goes transparent when you put it on. It had been on my left hand for 2 days. He'd stood behind me at a distance of about 4 centimeters for a full minute. Shadowfeather, I read off the card. A pseudonym. I flicked it into his face. He patted his own coat and found everything gone, and his mind went somewhere quiet. Even a pickpocket has to bump into you, he was thinking. I was watching your every move, and the magazine, and the screw. How do you take a screw out of a finished weapon? He dropped the gun and ran. Is that it? I said. How boring. The blood-stained rope came off my wrist like something waking up and took his ankle out from under him, and he went down hard and slid a meter on his face. I walked over and lifted one finger, and the rope made a loop and stood him upright by the neck. Speak. Who sent you? He got out 2 words about monsters, and then his eyes went past me and he smiled. I heard it. High up, behind, and traveling. Sniper, I thought, and did not do anything about it, and turned my head to look. An armor-piercing round, burning, from the tower block across the road, aimed squarely at my head. At that distance, there is nothing to be done, and the outcome is fixed, which is what the killer was smiling about. Within a tenth of a second, the crimson ghost gold casket opened a single face of a black gold barrier in front of me. The round hit it and detonated. Fire went out sideways in a sheet, and then the bullet spun a few times and slid down the barrier and dropped on the pavement. I should explain the casket because I hadn't had it long. I'll come back to it. The short version is that it protects its owner without being asked, and it stops anything below Ghost General. A rifle is well below Ghost General. Across the road, a sniper looked through his scope at an intact target standing next to a hanging man and left his rifle on the roof and ran. That is not a normal round, he was thinking. That goes through a tank. This requires more money. I put the drum out and fed it, and the hide filled with faces, and the temperature in that alley dropped hard. The killer, hanging, watched dozens of them come up out of a drum and still had the nerve to laugh at me. I've killed a few like you. They all had strange artifacts. They all died. You'll be no exception. We'll be everywhere. We'll come into your life. You'll live in fear. Also, don't think you'll get anything out of me. I won't say a word. He was right, which is why I didn't ask. I put one of the drum's residents into him instead. Basic possession. Useless against a player with high spirit. Against an ordinary person, it's not a fight, it's a steering wheel. He walked, and I followed, and he took me to an abandoned building on the edge of town. Shoot! Kill this monster! They had good discipline. The muzzle flashes went right along the second floor, and the noise was extraordinary, and none of it reached me because the casket had already put its face up and the rounds simply stopped, ringing in midair. Then they brought out rocket launchers, which I thought was excessive for one man in a funeral trade. The smoke cleared. I was standing where I had been. They'd assembled an anti-terror operation for a shopkeeper, which told me how much money was behind this, and that was the only fact I actually wanted. Kill them all, I said, and let the drum out. On the roof, I found the one with yin power. Fourth order, weaker than me, and young, and furious. Damn it, who are you? How does Wan City have someone like you? Not even Captain Wu Lei could survive concentrated fire like that. Who are you? I'm here for revenge. 3 years ago, the Liu family forced my father into bankruptcy. He couldn't take it. My parents. Revenge is fine, I said. I'm not interested in your backstory. That's your business. I just want to kill you. His face stiffened, which I understand. Nobody likes to be told their reasons are filing. Do you dare? You're a player. You know the Shadow Merchant Guild, one of the 3 great guilds of Minghai City? My organization is a subordinate branch of theirs. Kill me, and you won't move an inch in the human world. I paused. Shadow Merchant Guild. Can humans join the Shadow Merchant Guild? How fresh, he sneered. A 5th order controller is comparable to a dire ghost. Even they won't refuse a loyal human. My organization's founder is a mid-level manager of the Shadow Merchant Guild, under a vice president. Kill me, and your information goes to them, and your bounty spreads across the human world. And he produced an external member's badge to prove it, and his confidence came all the way back. Then look, I said. Who's this? I snapped my fingers. The Dark Shadow President came out of the air in a black robe with the hood up, radiating peak vicious ghost. The young man's face went white from the pressure alone, and then confused, because he didn't recognize him. Is he famous? How do you serve as president? I said. When your subordinate doesn't know your face. That is the story of how I acquired an assassin organization, told backwards, and I should tell it forwards, because it's the last thing I have to tell you, and it's the reason the Netherworld had to change its version number twice in 1 month. It started with a scratch card. The Death Scratch-Off, special reward, awards a random dungeon between D and S rank. I scratched it and the light came up gold. S, I like that. Only S rank has room for an evaluation above SSS, and above SSS is where the version number lives. Entering dungeon. Yama Merchant Guild. Introduction. One of Minghai City's 3 most powerful merchant guilds, possessing countless rare materials and precious artifacts. Everything you can imagine the Yama Merchant Guild can sell. Life is no exception. Difficulty S type. Multiplayer. Exploration. Survive 30 days. Find the supreme grade artifact the guild grew from, which was damaged, lost its power, and vanished. Find it and you gain ownership. And, because analysis shows no one has explored more than 30% of Quest 2, be promoted to apprentice. Complete anyone to clear. I opened my eyes in a courtyard in front of a mansion built like an old noble house. Rock gardens, running water, arched bridges. Somebody with serious money had built it and had not been restrained. 4 of us, this time. And one of them hit the ground on his knees the moment he saw me. Be brother. 3 days apart feel like 3 autumns. It was Wu Yang. The man with the dark circles, who had accused me of faking the Liu family job in my own shop, and who had since worked out exactly who I was and had been having a bad week about it. You 2 know each other? Said a young man with a saber on his back and hair like a lion. Looks like there's some bad blood, said the 4th, a woman in sunglasses with black hair to her waist. Wu Yang was, I later learned, entirely aware that killing inside a dungeon is not a crime and leaves no evidence. Brother, I was blind. I have 3,000 coins on me. I'll keep 100 for food and you can have the rest. Buddy, said the saber youth, embarrassed for him. We're all primary zone here. Even if he's third order, there's no need to be this frightened. It's fine, I said. I didn't take it to heart. Stop performing. Really? I don't want your money. He got up and attached himself to my side and did not detach for 3 days and endured every ounce of contempt from the other two without registering it, because as he explained to himself, contempt is not edible, and this is an S-rank dungeon, and standing next to that man improves my survival odds by 2 categories. Then a steward came out and told us we'd passed the audit, we were apprentices now, and to get to work, and the panel added a note. Note 1, no pain, no gain. Note 2, the supreme grade artifact has the property of sealing yin power and abilities. Note 3, look again. Can you still use yin power? A wave went through the courtyard. Strength 126, sealing in progress. Speed 110, sealing in progress. Spirit 285, sealing in progress. Yin power 13,000, sealing in progress. I reached for it and got a few dozen points. Everything else was behind glass. Don't try, said the steward coldly. This is the rear courtyard. The use of yin power is forbidden here. Never mind you. A fierce ghost walking in here becomes an ordinary person, which the other players found reassuring, and they were right to. A seal that only bound humans would have been a death sentence. A seal that binds everything is the great leveler. Then my cheat arrived. Hua Xiong, die. For targets with Hua or Xiong in their name, instant kill. Listen to music in the brothel. You can always pick up ill-gotten gains sufficient for current consumption, anywhere. Yuan Fang, what do you think? Ask a designated target what they think, and the target becomes your subordinate. The first was too narrow unless I could rename people. The second was Crooked Mouth's cousin, and I'd have taken it on any other day. But the third one was, I am your father with the ethics removed. One recognizes a son, the other recognizes a subordinate, and a subordinate can be interrogated. I looked at that mansion again with a new feeling, which was the feeling of coming home. The place was tense. Servants everywhere with anxious faces. The main gate sealed, nobody permitted out. Something big has happened, Wu Yang whispered. They're not even letting people leave. Murder or theft, said the black-haired woman. The owners sealed the gate so the culprit can't get clear. None of our business, said the saber youth. I want to know how big the sealing radius is. That's how we find the artifact, which was correct, and which is what 4 of us should have been doing. I walked up to the steward instead. Did something happen here? What do you think about this matter? The 3 of them stopped breathing. You approached a ghost, unprompted, to make conversation, and used the tone of a man addressing an employee. They could see the next 4 seconds. They had already decided not to watch. The steward turned his head and stared at me, and in his skull, something very strange was happening, because he had just learned, as a fact, that he was my subordinate, and the rest of his memory arranged itself around the fact obligingly, the way it always does, and what it produced was this. He was an undercover agent. Of course he was. How else would he, a minor steward of no rank and dire ghost strength, have ended up here with a clean background and no memory of why his superior had placed him? And today, at last, he had been activated. His eyes changed. He straightened. Sir, he said respectfully, something has indeed happened. 2 hours ago, the Grand Madame's bedroom was haunted, and the thing escaped in front of her. Nobody saw it. She has sealed the rear residence, and no one may leave. Haunted, I said. Hearing a ghost use that word was new. Take me. He walked half a pace behind me the whole way, indicating turns with his hand, head down, faultless. Behind us, 3 players had a crisis. Why is it listening to him? Hissed the black-haired woman. I don't know. Charm skill? Did you forget the notice? Yin power and abilities are sealed here. That includes fierce ghosts. Even a 7th order controller couldn't use an ability in this courtyard. Then what is it? If I knew, would I be discussing it with you? They followed. Mostly because without the steward they had no idea how to get anywhere. The inner courtyard had a dozen servants standing in it like suspects, and 2 guards checking them one by one, and on the steps above them, a woman in a black and red qipao with a silk wrap over her shoulders and leather gloves on her hands, watching with an expression that could take paint off a wall. That was Mei Shuang, and she ran the Yama Merchant Guild, and she had been running it alone for less than a month. Sir, that's the Grand Madam, murmured my steward. Things have been difficult. First news came that the president died. She was widowed young. Then the second madam wanted to divide the property. And now this. Her husband died? Caught between 2 ghost kings fighting. There wasn't much left to bring back. She was in the middle of the accounts when they told her. I filed that. Steward, said the woman on the steps coldly. What are you doing here? And what is your purpose bringing a human? If you can't explain yourself, you can pack your things. The steward flinched and looked at me, and I understood that he was not afraid of losing his job. He was afraid of losing his post because his post was an asset of the organization. I stepped out. I know what happened with the shadow. The courtyard turned round. 30 ghosts had searched that building and found nothing, and a human they had never seen had opened with that. Did you find the culprit? She said. I shook my head. The servant sneered. So did the guards. Human. Are you playing with me? You didn't find the culprit, but you know what happened? The shadow, I said, is neither human nor ghost, and it doesn't exist. That's why there's no culprit to find. I need a sheet of paper and a candle. The courtyard gasped, because I had just given the Grand Madam of the Yama Merchant Guild an instruction. She looked at me for a long moment. Go, she said. Prepare what he wants. The guard who fetched it looked at my face on the way past with genuine admiration, in the manner of a man memorizing the appearance of somebody about to die spectacularly. I folded the paper into a box, cut one side open so you could see in, and put several small holes in the opposite face. Then I set the candle at the holes. It's done. Nobody could see anything. The look I got at that point was the look you give a man who has spent his last minutes on Earth constructing a joke. I lit the candle. Meanwhile, the 3 players behind me were having a different experience. Why do I have such strong déjà vu? Said Wu Yang. It's like I could do this. Don't say it, said the saber youth. I've got the same feeling. It's like I've done it before. Of course you have, said the black-haired woman. It's basic science. You learned it. What's remarkable is that he deduced all of this from one clue. A servant lost patience and started telling me I was wasting everybody's time. And then the candle caught properly, and the light came through the holes, and a shape moved on the inside wall of the box. Grand Madam, said the guard, with his eye almost inside it. There's a shadow moving in here. Everybody crowded in. Because what I had built, in a courtyard where all supernatural ability is forbidden, was a pinhole camera. The so-called shadow was a projection. Somebody had put holes above her window screen, set a candle outside them, and put a cut paper figure in the beam. When the figure fell over, the shadow vanished. There is nothing supernatural in this world that can operate in that courtyard. So the answer had to be something that isn't supernatural. Any child who has been through 9 years of school knows how it works, but in a place where power is everything and the dead have 100 strange abilities, nobody thinks about optics. Mei Shuang came down the steps and looked into the box for a long time. You are very good, she said. If it weren't for you, I would still be going in circles doing useless work. It's a simple trick, not worth mentioning. Whatever you desire, she said, as long as it is within this guild's power, I can satisfy you. Every ghost in that courtyard looked at me with naked envy because that is the sentence they had all spent their careers trying to earn. Madam, I said, if you don't mind, I can also catch the person who did it. Her eyes came up. You have an idea? You don't want a reward? Then what do you want? She did not believe in selflessness, which is correct. I want to become your capable confidant, I said. Solving this will be my pledge. She looked at me for a long, long moment, and I looked back. And I noticed, while she did it, that she had her sister's face, the set of the brows, the way the frown arrived. I knew that expression from a hotel lobby. Qinyue had mentioned an older sister who was already married. Well, human, she said at last. You have great courage. Solve this and catch the culprit, and you will follow me from now on. The way I solved it is not going to satisfy anybody who likes detective stories. I stood in the courtyard and asked one shifty-looking servant what he thought about the accusations flying around, and he became my subordinate and immediately volunteered that he'd watched a specific colleague pick something white and thin and neatly cut off the ground. The other servants looked at him with real hatred. We agreed to muddy this, they thought. You sold us out to a human. He was, in his own understanding, an undercover agent whose superior had just activated him, and he had no patience for their organization at all. The colleague produced the paper figure from inside his shirt, on his knees, explaining that he thought it was a discarded low-grade toy. Cut paper figure, low-grade, first tier, function, electric toy. Remark. You ask why there's a missing description. It's a toy used to amuse children. The netherworld finds it embarrassing to introduce. I put a trickle of yin power into it, and it got up and jumped about and did a few frightening poses and fell over when the power ran out, and a maid, white-faced, admitted she'd blown out a candle she'd found burning under the madam's window, thinking somebody had left it there. Mei Shuang went and ran her fingers over the window screen and found the holes, small and discreet, above the frame. Holes. Figure. Candle. What was the motive? She said. It wasn't to frighten me. Then check whether anything is missing. She went in. I went with her, which meant that of every living or dead thing in that mansion, I was the second one ever admitted to that room, and the steward outside had an expression like a man watching a stranger inherit. She came back with confusion on her face. Something is missing, but its value isn't great. What? A gold ruler. I stopped. From your wedding set? Yes, the gold 9 treasures. Everything else is here, only the ruler. And she said slowly, my husband told me at our wedding to keep the gold 9 treasures safe. I thought he was being sentimental. There it is. The artifact is lost and its location unknown, which means the guild's own mistress doesn't know where it is, which means a thief can't know either, but a thief can know that the ruler opened something. I had them bring me the 3 suspects with the best access, and the 3 of them arrived and were extremely composed, as anybody would be who had planned this well enough to build a camera in a wall. I asked 2 of them what they thought. Both became mine. Both told me the truth. Neither was the thief. Which left the 3rd, who was a maid, small and tearful, who everybody in that courtyard felt sorry for. Stop pretending, I said. It's you. Nobody could follow the logic because there wasn't any. 3 suspects, 2 are mine and can't lie to me. Therefore, my method of solving crimes is simple and it is brutal, and I am not going to apologize for it. Then I worked backwards, which is the part that looks like deduction. The scarred one had missed the critical window because he had a stomach complaint, and his stomach complaint had arrived after a maid gave him a piece of bread she couldn't finish. He still had some of it. Do you have anything else to say? I asked her. And she stopped crying, entirely, in a single movement, and everything soft went out of her face. Human, you're terrifying. I showed no flaws. You didn't even interrogate me. You decided from the other 2. How did you do it? My wisdom, I said, is beyond your imagination. Then she pulled a crossbow out of her clothes. Mid-grade. It needs a trace of yin power to fire and the bolt hits like a dire ghost. At this distance with no yin power, you cannot avoid it. Mei Shuang moved, and the maid's eyes went straight to her. Grandmadam, don't. I know you have a passive defensive item. Do you think my trigger is faster, or your feet? She stopped. You win, said Mei Shuang, and her voice was absolutely level. Take the ruler. I won't stop you. Release him. He's a human with no strength. He's no threat to you. She chose me over the artifact her guild was named for, and she did it in under 2 seconds, and I have thought about that more than I expected to. No, said the maid. This one dies. If he doesn't, our plan is damaged. I stepped forward in front of the crossbow, which caused a certain amount of noise from the gallery. Because in everybody's assessment, my only survival route was backwards, behind a crowd, toward the fierce ghost. I took out a coin and flicked it into the air. Lucky coin, rare. When encountering danger, gamble with your enemy for your life. Whoever loses the gamble loses a silver dollar. Win, and you resolve 1 attack. It came down heads. Good. I bet there's no bolt in your crossbow. She laughed at me, genuinely, uncontrollably. She had loaded it herself. All right, she said. How do we bet? Point it at my head and pull. If it fires, I die and you win. If it doesn't fire, you owe me a silver dollar. Then you're certain to lose. She pulled. Nothing came out. The courtyard did not make a sound. You owe me a silver dollar, I said, and took one out of her pocket. Impossible. This is impossible. And I took the crossbow out of her hand. Here, let me try. Does your crossbow have a bolt in it? I pulled the trigger and put a bolt through her thigh. Oh, I said. So you really did load it. She went down and stayed there, and I want to note that a professional infiltrator collapsed emotionally over 1 round of a coin game, which suggests their training program has gaps. The gold ruler was in the small of her back. Item, gold ruler. Note, you have obtained one of the 3 mediums related to the supreme grade artifact. 3. Which explains why nobody had ever passed 30% on Quest 2. You cannot find 3 specific objects in a mansion this size by walking around. The only reason I had one was that somebody else had gone to enormous trouble to steal it and had failed at the last step. I handed it to Mei Shuang. Madam, I didn't fail you. She looked at me differently after that. And she said, your performance has impressed me. Among all the humans I've known, you're the first I can't see through. Since you wish to be my confidant, let us start you at manager. Manager. On day 1. In a guild where manager is 1 rank below grand manager and grand manager runs everything. Every ghost in that courtyard adjusted their entire attitude within about 4 seconds because a human who is now their direct superior is a different proposition from a human. Congratulations, Lord Zhang. I knew from the start the Lord was no ordinary person. Lord Zhang, I cooperated actively with your investigation because I believed you were the best candidate to lead our guild to its peak. That last one had spent the afternoon trying to muddy my case. Then she took off her glove, which I later learned she does for nobody, and shook my hand and gave me her waist token. Seeing this is like seeing me. I spent the afternoon shopping. The guild is 12 floors. The first 5 are ordinary goods. The 6th and up are rare materials and ore. The ninth is finished weapons and pills. The sixth floor is laid out exactly like a supermarket, down to the stainless shelving and the strip lighting, and I took a trolley because when in Rome, an attendant tried to sell me flavored rice crackers and I showed her the manager's token, at which point she recovered smoothly and offered to be useful instead. I gave her 1,000 coins to take me to whatever raised spirit, and she was delighted because 1,000 coins for walking down a corridor is the best job she'd had. Yin turtle marrow fruit, 300,000. Cold nether spring water, 200,000. Yinling tree heart, 350,000. Ghost grandma tree sap, 130,000. Manager, materials that raise spirit are always overpriced. You can take one item free each month with your authority. I'd recommend the tree heart. It's the most expensive. Take it. Certainly. And all the others too. She stopped. Brother, you're not asking me to steal, are you? I don't have the nerve. They'd beat us both to death. I'm buying them. Pack them. 1,630,000 at the till, which was, the cashier told me later, the largest single purchase that floor had ever taken by a margin that made him check the machine. Then I went up to the 9th floor and bought every healing pill in the building. 20 low grade at 8,000 each, which handle knife wounds. 5 middle grade at 300,000 each, which will reattach a limb if you're quick, and 1 high grade at 1,800,000, which will save a life as long as there's breath in it. I did not hesitate on that last one, and I want to explain why, because it looks like showing off. Stubborn holds me at the edge. It does not carry me back. When a fight ends, I am still a man who should be dead, and I have about as long as it takes to swallow something. Every one of those pills was a life. Humans? A manager? Said a voice behind me. That's a rare combination. Hey human, are you moving those to another shelf? Don't bother yet, I need to buy some. Wait until I'm done. He reeked and his eyes were sharp and he was a fierce ghost. He reached for the pills in my hand. I moved my wrist and he missed. These are what I'm buying. If you want some, wait for the next batch. He laughed at that until he had to stop. Human, I admit it's not simple to become a shopkeeper in a place like this, but that's not a reason to provoke me. I respect the Yama Merchant Guild, which is why you're a manager. If I didn't, you'd be a human selling services. What makes you think you can buy every pill here? The floor had stopped to watch. Everybody who shops on the 9th floor is somebody, and none of them have any reverence for staff. I'll be complaining about you to the guild head, he said. If you want to settle it, use your authority to buy me a middle-grade pill, and I might not. And he reached again. Customer, said my attendant bravely, the guild prohibits fighting. Violators are permanently expelled. He turned on her and let his aura out and she nearly folded. Say that again? Is the guild shielding this human shopkeeper over a customer's experience? But the manager really is buying them, she said, shaking. Nobody says staff can't purchase. What a joke. Are you telling me a human can buy 3.5 million of pills? And that landed, because it was the reasonable position. The whole floor agreed with him. Most of them couldn't have covered it either. The mood turned entirely against me, and he started walking, and with every step the pressure came up until the weaker ghosts on that floor were having trouble breathing. I don't waste words on people who came looking for trouble. I snapped my fingers. The air rippled twice, and 2 shapes came out of it. One wrapped head to foot in bandages with red eyes, one in a suit with a gold coin turning over his knuckles. Master, they said together, you summoned us. The 9th floor stopped existing for a moment. A human, contracting a fierce ghost. 2 of them. Somebody in the crowd said it wasn't possible, and somebody next to him slapped him. Why did you hit me? You said you doubted it was real. I'm verifying it for you. Then why not slap yourself? I'm afraid of pain. The one who'd been reaching for my pills had stopped. He was working through the implication, which is not that I have 2 fierce ghosts. It is that 2 fierce ghosts had agreed to it. You're looking for trouble with our master? Said Elder Bandage pleasantly. You're brave, said Gold Sprite. The last one who looked for trouble with the master has grass growing on his grave. The fierce ghost lowered his head and apologized. I said nothing. Elder Bandage understood immediately. Too late. Offending the master. Taking one of your arms isn't excessive, is it? Gold Sprite flicked his coin. It went out like something thrown from a machine, took the arm off at the shoulder, and came back into his palm. The whole thing was seamless, and I was mildly surprised because it looked rehearsed. They had been practicing combination moves in their own time. I gave it full marks. Scram, I said. 5,300,000 at the counter on a black card, and everybody who had been preparing to report me for abusing my position closed their mouths and looked at the floor. That evening, Mei Shuang invited me to dinner on the 12th floor, which is a private room with the whole city in the window. Young Master Jiang, you spent 5 million today. Your financial power is greater than most merchants I've met. What is your purpose in coming to my guild? Madam, you can see I'm human, and my entry here wasn't something I controlled. As for purpose, I genuinely have none. But as I said, we can be a strong alliance. Meaning? I noticed your healing pills are scarce. Not just ours. Every guild in Minghai City, healing pills are in permanent shortage. Displaying 26 of them, including one high grade, is a statement about our strength. What if I told you I can solve the raw material problem? She put her cup down. You have Zhuanyin golden orchid in quantity? I don't have any, I said. I have Jinlin flower, mid-grade. It substitutes for Zhuanyin golden orchid perfectly, and I have the cultivation method, and in the entire netherworld, I am the only one who does. Her composure went. You can truly substitute it, and you've brought the requirement down to mid-grade? Cheap to produce, 10 days to maturity. When it enters the market, it rewrites the healing pill business. Let me take a moment, she said. Her chest was going. Because it isn't rewriting a business. If it works, whoever holds it becomes the pharmaceutical industry, and the reason healing pills are rare is not demand. It's that the orchid takes years. Hers takes 10 days, and hers was grown by a schoolgirl who is not alive to see any of this. Once the next batch matures, she said, we refine it here and ship through our own channels to our branch in the city of no return and begin the market there. That's where the alchemists are. Ghost Dao masters won't come to a place like Minghai City. City of no return. Is that connected to the unreturning Ghost King? He is the de facto ruler of that city. I sat there with my cup. The girl had grown that flower for his final test. And her flower was going to arrive in his city anyway, 3 years late, carrying my name on the invoice. I'm not a sentimental person, but I did think it was a good outcome. Before I left that table, I went and found the strangest flowers I could and brought them back. Madam, where I'm from, if you're pleased with someone, you give them a flower after dinner. I'm told the meaning is a blessing. She is an adult and a widow and the head of a merchant guild, and she has a great deal more experience of the world than I do, and I am going to leave the rest of that evening exactly where it happened. The second murder happened that night. Fire in the accounting office. When they got the door open, the accountant was dead inside and the door had been locked from within and there was no weapon. The saber youth stared at it. Sealed yin power. Locked room. Unnatural death. No weapon. This is a locked room murder. Have ghosts learned to keep up with the times as well? The rest of the crowd found that less funny than he did, because a theft in the morning and a murder at night suggests a schedule. Young Master Jiang, said Mei Shuang. Clues? I looked at the apprentice who'd raised the alarm. How did you know the accountant was in there in the middle of the night? He told me, Grand Manager. He said he was going to check the books with someone and ask me to watch the time. If he wasn't back in an hour, I should look for him. Who was he meeting? The apprentice swallowed. 3. Manager Cao, Manager Wu, and the Grand Manager. The entire guild leadership. There were exactly 3 managers in that building, including me, and the Grand Manager sat above all of them and answered only to her. It was I who ordered the audit, said Mei Shuang, and her face could have cut glass. To find infiltrators, I did not expect the problem to be these 3. Fetch them. If they resist, put them down. While we waited, the 3 players outside the door found a clue and got very excited about it. Under the accountant's hand, written in his own blood, was a character. The character for person. Human. Written crookedly. Every stroke a different curve. Person, said the saber youth, chin in hand. What's he telling us? That the killer is human? And then he noticed that every ghost in the corridor had turned to look at the 3 humans standing in it. That's speculation, he said quickly. We arrived today. We have no grudge against the accountant. Wu Yang and the black-haired woman looked at him with total contempt. Are you trying to get us investigated? Is this a hobby? Young Master Jiang, said Mei Shuang. What do you think? That's too broad to be useful, I said. It could mean person. It could mean something else. It could point at a name, or the killer wrote it to send us somewhere wrong. Instead of arguing about it, look at this. And I lifted the accountant's hand and showed them what was caught under his nails. He'd got a piece of somebody. Could that be the killers? Said Mei Shuang. Possibly. We'll see which of them is marked. The 3 arrived. A plain-robed old scholar, a small hooded man who had been the late president's butler, and a sharp-eyed one in a blue striped suit and gold-rimmed glasses, who was the Grand Manager and the youngest of them. All 3 reacted correctly to the news, which told me nothing because anybody who can build a locked room can manage his face. Fortunately, I don't work that way. Mei Shuang pressed the first one, and he broke immediately and confessed that he had been quietly taking money from the guild. His grandson was dying. The treatment was an astronomical number. He'd used company funds and he'd been paying it back out of his salary, and he had nearly finished, and the audit had landed on him at the worst possible moment of his life. I used to think Manager Cao was simply miserly, somebody murmured. He was repaying it. Then he showed us his arm, where something had taken a piece out of him 2 days earlier. He said it was a stray animal on the road. Everybody decided the case was closed. Manager Chow, I said, we found tissue under the accountant's nails. What do you think about that? He went white and looked at me for help because he did not understand why he had suddenly become my subordinate, but he understood that only his superior could save him now. I didn't. It really was a stray dog 2 days ago. Under the cheat, his statement didn't change. Which meant it was true, which meant it was an extraordinary coincidence, which meant it wasn't one. Is it him? Said Mei Shuang. No. The corridor made a noise of complaint. What other clue is there? Can you solve one case logically? Manager Chow, lift your foot. There was blood on his sole. Now everybody was certain. Manager Wu, Grand Manager, both of you lift your feet as well. All three of them had blood on their soles. If Manager Cow were the killer, I said, he was first to meet the accountant. The other two would have arrived to find a body, or nothing at all. There is no sequence in which all three of them walk through the same blood, so it was poured in advance along the routes they'd take to give all three of them the same mark and push the least defensible one forward as the scapegoat. That shut them up. Which exposes the killer's actual problem, the container. He had to carry blood through a guarded building at night and pour it in several places without being seen, which means it was small and ordinary and would survive a search at the gate. Something like a medicine bottle. Every eye in that corridor went to the small hooded man who took pills daily for his health and carried a bottle everywhere and had done for years. No way. Manager Wu, he's the most decent of them. Manager Wu stood there with his mouth open, and I asked him what he thought of the accusation, and he became mine, and immediately began protesting his innocence with total sincerity, which was, of course, the answer. Stop pretending, I told him anyway. The killer is you. You're stubborn because you think we can't find the container, but you didn't dare go far because going far would look suspicious. So it's still in this rear residence. We'll dig up the grounds, and then you'll have nothing to say. Take him away. Manager Wu looked at me with an expression of profound betrayal as they carried him off. Am I not your subordinate? Said his face. Is this how you treat your subordinates? Shouldn't you gather the evidence before announcing I'm the killer? This is a mutiny within the organization. The whole guild went to bed that night believing the case was closed in under 20 minutes. And at about 2 in the morning, a shape came into the garden behind the rear residence and dug in a flower bed until it found a small medicine bottle and emptied it out and grinned. Some detective played like a fiddle, and he cleared out 2 managers for me while he was at it. So that's what you were thinking, I said from the archway. The lights came on. Mei Shuang was behind me, and Manager Chow and Manager Wu, and both garden exits were full of guards. The Grand Manager took his glasses off. Why? Why did you suspect me? There was nothing pointing at me. Do you really think your plan was flawless? Isn't it? Even if you saw through the first trap, you'd have fallen into the second. You'd never have guessed the one I actually meant to frame was Wang. Manager Wu made a small hurt noise. Then why? I said. Are you surrounded? His face went. Tell me, how did you identify me? And here I did something I'm quite pleased with, because the honest answer was that I asked 2 people a question and eliminated them, and that is not an answer that impresses anybody. The accountant told me from the beginning, I said. Mei Shuang got there first, and her eyes widened. The character. You read it from the start. It looked like the character for person. It isn't. It's an older seal form, and what it means is big, grand. He was writing your title. The garden went silent. Every single one of them turned that over and found that it worked perfectly, and that the dying man had named his killer in one stroke, and that nobody in the entire guild had been able to read it except the human, which is completely untrue. I read it after I already knew. But it is a much better story, and it is the story they all tell now. So that was the flaw, said the Grand Manager, hollow. I should have watched him die. Then he pulled a crossbow. The same model as the maids. Of course it was. They came from the same organization. It fired before I could do anything, and the bolt went into my chest and stayed there. Ha 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 ha. Didn't you bet this morning about whether there was a bolt in someone's crossbow? How about now? Do you owe me a silver dollar? To die with a monster like you, I consider it worth it. The garden erupted. Manager Cow and Manager Wu were both shouting. Mei Shuang went absolutely white and started forward. What are you all panicking about? I said. Haven't you seen a fatal wound before? And I wiped my mouth and looked at them. It's just a mere fatal wound. You're acting like you've never seen the world. The Grand Manager stood there staring at a man walking around with a bolt in him. So you and the maid were together, I said, conversationally. Which means you didn't kill the accountant over the books. Let me guess. He was holding one of the mediums too. His face confirmed it. 2 in one day. 1 left. Human, he said. You're too terrifying. I'll try once more to take you with me. He fired at my head. I put my hand up and caught it, which is to say the bolt went through my palm, and I caught it on the other side with my other hand and pulled it out and threw it back. He went down and did not get up, and his eyes stayed open, and he did not live long enough to see me fall over, which I did about 4 seconds later once the fight was formally over and Stubborn released me. I got a middle-grade healing pill into my mouth on the way down. 12 minutes later, I was fine, which is not how middle-grade healing pills work, and every ghost in that garden knew it. Mei Shuang had my shirt open and her hand flat on my chest, checking the wound had closed, and she is a clever woman and she did not ask a single question. Are you really all right? Madam, do I look like I'm in trouble? Or are you using this as an excuse? She removed her hand at speed. Manager Wu produced the golden abacus from a compartment under the Grand Manager's bed. Item: golden abacus. Note: one of the 3 mediums, 2 of 3, in one day, in a dungeon where nobody had ever passed 30%. A supreme-grade artifact has thrown this entire guild into chaos, said Mei Shuang, looking at it. I almost wish it had never existed. Who were they? I asked. Both of them. Manager Wu hesitated. Sir, these 2 had excellent concealment and both were willing to die. Specially trained. In Minghai City, the only organization I can think of is the Shadow Merchant Guild, one of the 3 great guilds. They operate as merchants, but they're an assassin organization. Assassination, infiltration, protection, treasure hunting. Then let's assume it's them, I said. We'll find an opportunity to hit them hard. I did not have to look for one. It arrived 2 days later at the guild's treasure appraisal assembly, which is the real event in that city and which every important person in Minghai City attends. I want to tell you about the rebirth fruit first, because it matters later. The lot was described as a supreme grade material. Eat one and you have a chance of resurrection. The probability is under 1%. Refine it into a pill and it becomes 10%. Opening bid, 999,998. Dad, said the Floating Life Hotel boss, who was in the room because every important person was, that thing is useless. In the entire history of Pure Land, there is one recorded case of a ghost eating one and coming back. 1. The real probability is a rounding error, and refining it costs more than it's worth. That's why the opening bid is under $1 million. Which was all true, and which is why I bid $1.5 million immediately, because a percentage is only a percentage if you don't have a cheat that turns percentages into certainties, and I had already seen Crooked Mouth Dragon King reach into a previous dungeon and rewrite a previous cheat. Eventually, I'd refresh into something that could use it, and when I did, 1.001% and 100% would be the same number. 2 million, said a voice. 3 meters of muscle and scar tissue, sitting directly opposite, peak vicious ghost, with a smile that suggested I was the reason he'd come. He wasn't bidding, he was punishing. 3 million. 4 million. The room was delighted. A worthless fruit had reached 4 million, and both parties were raising in half millions. He was going to keep going until the number hurt me, and then let me have it. So I waved the auctioneer over. He came at a run, because I was the Grand Manager. I told him what to do, and he went gray. Grand Manager, wouldn't that be against the rules? In this guild, who is the most powerful? The Grand Madam. And when she isn't present? You are, Grand Manager. Then do as I say. He went back to the podium. After our Grand Manager's inspection, we have discovered that this rebirth fruit has a flaw. The Yama Merchant Guild does not sell defective goods. This lot is withdrawn and will be handled internally. The room made a sound I can only describe as offended. You may as well have said the human wants it, so it's off the market. Is this how your guild holds an assembly? The scarred one roared on his feet. Where is it flawed? You can't withdraw a lot because a human wants it. Customer, please don't be unreasonable, I said. I'm a professional. If I say it's flawed, it's flawed. You simply can't see it. Then why are you a professional? You're a human. How would you understand appraisal? I'm the Grand Manager. He pointed at me for a while without producing words, and sat down, and I would like to record that abusing institutional authority in public is an extremely enjoyable experience, and I understand now why people do it. At the end of the assembly, when everybody stood up, 9 of them didn't. 6 vicious ghosts, 2 fierce ghosts, and the scarred one. Hand over everything on the stage. We only seek wealth. We don't harm lives. Except that human. He's an exception. He looked up at me and grinned. Human. What good are privileges? Here, strength is the law. I'm going to kill you now. Who do you think dares to stop me? Director Hu, Headmaster Zhou, and the Floating Life Hotel boss all stood up at once and walked over and stood in front of me, and the scarred one frowned because he had not expected 3 fierce ghosts to volunteer for a human. Not that it mattered, he could take 3. Grand Manager, said the auctioneer, panicking. I pressed the alarm. Nobody is responding. The Grand Madam's side may also be in trouble. Are you from the Shadow Merchant Guild? I said. He stopped smiling. You're formidable, from that little information, but it's too late. Once we found the last two mediums, this operation was planned for a long time. By now, they've already taken them, and taking this place makes up our losses. The room understood then, and the room was frightened, because two of the three great guilds going to war is not something you want to be in the building for. Question time is over. Human, you're going to die. He set his people on the stage and left one fierce ghost for me. The crowd got out of the way, all of them. There were several hundred ghosts in that hall, many of them powerful, and every single one stepped back because the auction house works on a bid first pay later basis, and nothing on that stage had been paid for yet. Losing lots you haven't paid for costs nothing but a moment of regret, and interfering with an assassin organization costs considerably more. So the fierce ghost with the scar across his head walked over to me through a corridor of spectators. Human, you see, money and power are nothing without strength. Without strength you can't protect any of it. You're right, I said. But how do you know I don't have strength? And I smiled crooked. Skill crooked mouth Dragon King activated. Thunder God drum level +1. 6-face Thunder God drum. Healing middle grade pill level +1. Healing high grade pill. I did not use the drum. I took out the drought demon nail and swallowed 2 return yin pills and started pouring. The little crimson pendant went hot, and then it went bright, and then it started growing. It came off my palm and hung in the air and kept expanding until it was a conical column of moving lava half a meter across, and the temperature in the hall climbed until people were sweating. Sue! Supreme grade artifact! Somebody screamed. That human has a supreme grade artifact! The fierce ghost with the scar looked up at the thing hanging over me. Then he rubbed his eyes. Then he closed them and squinted, because he was not fully prepared to accept the day. Are you sleepy? I said kindly. Let me help. It'll be quick. Just close your eyes gently, and you'll fall asleep. He went backwards on his hands and feet, without dignity. Silence means consent, I said. Thank you for the opportunity. The impact left a crater 40 centimeters deep, and he did not make a sound, and my right palm went the color of a bad burn, because that is the price of a supreme-grade artifact in the hands of a 4th order, and everybody in that hall saw it and understood what it meant. Then I ate a high-grade healing pill in front of all of them, and the burn came off my hand like a glove, which caused a different sort of noise. You're using a life-saving pill on a burn. Do you have another one? The battle has not started. I had, at that point, 26 healing pills, and I had bought them for exactly this. The scarred one stopped and reassessed and made the right call. Kill the human first. His artifact is single target. Don't let him take us one at a time. 7 of them came at me together, which is correct doctrine. A single target weapon against 7 attackers means you kill 1 and the other 6 take you apart. Everybody in that hall could see it. I stood still and took out a different drum. 6 faces, purple hide, dragon patterns, lightning walking between them. 7, I said. Is that enough? And I struck the first face on the right. The lightning did not go up to my throat this time. It went down. All of it, spiraling around me and gathering into my right leg, and I stamped. What came out of the floor was a web. Blue arcs went out along the ground in every direction for 20 meters and stood up into a lattice, and everything inside it stopped moving. Thunder prison. 1 stamp, and the ground itself holds the prey. 6 vicious ghosts and 1 fierce ghost stood inside a cage of lightning with arcs climbing their legs, screaming. The hall said the words top-grade artifact almost in unison, in the tone people use at funerals. I killed all 7 with the coffin nails in 2 passes because a bound target is not a fight. Then I tried to walk and discovered that my right leg had stopped being mine. Not injured, gone. Dead weight below the hip, and stubborn triggering on the spot to keep the rest of me upright. A 4th order body cannot hold a legendary item. I'd known that. It's still unpleasant. Another high-grade pill, and a minute, and I could feel it again. I walked to the scarred one through a crowd that had opened for the assassins out of respect and now opened for me out of something more direct. Now, I said, who do you think is stronger between us? He was 3 meters tall, and he was looking up at me. Human, I admit you're formidable, far more than we expected, but the Shadow Merchant Guild will not yield. Is that so? Then look again. Who am I? I've killed a great many ghosts tonight, I said, and you're the only one I didn't. What do you think of that honor? He started to say something sarcastic about how he'd simply been furthest away. And then his face changed because he had just discovered that I was his superior and that he was an infiltrator and had been for years, and that the man he had spent the evening trying to murder was the organization he actually worked for. He knelt on one knee. My lord, forgive me. Your subordinate offended you. The hall could not follow that at all. The only 3 who could were Director Hu, Headmaster Joe, and the Floating Life Hotel boss, and what they concluded was that their father had placed agents inside other organizations years ago and left them dormant. How many more, they were thinking, across the whole netherworld. Take me to your president, I said. The Shadow Merchant Guild headquarters is a 4-story building with no sign on it and no visible business, which I took as poverty until it was explained to me. Sir, we're an assassin organization with countless enemies. Build it well, and you're giving them a target. Old, small, and broken costs nothing to repair and attracts nobody. Which is genuinely good thinking and also means they know exactly how hated they are. I stopped at the door and spoke to the two guards. What do you think about a human walking into your assassin organization? Both of them dropped their eyes respectfully. Sir, why did you come personally? Can our undercover assignment finally end? They had complaints about the gate duty, years of it. The scarred vice president stood behind me with his mouth open. These two as well. An organization that lives by infiltration, infiltrated, at the door, without noticing, and they let an agent become vice president. I went up through the building, and at every floor I stopped and spoke to whoever was there. By the fourth floor, the count of reactivated agents had passed 80. Front desk, sales, assassins, cleaners, the women in the canteen. The vice president's mind had gone completely quiet. If the organization is this strong, he was thinking, why not simply crush the Shadow Merchant Guild? Why run this enormous infiltration operation for years? Is it more entertaining this way? It does seem more entertaining. The other vice president was waiting on the stairs, thin, with arms that hung to the floor, and he took one look at me and recognized the detective who had wrecked their operation twice. You brought him back. Could it be? The scarred one tensed because that one was the president's childhood friend and could not possibly be an agent. I stepped forward. As you can see, the other vice president of your guild has come over to my side. What do you think about this matter? Do you want to betray the Shadow Merchant Guild and become my subordinate? And I put my hand out, exactly as though I were offering a job. The scarred one nearly said something. You haven't mentioned conditions, or benefits, or applied any leverage, and you want the second in command of an assassin organization to change sides on the spot. Then the long-armed one came down the stairs, knelt on one knee, and said, My lord, from today, I am finally yours again. You change sides just like that, said the scarred one, betrayed. Where's your backbone? Where's the arrogance from 10 seconds ago? Even a big fool like you knows that following the Lord has a better future, said the long-armed one, with dignity. Could I be stupider than you? Although I'll admit I misjudged you. I never imagined you were hiding an undercover identity behind that stupid face. I feel like you're implying something. The president was on the top floor by the window, hooded, with a chessboard in front of him where black had already checkmated red. You're late, he said, without turning. I told you everything must follow my plan. How did you handle it? Then he turned and stopped, because there were 3 of us, and the human was walking in the middle, and his 2 vice presidents were flanking me like an escort. Are you two blind? Can't you tell who the boss is? You're making it look like this human runs the Shadow Merchant Guild. Are you rebelling? The long-armed one brought a chair and put it behind me. The scarred one poured tea. I sat down and drank it. You're the president? I said. I'm not the president. With that attitude, you're more of a president than I am. Then he snapped out of it and started demanding answers, and both of them explained, very reasonably, that they had been my agents before they ever joined his guild, and that this therefore wasn't betrayal. You two, he said, it would have been better if you hadn't explained. You've made it sound like the 2 people I personally promoted were both planted, and that I, as the head of an assassin organization, couldn't tell. That's humiliating. How is that different from putting my face on the floor? Then he shouted, Shadow Guards, where are you? Which is the signal? Everyone belonging to the guild appears within 3 seconds. 5 seconds went by. 30. A minute. Nothing. Shadow Guards, where are you? Downstairs. Can nobody hear me? Damn it. Is there anybody here? His voice went from confident to bewildered to something raw. I yawned. How many more times? Your throat must be going. Do you want tea? Did you kill everyone here? If a man isn't capable, I said, he shouldn't blame the road for being uneven. How do you know it isn't that your orders simply don't work anymore? I am the president. If my words don't work, whose do? That's actually very possible. He opened his mouth to tell me to try it. I dropped the teacup on the floor. Shadow Guards, I said. Where are you? They came out of the windows, out of the roof beams, out of the corners of the room where the light didn't reach. 131 of them filling the top floor, and everyone went down on a knee. Shadow Guards are here. We greet our Lord. All 131 members respectfully welcome the Lord's presence. The president pointed at me with a shaking finger. You, all of them? All 131 of my guild are yours? As you can see, the entire Shadow Merchant Guild has been infiltrated like a sieve, and I'm a commander with nobody to command. Why didn't you just take it directly? What was the point of letting me be president? Are you playing a management game with me? But this isn't even my organization. He sat down heavily. Human, you win. You're more terrifying than me. Take the guild. He signed the contract. Murong Xuan, my 3rd contracted fierce ghost, and the 3rd of 3. My lord, he said bitterly, please take the seat. It's where you should be. Also, in the drawer are the 3 mediums we stole. Take them. Gold ruler, golden abacus, and a gold bead. 3 of 3. Where is it? In the secret passage behind the late president's study. It requires all 3 to open. He hesitated. My lord, one thing. That artifact has had many owners, including true ghost kings. Under so many hands, it has developed a trace of its own awareness. Meaning it recognizes its master. If you don't meet the standard, it won't be used. The study had 3 shelves with 3 ornaments on them. An iron ruler, a black abacus, jade beads. I put the 3 mediums in their places and the wall opened. The passage was cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. The room at the end had 1 desk in it, and on the desk was a plain black gold box that opened out in 6 leaves like a fan. I touched it. Item: Crimson Ghost Gold Casket. Grade: Supreme Grade Tier 3. Damaged. Function: Support. Description: has accompanied multiple famous Ghost King level beings, and a trace of its own awareness has been born. It will not be driven unless it recognizes its owner. Note 1. As you are not the owner, the casket rejects your access request. You have no right to view its attributes. Note 2. Humans do not meet the recognition standard. The casket expresses its ugly rejection and tells you not to touch it casually. Note 3. The casket likes to stick with high-grade artifacts. I took my hand off. It had been carried by Ghost Kings, and it had decided that below Ghost King was beneath discussion. But Note 3 was interesting, because Note 3 was a preference, and preferences are leverage. I took out the Drought Demon nail and let it drift past the box. The 6 leaves began to hum. One of them shook noticeably. Come here, it was saying. Come closer. I can warm you. I can nourish you. I took out the Thunder God drum, which is the same grade as the casket and is not damaged. All 6 leaves went off at once. Netherworld translation in progress. The Crimson Ghost Gold Casket wants to trade with the player. Trade content. If the Thunder God drum is placed inside for 3 years of nourishment, it will allow the player to command it for half a year. Do you agree? No, I said. Unless you recognize me as your master. Netherworld translation. Human, don't be excessive. This benefits your artifact. Through my nourishment, it might even advance to top grade. You are harming it for your own selfish gain. That is roughly the meaning. I raised my eyebrows. It was arguing. It had a position, and it was defending it. Top grade? I said. Is that so? And I smiled crooked. Thunder God drum level +1. 6-faced Thunder God drum. Skill I am your father has been upgraded to level 6. The drum went from Supreme Grade Tier 3 to Top Grade Tier 1 in front of it and lit the whole room up like a struck match. The casket stopped moving. Then all 6 leaves folded shut, and it turned into a plain rectangular box, and it hopped across the desk towards me. Netherworld translation. Master. Master. Take me in. As long as he stays with me for a while, you'll be my new master. I looked at it. I had a level 6 I am your father in my pocket that I had not asked for and now did not need, because the thing had folded in 9 seconds. So I kicked it. Don't you remember me? I said. I am your father. When I made you, I didn't put that attribute in. The casket lay on the floor. You could feel it thinking. The one who made me equals father equals this human, therefore this human is my maker, my first owner, and my father. Netherworld translation. Father, you've finally come. I've been broken here for decades. Any longer and I'll rust. Take me with you. It jumped into my palm and hummed and rubbed its leaves against the drum in a way I found undignified. The Supreme Grade Artifact Crimson Ghost Gold Casket has recognized you as its master. Ability 1, Sealing Domain. Within range, yin power and abilities are completely prohibited. Reduced. Ability 2, Barrier Protection. When the master is threatened, a frontal barrier is automatically generated, capable of resisting attacks below Ghost General. Reduced. Ability 3, Nourishment. Placing artifacts inside has a chance to increase their grade. Reduced. Remarks. Due to damage, its functions are limited and all abilities are reduced. Every one of those is reduced, and every one of those is enormous. The ceiling is what had been holding my own stats down for 3 days. Restored, it would flatten anything below Ghost King into an ordinary person. The barrier stops Ghost General, and it does it without being asked, which is what saved my head in an alley a week later. And the third one raises the grade of artifacts, on its own, over time, for free. The Yama Merchant Guild grew out of this box. Its founder had a sealing field and a weapon incubator, and that was enough to build a merchant empire. Where do I repair it? Mei Shuang, who had walked down that passage holding my hand and had not let go, considered it. The city of no return. The smiths here can only handle mid-grade. For that, you'd need connections there. And connections there require a reputation. That won't take long, I said. The next batch of flowers is nearly ready. And then the panel came up. detected that the player has completed the final exploration task of this dungeon, obtaining the supreme grade artifact. This dungeon has concluded. Because the player is first to clear this S-rank dungeon, you may stay for another 10 minutes or settle immediately. 10 minutes for 30 days of dungeon. I got the distinct impression Pure Land wanted me out of the building. I'll be leaving soon, I said. I'll leave the flower with someone I trust. Her expression flickered. So soon? Won't you stay and share the good news with me? I trust you. This is a business worth tens of billions, possibly hundreds of billions. You trust me? She was testing it. She said the number out loud to see what it did to my face. Of course I trust you, I said. Exactly as you trusted a human you'd known 2 days with the Grand Manager's post. And you said one thing wrong, madam. In my view, a business worth hundreds of billions is not as important as you. If I could trade it for the time to start over, I'd go and find you first. That is a scoundrel's line, and I knew it when I said it. It also happened to be about 80% true, which is the highest that number has ever been for me. She gave me a jade pendant on a cord, which is a communication device that only reaches her. Come back to me. 10 minutes later, the dungeon let me go. Detected host leaving instance. The cheat Yuan Fang. What do you think has passed testing and is now live? Level 1. Designate a target and make them your subordinate. Activation condition. When the designated target suspects your identity and background are extraordinary and their mystery value reaches 80, say the phrase. Yama Merchant Guild successfully cleared. Clearance time 70 hours. Rating SS. Exploration 100%. Rating S. Achievements unlocked. 4. Rating SS. Once a bad person, always a bad person. Mythical. You, with unreplicable methods, successfully transformed a killer organization into an all-undercover staff meeting. Pure Land is amazed and praises this as a unique achievement belonging solely to the player. Detective D. Rengier, legendary. Your crime-solving process lacks logic, yet you always find the culprit. This aligns perfectly with your identity as an abstract master. Internal war god. Epic. When it comes to killing your own people, you have rich experience. You climbed several ranks standing on the bodies of your own colleagues. Final evaluation, SSS rank. And then, because Pure Land had already patched the version bug, there was no X level and no compensation, and I raised a finger at the ceiling. Level 15 to 20. Strength 140. Speed 118. Spirit 355. Yin power 15,500. 4th order ghost controller. 3 contracted fierce ghosts. 2 epic weapons for attack, 1 for defense. A merchant guild. An assassin guild. A school, a hotel, a village. 2 Wan Neng soul points went into Crooked Mouth Dragon King, taking it to level 3, where it stopped being an enhancer and started 20% of the time creating things out of nothing again, and into Stubborn, which grudgingly improved its recovery from a small amount to a slight amount, which is not a difference, and which told me exactly how many more levels that road has in it. The forum got its 4th banner. Congratulations. Player Master of Infinite Principles in the Primary Zone S-Rank Dungeon Yama Merchant Guild, successfully cleared with an unreplicable miracle in 70 hours, 100% exploration, perfect evaluation, SSS rank. The reaction had changed. It wasn't shock anymore. Here he comes, the thread said. This big shot is spamming the screen again. 4 dungeons, 2 SS, 2 SSS. I seriously suspect he's Pure Land's illegitimate child. That's not an illegitimate child, said the reply. That's clearly the public father. The black-haired woman came out of that dungeon into a party at a guild house where 20 people were waiting to hear how the S rank had gone. Her settlement read DD with 1 achievement. Lying down to win is still winning. Advanced. Luck is also part of strength. 20 netherworld coins. This is your pay for 2 days of work, and a proof of the lucky one, special reward. It's useless. Being able to team up with him is your greatest luck. Sister Nian, you're out already. Did you use a skip voucher? I cleared it, she said, with a face like a closed fist. In 3 days? Did you draw a D rank? Your luck is incredible. It was an S rank. The room stopped. Then their guild president came over with a wine glass and asked whether she'd been in the Yama Merchant Guild, and she worked out from the question that the banner was already up. He is the most powerful player I have ever seen, bar none. Before I knew who he was, I thought he was a 7th order, one of the rumored internal beta players. The president, who is a 5th order and quite proud of it, said, "It's an evaluation. Why bring me into it?" "Does soloing a fierce ghost count?" she said. "Does going from apprentice to grand manager of a merchant guild in 1 day count? Does solving a locked room murder in under 20 minutes count? Does having the top 3 of the Shadow Merchant Guild line up to see him off count?" The president crushed his wine glass. "Did you invite him?" "I did. He thought our organization was too small and wasn't interested. That's your fault, President. If you were a 7th order, he might have come. Wu Yang's settlement, by contrast, was C rank with 10,000 coins and a younger brother badge, special reward, which increases his probability of being matched with me. He put it round his neck and did not take it off. He had accumulated less than 2,000 coins across 6 dungeons. That one paid 10. He went and bought me a wooden urn for 1,000,000 yuan the following week, which is where this account came in. I have one more thing to tell you and then I'm done. 3 days after that, I used the last of the special rewards. A 1-day pass, valid anywhere I'd already been. I went to Huangquan village first. Some ghost children about 10 years old saw me at the gate and ran off shouting for the village chief, and one small girl in a brand new dress stood to the side and stole glances at me and then hid behind her own hands when I looked back. She came over when I waved, holding the hem of her dress. "Hello, Uncle Jiang." "Hello." I walked into that village and everybody greeted me, the men in the fields, the wives, the old women under the tree who had once discussed me like a weather event. And I noticed that about 2/3 of the children had new clothes, and about 1/3 were still in the same patched things they'd been wearing when I first came through that gate. The girl noticed me noticing. "Uncle Jiang, those children are from the families who didn't believe you. They can't get help from the foundation, so their lives haven't improved." Which was accurate, and which was working exactly as designed. The foundation tops any household under 100,000 up to 100,000, and the village average was 40 to 50. For the families who planted, that is 2.5 times their income arriving for nothing. And for the ones who laughed, it's a lesson delivered daily by their own children's clothes. I could have extended it to everybody. I didn't. Because I am not a charity, and because in 5 years, when the roads are in and the houses are up, I want every one of them to remember precisely which decision put them where they're standing. My 3 sons came running. "Young Master Jiang, a few days ago, a peak vicious ghost calling himself the Shadow Merchant Guild president said he was your contracted ghost and took 15 flowers. I sent him. No problems? None. We've started the next planting from the leaves, under 7 days to maturity. Every household is working. They're just waiting for the future you described." "It's not far off," I said. "I've partnered with the Yama Merchant Guild. Once the pill works, you won't just be comfortable. Expand the growing area and every household in this valley will be wealthy." Their faces did something I don't have a good word for. Then the chief lowered his voice. "Father, after the first batch went out, since no money has come back yet, the incomers have started talking again. They're saying you're painting pictures. That material which matures in 10 days is worthless. The villagers aren't swayed, but it wears on people. It doesn't matter. Once the dividends start, the talk collapses by itself. Explaining now only looks like doubt." Then I thought about it. "But write down the names of the ones doing the talking. They don't join later." I went to Fusheng Hotel next, and the entire staff came out from behind their desks and bowed at the door, which caused 4 players standing outside eating moldy bread to drop their bread. They were in the middle of the same A rank I'd cleared. 4 days in, 250 coins clear of expenses and nowhere near 1,000. "Sigh," one of them was saying as I came past. "A difficult dungeon. I don't know how Immortal Monarch Wanfa cleared it with an SS. You don't know how big the gap is until you've experienced it." I took them up to the top floor and fed them. I want to be clear that this cost me nothing. It was about 200,000 coins of food, and I make more than that in a morning now. Halfway through the meal, the girl with the twin tails put her chopsticks down and said in a very small voice, "I've advanced to 1st order." "I've advanced too." "The yin power in this is going up in 10s. The 2 veterans stopped being careful and started eating like the newcomers. Strength +6, speed +5, spirit +4, yin power +150. After I digest this, I'll be 2nd order. 4 players advanced on one lunch, and the 4 of them looked at me the way you look at weather you can't explain. At the school, Elder Bandage had bad news. "My lord, the land for Royal River 1st grade. A gang called the Shark Whale Gang has been causing trouble. They want us to hand the plot over. You're a real estate magnate and a school principal. You can't handle hooligans?" "My lord, this gang has a background. It's connected to a force in the city of no return. Their leader is a ghost general." I stopped. "There's a ghost general in Minghai City?" "Yes, fewer than a handful. He's one. Otherwise they'd have been banned years ago." Which meant somebody with a ghost general on the payroll had decided to take a piece of land from the chairman of Red Lotus Ghost School in the same month that Ghost King forces had begun establishing themselves closer to the periphery. In the same month, an out-of-town supplier had tried to bankrupt a local family to take a supply channel into my hotel. That is not 3 things. "Continue as planned," I said. "I'll deal with it." And at the Yama Merchant Guild, Mei Shuang was waiting with something in her hand, and she was smiling in a way I had not seen on her. She gave me a single low-grade healing pill. "It works," she said. "The pill refined with Jinland flower instead of Zhuanyin golden orchid has not lost any potency. On the contrary, because the difficult ingredient is gone, the entire process was smooth and the refining time came down by a third. Young Master Jiang, do you know what this means? I did, actually. It means a girl who grew flowers in a school that failed her, put something into the world that will keep people alive after she's gone, and it took 3 years and a stolen flower pot and a man with no ethics to make it happen. It means, she said, that you will personally create a company worth over 100 billion. You'll be the tycoon of Minghai City. No, of the city of no return. No, I said. It means we did. Whatever the number is, half of it's yours. Then the day ran out and I went home. So, 4 dungeons, 29 days. I started this in a bathtub, drowning, because a game wouldn't accept the word no from a man with nothing worth taking. Now I own 52% of the finest hotel in a ghost city, 70% of a school, the grand manager's token of 1 merchant guild, and every single member of another. I have 3 fierce ghosts who come when I snap my fingers, a drum that makes lightning, a box that recognized me as its father, and a flower that is going to make a poor village rich and cost me nothing but the pot it came in. The captain of the Wan City Security Department comes to my shop to buy paper money he doesn't need. Pure Land has changed its version number twice because of my settlement scores and announced a new one it hasn't finished building because I broke the ceiling on the old one twice in 10 days. I'm 24. I sell funeral supplies. I've been a player for less than a month. And here's the part I keep turning over. Every single one of those wins came from a cheat that arrived unasked, in a menu, from something that files me under host. Pure Land asked me once whether I was its biological son because I kept modifying its parameters. It was a joke. The Floating Life Hotel boss sold his company because Ghost King forces are moving toward the periphery, toward Minghai City. There's a ghost general squatting on my land in the name of a force from the city of no return. There is an out-of-town supplier who tried to break a family to get a channel into my hotel, and behind him, somebody paid for a sniper on a roof with an armor-piercing round. Whoever they are, they've noticed me now. My name is on a global banner 4 times over, and I put it there myself. And in the city of no return, where all of it comes from, there is a ghost king whose true form is a flower, who has been waiting 3 years for a golden bloom that never arrived. I'm going to be the one who delivers it. I just want to be very clear before that happens about which one of us is going to be calling the other one father.